If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 206. Chapter 206, Armed on Standby. In the outskirts of Konoha, in an area where insects are denser than elsewhere, stand a few small houses, home to the Aberame clan. This clan, renowned for its secret techniques in raising insects, requires a spacious area to rear their bugs, hence their scattered houses within the village, which is still safe. However, on this particular day, nearly all the jonin of the Aberame clan gathered in the village. There weren't many, just about 10. They've gone too far, the Uchiha clan is too arrogant, they complained. We don't need to pay them any attention. I don't believe the Uchiha would dare, another added. Let's report to the third Hokage. We'll see how bold the Uchiha really are. After returning, Aberame Shibi convened all the jonin of the clan to discuss the day's events. They were naturally indignant, especially considering the Uchiha's arrogant attitude, essentially threatening them to align with the Uchiha. This felt like a demand for their submission. Most couldn't believe the Uchiha would dare do such a thing, but Shibi, with a frown, pointed out, the third Hokage is aging. Uchiha Yoru, only 18, has already awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Even if he doesn't become the fifth Hokage, with his age, he could compete for the next generation. Shibi didn't really believe the Uchiha would act, but he thought further ahead. With the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan, Yoru was indeed eligible to compete for the position of Hokage. If not this time, he could wait for the next. Unless Konoha could find another young Hokage like the fourth, the only current candidates powerful enough were Jiraiya and Tsunade, but they wouldn't outlast Yoru in age. The clan head is right. If the Uchiha produce a Hokage in the future, we'll have a hard time, they concluded. After much discussion, the Aberame decided they must appease the Uchiha, respecting the pride of a major clan. Let's bite the bullet and go all out. After such a significant offer, the Uchiha would be petty not to relent, they resolved. If the Uchiha really have the guts, they should take it up with the roots. Shibi, seeing the consensus, nodded solemnly, all right, our clan will have to make a huge sacrifice, but it's our fault after all. Send someone immediately with our clan's generous gift, and make sure the gesture is sincere. Yes. In the end, the Aberame clan decided to resolve the issue by offering a substantial gift, accepting their lack of a solid stance. Inside the Hokage's office. Today, the Konoha F4 gathered together, with both Koharu Yudatan and Mito Kato Homura looking uneasy, still recalling the recent sighting of the Mangeki Sharingan. Humph. I've always said, the Uchiha clan is an evil race and should not exist in this world. At this moment, Shimura Danzo, biting his teeth in anger, spoke, but it was clear from his one good eye that he harbored fear more than anything else. Though he spoke of annihilating the clan, he was inwardly intimidated by the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. Especially now, with the root suffering heavy losses. Before the Uchiha clan had revealed the Mangeki Sharingan, and while they still harbored illusions of grandeur, this made them increasingly brazen, underestimating the Uchiha. But now, with the Uchiha clan, these evil beings, being stimulated by the Mangeki Sharingan, have awakened their inner malice and excitement, turning into wild beasts. Faced with such a powerful Uchiha clan, the three turned their gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, frowned deeply as he took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. He wearily tossed a scroll for everyone to see. The Uchiha clan has made their stance clear, especially Uchiha Yoru. He's young and impulsive, it's best not to provoke him. And the most pressing issue is not the Uchiha, but the Aberame and your root, Dans. Hiruzen said sternly, glaring at Shimura Danzo. Upon seeing the content of the scroll, Dan's expression turned sour, and though he seemed somewhat guilty, he finally rasped out, I never expected that evil brat to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan under the pressure of his family. They all started to miss the days when Uchiha Fugaku was the clan head, a mature, family man who thought things through, unlike the young Uchiha Yoru. Clearly, the activation of the Mangeki had been a trigger. They knew well that the emotional turmoil caused by the Mangeki could last a long time, and any slight misstep could ignite this powder keg. What should we do now, Hiruzen? Both Koharu Yudatan and Mito Kato Homura were troubled. Angering Uchiha Yoru could lead to a conflict, something none of them wanted to see. Hiruzen fell silent, taking another drag of his pipe, and then looked firmly at Dans, saying, hand over the Aberame ninja from the root to the Uchiha clan and make it clear that this has nothing to do with the root, that it's the work of enemies from other nations. Dans, though frustrated with Hiruzen's cautious approach, felt less confident considering his route's recent losses. An inadvertent spark of civil war within Konoha would be disastrous, making his dream of becoming Hokage impossible. Finally, Dan's nodded reluctantly. I understand. Seeing Dan's showing some sense and not being petty, Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief, at least his own people wouldn't be too much of a headache. But Hiruzen, how should we handle the Aberame clan now? The Uchiha stance is so clear. Mitokado Homura asked with some concern, to which Hiruzen shook his head. The Aberame clan has always been cautious. They won't provoke anything this time. I believe they will resolve everything. The most troublesome issue now is the unrest within the Land of Fire and the assassination of Fugaku. At this moment, the gazes of three people shifted over. Faced with such stares, Shimura Danzo's complexion turned an ugly iron blue as he said resentfully, the incident at the Fire Temple has nothing to do with the route. At most, the 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo's court might have some influence from the route. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost burst out in anger, but still maintained his composure and coldly snorted, Danzo, with such a big mess at the Fire Temple, I'm afraid the traces of route in the daimyo's court will be suspected, along with the Fire Temple. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt overwhelmed. He rubbed his forehead and sighed. The Fire Temple had finally started leaning towards Konoha, and now with such a huge upheaval, coupled with the support of the daimyo's court, the Fire Temple might completely stand behind the daimyo. This seriousness of losing face was also understood by Homura Mitokado, Koharu Yudatan, and Shimura Danzo, but they felt helpless, not expecting things to converge this way. Coincidentally, just at this moment, an Anbu member appeared respectfully, presenting a scroll with both hands, and reported, through interrogation, we have obtained specific intelligence from the three people sent by Uchiha Fugaku. The leak of Uchiha Fugaku's information indeed came from this squad. The Uchiha clan's approach this time was truly different from before, seemingly unrestrained in their actions. These actions were thought to be stimulated by the assassination attempt on their clan head. After seeing the intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the Anbu to leave. Upon reading the information, he gasped in shock and anger. Danzo. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's fierce gaze, Shimura Danzo knew he was at fault and remained silent, his face clearly showing his guilt. Homura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatan also hurried forward to check the intelligence, wondering what could have so angered the usually composed Hiruzen. After reading, both showed shocked and angry expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a fit of anger, threw the scroll at Danzo's face. Danzo! Look at the trouble you've caused. With a furious look, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and pointed at Danzo's nose, scolding angrily, Danzo, it's one thing for Root to ambush Fugaku without informing me, but you also secretly used the intelligence network of the intelligence department. Do you realize the impact of this? Root was one thing, as they were ninjas without any traceable records and numerous seals to prevent leaking information. However, the intelligence department was different. The intelligence department, known as Konoha's official organization and one of the 6 departments, led by Inoichi Yamanaka. Once the intelligence department was involved, the nature of the situation changed completely. It could be said that the higher UPS of Konoha had set an ambush for Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Hokage, there's trouble. Something has happened at the Uchiha clan's location. At this moment, another Anbu member burst in. The furious Sarutobi Hiruzen's intimidating look frightened the Anbu, but he still hurriedly reported his urgent news. What happened? At this moment, it was Shimura Danzo who was most afraid of an incident happening, as his involvement in this matter had been exposed, severing his ties with the title of Hokage for life. The Uchiha clan has gathered all the village's chunin and higher-ranked forces, distributing war materials in a grand manner, proclaiming a slogan of avenging their former clan head. As the report from the Anbu came in, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt dizzy, holding his forehead under the concerned gazes of Homura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatan. He nearly passed out from the shock. Hiruzen, are you all right? Looking at the worried faces of his old friends, Hiruzen, despite his exhaustion, gritted his teeth and said, hurry. Go investigate everything. Why would the Uchiha clan do this? What exactly happened? Yes. After the departure of the Anbu, Hiruzen's body felt drained, and he slumped into his chair. Homura Mitokado expressed his urgent concern, Hiruzen, you must hold on, don't lose your temper. Yes, Hiruzen, you are the shadow of Konoha, and the village still needs you. Under the care of his old friends Homura and Koharu, Hiruzen always had a confident smile. However, this time he felt an unprecedented level of fatigue and weakness. Since the night of the 9 tails, it seemed nothing had gone his way. Ever since he came out of retirement, Konoha had faced one disaster after another. First, Orochimaru's actions caused instability at the borders. Then his own son was involved in an incident, which he found deeply distressing, only for the fire temple to encounter trouble. He was physically and mentally exhausted, having to deal with the unstable borders and internal affairs of the Land of Fire. As a man in his 60s who had just lost his son, continuing to work this hard without collapsing was a testament to his strength. Yet now, his own people were hindering him. Danzo had ambushed the Uchiha clan head, causing significant losses to the root organization and leaving him vulnerable to blackmail. Instead of causing instability, the Uchiha clan, under pressure, developed a new Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, Hiruzen felt the world was full of malice. Looking angrily and helplessly at Danzo, his hands trembling, he roared, "Danzo, from now on, the root will follow my orders. Anyone acting without my permission will be killed without mercy." Danzo felt incredibly frustrated at this turn of events. After all his careful planning and the heavy losses suffered by the root, he had removed a significant threat to the village and obtained a Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, before he could enjoy his success, things went awry. The Uchiha clan, through misfortune, had gained a new Mangekyo Sharingan wielder, a young and powerful new clan head. Hiruzen. Danzo was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Hiruzen was overwhelmed with a multitude of issues, managing the daimyo's estate, the fire temple, the 12 guardian ninja, and the border instability. He was just a man in his 60s, still grieving the loss of his son, and even someone as strong as him could only take so much. Uchiha clan grounds. At this moment, every Uchiha household had closed their doors. Ordinary people were looking through their windows in shock at everything happening within the clan grounds. Today was too surreal for them. The clan head had died, and suddenly a new head emerged, the genius Uchiha Yoru. That wasn't all, the news about the final evolution of the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, left countless people bewildered. Then, the terrifying abilities of the Mangekyo were revealed, instantly uniting the clan members in an unprecedented way. The entire clan area was immediately put under martial law. All Uchiha ninjas were summoned, the lower-ranked ninjas maintained public order on the streets, and shadows flickered on the rooftops. It felt like a storm was coming, a sense of oppression as if dark clouds were looming over a city about to collapse. All members, be on the highest alert for combat. Lower-ranked ninjas, be fully equipped and ready for battle within clan grounds. Also, each lower-ranked ninja is to receive 50 exploding tags. Middle and higher-ranked ninjas, form into battle legions and await orders from the clan head. In an instant, the Uchiha ninjas formed into a legion, a system more familiar to them than the regular police force's command structure. At the Uchiha's ancestral hall, a messenger from the Aberame clan showed a look of fear, seeing all the elite Uchiha members fully prepared for battle. He truly felt a chill, scared for the first time. Even the elder Setsuna showed a grave expression, while the younger clan members displayed more of a blind fanaticism towards the legendary powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Storm is Brewing. Lord Yoru, is there some misunderstanding here? The envoy of the Aberame clan, after all, is a jonin who has seen many things and survived 3 wars, but the armed actions of the entire Uchiha clan at this moment instill fear in him. He has to force a smile while speaking to the head of the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Yoru calmly returns the apology gifts sent by the Aberame clan back into their hands. At this moment, the envoy of the Aberame clan can't help but feel a tingling scalp and anxiously says, "The Aberame clan will send all the apology gifts as fast as possible. If Lord Yoru is not satisfied, we can discuss further." There's no need to discuss. Uchiha Yoru decisively rejects the offer and turns to look at Elder Setsuna, saying in a firm voice, "Elder Setsuna, please pass the order. The Uchiha clan territory is now in the highest state of war alert. Once the signal is issued, all genin must quickly escort the clan members into the tunnels for refuge. All chunin and above, including special chunin, must be ready to fight at any time." The calm tone of Uchiha Yoru not only terrifies the envoy of the Aberame clan but also makes Elder Setsuna feel uneasy. However, since a foreigner is present, he cannot ask questions and can only nod firmly, playing along. "Someone, escort the envoy of the Aberame clan out of our territory." Under the cold gaze, as if looking at a dead man, the Aberame clan's envoy, instead of getting angry, shows a panicked look and waves his hands repeatedly. Lord Yoru, let's talk properly, it's a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Don't, I'll leave myself. Lord Yoru, please quell your thunderous wrath. I will go back right now, and the sincerity of the Aberame clan will surely be seen by you. This envoy of the Aberame clan, who once had the demeanor of a jonin, is now just a panicked ordinary person. It's not that he's incompetent, but this matter now concerns the life and death of the entire clan. Do you say the Uchiha clan is making such a big move just to intimidate? Nonsense, given the nature of the Uchiha clan, they are probably serious. Otherwise, if the whole clan knew that the new clan head is a coward, the unity that was just forming would collapse instantly. Would the head of the Uchiha dare to joke about his reputation and courage? After the envoy of the Aberame clan leaves, Elder Setsuna can no longer hold back and asks in a lowered, anxious voice. Clan head, I understand you need to establish authority as you have just assumed the position, but you must learn to control your emotions and not be influenced by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Elder Uchiha Setsuna thinks it's because Uchiha Yoru has just activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and is mentally affected by it. After all, it's clearly known from the clan records that not just the Mangekyo Sharingan, but even activating the regular Sharingan can have certain side effects. Simply put, it's mental stimulation. Unfortunately, the Uchiha can still activate it under this stimulation, which leads to increasingly radical people suddenly gaining great power and often causing trouble impulsively. The influence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at Elder Setsuna, Uchiha Yoru shows a confident smile and slowly shakes his head. You're right about establishing authority, Elder Setsuna, but not in the way you think. Spread the news that Uchiha Genten betrayed and assassinated clan head Fugaku. Beneath Uchiha Yoru's confident smile, the cunning elder, Setsuna, was momentarily stunned upon hearing his words. Then, as if realizing something, he exclaimed in shock, Clan head, your target is not the Aberame clan, but the village itself. Looking at Elder Setsuna's sudden enlightenment, Uchiha Yoru chuckled lightly and said, if we really wanted to deal with the Aberame clan, why bother mobilizing such a force? We could simply gather our elite family members and attack the Aberame territory. Even if the third Hokage knows, what of it? The Aberame clan's involvement in the assassination incident is a matter of the survival of the fittest. This time, the Uchiha clan's grand mobilization serves three purposes: to establish authority, to unite the hearts of our clan members, and thirdly. As he spoke, a bloodthirsty look slowly emerged beneath Uchiha Yoru's smiling face. After the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha have been wrongly accused. Everyone wants to step on us, thinking we've lost our spirit. This time, I want those old fools in Konoha to know that if anyone dares to mess with the Uchiha, they must be prepared to be splashed with blood. Elder Setsuna, after spreading the message, ordered our elite family members to remove all anbu and root spies surveilling our territory. It's time for the Uchiha to prove that we still have our fangs, with blood. Under Uchiha Yoru's calm and confident smile, Elder Setsuna gasped in amazement, but upon further reflection, it seemed to make sense. What exactly happened with Uchiha Genten? Uchiha Genten, an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, suddenly assassinated the clan head, which was highly suspicious and confusing. Looking at the elder's doubtful expression, Uchiha Yoru scoffed disdainfully, what else could it be? The Uchiha clan is no longer united. Human nature is unpredictable. The conspiracy of Uchiha Fugaku and the Nine Tails disturbance, or his plans to overthrow Konoha, can all be used to deceive those Uchiha who deeply love the village and yearn for peace. A clan living in such a large community naturally has differing opinions. Some even believe that a tumultuous Uchiha clan might reassure the village, thus eliminating any threat. Elder Setsuna understood this reasoning, so he fell silent and finally sighed helplessly. It seems this attack on the Aberame clan is just an opportunity to hit two birds with one stone. Since there is evidence against Genten, this is indeed a chance for the Uchiha to fight back. Evidence? Did I say there was evidence? Uchiha Yoru revealed a sly smile. Astonished, Elder Setsuna watched as he casually waved his hand. Some things don't need evidence, just suspicion. The guilt of the other party is enough. This is just an excuse for the Uchiha to demonstrate their power, while also making the whole clan understand the harsh reality. By the way, make sure everyone understands that our clan is being surveilled jointly by the Anbu and Root. It's time for the Uchiha to abandon unrealistic fantasies and recognize reality. Only then can the Uchiha clan exert its strongest power. Elder Setsuna looked at the young clan head in astonishment. He hadn't expected him to be so ruthless and decisive immediately upon taking charge, blatantly exposing the issues between the Uchiha and Konoha. Previously, the relationship between the two was mostly suppressed in the shadows, with the Uchiha playing a role of evasion, and the Konoha higher UPS pressing them relentlessly. But this time, it was the opposite. The cover was being ripped off to lay bare the raw truth. The Aberame clan. Clan head, something terrible has happened. As the returned Aberame clan messenger frantically reported everything he had witnessed, the previously boisterous Aberame Jonin ninjas' faces changed dramatically, unable to hide the fear in their eyes any longer. Their previous confidence was simply based on the belief that they were in Konoha, but now the Uchiha seemed to have gone mad. Who would dare to intercept them? The village elders? The problem was that the Uchiha had seized the handle this time. If things were brought to light, they had a legitimate reason to act. Clan head. In response to the clan members' nervousness, Aberame Shibi took a deep breath, raised his hand to signal everyone not to panic, and said in a deep voice, "What does the village Hokage say?" Clan head, the Uchiha clan has gone mad. They blatantly removed all the Anbu and root spies from their clan territory and even brazenly posted a notice declaring them spies from enemy countries. The village. All the major clans in the village are currently observing. The third Hokage is sending people to negotiate with the Uchiha clan to find out the reason. Hearing the clan members' report, Aberame Shibi's body trembled slightly. The usually low-profile Aberame clan was suddenly involved in a life-and-death matter. After taking a deep breath, Aberame Shibi calmly assessed the situation and seemed to make a decision. With Uchiha Yoru having activated the Mangeki Sharingan, and with these tactics, the Uchiha clan has become overwhelmingly powerful, unstoppable by anyone. This is also a battle for him to establish his power and footing, with an excuse. Even the third Hokage cannot stop it. Moreover, this person is also a student of the Sunin Orochimaru, inheriting all of Orochimaru's subordinates. Even if the fifth Hokage is not hopeful, no matter which of the remaining two Sunin takes the position, Orochimaru will eventually return to Konoha, making Uchiha Yoru untouchable. In just a short moment, Aberame Shibi analyzed the absolute advantages and disadvantages. After scanning the people around him, he said in a deep voice, "Now that our clan is at a juncture of life and death, I intend to reveal the matter of the nano-poisonous insects to the major clans and move the entire Aberame clan to the Uchiha territory. Do you all agree?" After hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. However, after the explanation, it seemed that Uchiha Yoru's identity was not an issue. Although there was controversy now, once the fifth Hokage took office, the identity of Orochimaru's student could resolve all disputes. In contrast, only the Aberame clan seemed unlucky. For a time, everyone looked at each other in confusion. "Clan head, are you suggesting dragging the root into this?" Upon hearing this, Aberame Shibi rarely showed a trace of anger. "The nano-poisonous insects, if not from root, then from us? Even if enemy ninjas captured them intending to frame and provoke, the ease with which they infiltrated the land of fire is suspicious." This statement left everyone speechless. Aberame Shibi also took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead, and sighed, "With the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, it's not disgraceful for the Aberame clan to align with them. Now, we are hoping for the early selection of the fifth Hokage." Everyone believed that once the turmoil in Konoha settled down, it would be time to select the fifth Hokage. This was also the reason why the Aberame clan chose to align with the Uchiha clan. Anyway, the third Hokage is a thing of the past. Aligning with the Uchiha not only provides strong protection but also allows for a close relationship with the fifth Hokage, considering the life and death bond among the Sunin. Over the years, the Inoshikacho clans have become envious. These three small secret technique families now have vastly different statuses, along with countless resources, making them the strongest clans after the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at the intelligence report, almost fainting with anger and frustration. Even Homura Mitokado, known for his good temper, couldn't stand it and scolded Shimura Danzo. "Danzo, how should I even start with you? You've always been cautious, how could you leave such a big loophole?" Shimura Danzo looked distressed, feeling unjustified by Sarutobi's anger. "Hiruzen, listen to my explanation. I know Uchiha Genten is your man, but he agreed to do it for the village's peace, and I placed various restrictions on him." Listening to Danzo's explanation, Koharu Yudatan angrily retorted, "Danzo, Have you forgotten that Uchiha Yoru is Orochimaru's disciple? Do you think your restrictions would work against Orochimaru's methods, especially when he was the former vice chief of the Anbu route? Danzo felt extremely wronged. It's not easy to replace all the restrictions in the route organization, and he had started developing new methods after the Orochimaru incident. But it's not just about replacing them, it requires a huge investment of funds, manpower, and resources. I didn't expect this brat to come back suddenly. The plan was to have him assassinate the Scorch release user Pakura from Tsunagakuer, but a mix-up in information led to a failed attempt. At this point, Danzo felt truly aggrieved. He had carefully arranged the ambush, removing all unstable elements, but things still went awry. Danzo. Finally regaining his composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in anger. Danzo had never felt so wronged in his life. Uchiha Genten, whom I've groomed for over a decade as the inheritor of the Will of Fire, was wasted by you, caught in a trap, and now the Intelligence Division too. Do you intend to cripple my right-hand support? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly furious. He had indulged Danzo many times due to their relationship and Danzo's usefulness, but he felt that Root had done too many irreparable things without his knowledge. Danzo, you're still not giving up on the position of Hokage, are you? First the Intelligence Division, and now Uchiha Genten. How do you plan to explain this to the Uchiha clan? If the truth came out, the high-level secrets of Konoha would be exposed. Of course, they had their reasons, the Night of the Nine Tails must not be repeated. But this was not a justification for their involvement in assassination, division, and meddling in clan affairs, a common understanding in the ninja world. Ninja villages have no right to interfere in clan affairs. If it's found out that they played a part in the assassination of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, it would break the rules. Many clans in Konoha would then become disillusioned and disloyal. Therefore, regarding the Night of the Nine Tails, Konoha's higher UPS can monitor, fear, suspect, and suppress the Uchiha, but they cannot meddle in internal clan affairs. Unless they truly find evidence. Chapter 208, Sponsored Chapter 208, A Hokage. This chapter is sponsored by Blazer MC. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. As night gradually fell, the Uchiha clan's territory was brightly lit. Well-equipped Uchiha ninjas were on alert on the rooftops, watching their surroundings. A suffocating atmosphere was palpable. The Chunin ninjas of the Uchiha clan were mostly unaware of what had happened, only knowing it was the clan head's order. However, the removal of spies monitoring their family made the Uchiha people aware and they all showed a look of angry relief. The special and Jonin ninjas had a vague idea of what was happening. It seemed that the assassination of the former clan head was related to the village, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big commotion. Within the clan territory, Abarame Shibi, along with 2 Jonin clan members, arrived at the Uchiha territory. Uchiha clan head, the recent events involving Sarutobi Shinzo and the tragedy at the Fire Temple have left the people of the Land of Fire in panic. The Abarame clan, being a small one and located next to your territory, humbly seeks the Uchiha's protection today. Although Abarame Shibi was usually quiet and inconspicuous, as a clan head, he was not as bad in conversation as one might imagine. This is the charm of language, directly referring to the 2 incidents within the Land of Fire. In fact, there was another incident, the assassination of Uchiha Fugaku, but that couldn't be mentioned in front of the Uchihas. The message was simple, the Abarame clan couldn't compare to the Fire Temple, let alone the Uchihas. Even the Hokage's eldest son was in trouble, so naturally, the small Abarame clan was in fear. Since the 2 clans were neighbors, and the Abarame clan, known for their secret insect-rearing techniques and scattered living, were unable to protect themselves, they came to seek refuge with the Uchihas. This speech didn't lose any face. And as for being called spineless, even the hard-headed Fire Temple was destroyed, and the 3rd Hokage's eldest son was attacked, who would dare to claim toughness? The internal security risks of Konoha are the responsibility of the police force. With so many incidents occurring, it's our duty as the Uchiha clan. The Abarame clan is welcome to settle here. Uchiha Yoru, adept at pleasantries, spoke righteously in front of everyone. It's a good time for the police force to reorganize, and the ninja of the Abarame clan can join. The Uchihas and all Konoha ninja are one family, as the saying goes, a family doesn't speak in 2 voices. Uchiha Yoru then turned solemnly to a clan elite member, Uchiha Tetsubi, you are personally responsible for arranging the settlement of the Abarame clan. Do not be negligent, make them feel at home. Yes. Before anyone could react, Uchiha Yoru gave another meaningful order. There have been reports of unknown ninja in the Aberme clan territory. Lead a police force team to investigate immediately, there must be no mistakes. Yes. Aberme Shibi couldn't help but twitch at this latter part, cursing inwardly at the shamelessness. This was clearly a move to annex the Aberme territory under the Uchiha name. Naturally, the Uchiha clan didn't really care for the land, but the Aberme clan needed it for breeding insects, depending on the dense area. The Uchihas intended to completely tie them to their war chariot. Although he was prepared, the shameless tactics of the other party still secretly alarmed Aberme Shibi. The young man in front of him was as cunning as the third Hokage, a completely mature politician. At the same time, he felt a secret relief in his heart. Lord Orochimaru valued and nurtured this disciple so much, it was clearly for grooming the next Hokage. Could it be that Orochimaru had already prepared for training the next generation of Hokage? If one of the other two Sunin becomes the leader this time, when Orochimaru returns, with the influence of the Sunin, the Uchiha will definitely be the dominant force in the Hokage's faction, and his Aberme clan could also benefit. As the affairs of the Aberme clan settled, Elder Setsuna was somewhat shocked. For many years, their clan had been suppressed, and suddenly there seemed to be a chance for a turnaround. First the Hyuga, and now the Aberme clan, the Uchiha now had two allies, no longer the isolated clan they once were. All of this happened so quickly. Uchiha Yoru saw the elder's confusion and said softly, all schemes are built on power. Without power, the deepest intrigue is just a game within the rules of the chessboard. Only when you have the power to turn the tables will your opponents see you as an equal. These profound words from Uchiha Yoru made Elder Setsuna tremble, a flash of realization appearing in his murky old eyes. The position of the Uchiha in the Hokage's top brass was never equal. Is this the power of Mangekyo Sharingan? Watching Elder Setsuna mutter to himself, Uchiha Yoru shook his head. The people of this ninja world were far behind in this regard. The Mangekyo Sharingan is like the deterrent power of nuclear weapons. When are nuclear weapons most threatening, most frightening? The answer is clear, when everyone knows the nuclear weapons are loaded onto the launchers, aimed at certain people, ready to launch. That's when they are the most deterrent. Hiding them does not have a deterrent effect. Revealing them as if they're just gathering dust in a warehouse greatly reduces their deterrent power. Even the enemy will continuously test your limits. In contrast, openly loading the Mangekyo Sharingan, clearly showing that if you are bullied, you will retaliate, instantly deters the enemy, because they are not ready to clash with you to the death. Inside the Hokage's office building. As night fell, upon receiving news from the Aberme clan, the faces of the Konoha's F4 were not good looking. This time it wasn't that they lost in tactics, but rather that various issues converged: border instability, unrest in the daimyo's domain, etc. tying their hands. Now that the Konoha was in turmoil, they dared not imagine whether other ninja villages would seize the opportunity to attack. If they were in their shoes, they would definitely think about it. Hiruzen, the Konoha can't withstand this turmoil. Yes, Danzo has already gone to handle it. Since they have enjoyed the benefits, they naturally have to take on the responsibilities. Homura Midokado and Koharu Yudatan comforted the third Hokage. At this time, they didn't want to see their old friend fall. All these burdens were on this 60-year-old man, who had just experienced the pain of losing his son. Sarutobi Hiruzen, extremely exhausted, rubbed his forehead and smoked his pipe wearily. The Inoshikacho clans enjoy the benefits, and it's right for them to step up in trouble. My concern now is not about their opinions, but about the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with exhaustion in his eyes, he had too many matters to handle. As for the opinions of the Inoshikacho clans? No one is foolish. When problems arise, they must be faced together. Do you only want the benefits but hide when it's time to exert effort? That's wishful thinking. Danzo shouldn't have been so hasty in taking action against Fugaku. At this moment, Koharu Yudatan recalled the good times when Fugaku was around, showing a look of regret on his face. Previously, the Uchiha clan had it better. Every now and then, they could show a displeased face, and the Uchiha clan had to endure it silently, not daring to voice out. But now, with Fugaku assassinated, it was as if someone had directly slapped the Uchiha clan. They became furious, their eyes red with anger, staring at everyone, determined to seek retribution against the one who slapped them. To put it simply, with Fugaku around, they were like a frog in slowly boiling water. Suddenly, the assassination was like pouring a small pot of boiling water, naturally causing the frog to jump out. It's not the time to hold Danzo accountable for his mistake. Moreover, Fugaku had hidden the Mangekyo Sharingan too deeply. Danzo's suspicion and action were justifiable. However, Homura Mitokato didn't agree with this viewpoint. He believed Danzo's actions were right, albeit mistimed. If it were a peaceful period in Konoha, taking action wouldn't be a problem. It would have removed a significant threat. Looking at the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a puff of thick smoke, hoarsely saying, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed a problem, and it's fortunate that Danzo acted. Otherwise, if it were revealed at a critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this critical moment referred to when the village and the Uchiha clan were in intense conflict. If Fugaku revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan at that time, it would have been a shocking development. The hidden Mangekyo Sharingan was an unstable element for them, whereas revealing it, although intimidating, also gave them mental preparation. It's like, if you don't have a Mangekyo Sharingan, a knife, I dare to throw manure and curse in front of your house. But if you suddenly tell everyone you have a Mangekyo Sharingan, a weapon, others would at most curse outside your house, not daring to throw manure, fearing an escalation. This is the difference between revealing and hiding a deterrent weapon. There are advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that once others really take action, it can't be said to be a sure win, but they would definitely be prepared for the Mangekyo Sharingan. It would no longer be a trump card to turn the tide against the wind. Hiruzen, first appease the Uchiha clan for now. The village can't afford major chaos. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't lift his head, speaking hoarsely and weakly, withdraw the Uchiha clan's spies for now. The most important thing now is to stabilize the border turbulence and the affairs of the daimyo's mansion. Mentioning the daimyo's mansion, Homura Mitokato frowned and shook his head. The situation with the fire temple and the disagreement among the 12 ninja, the daimyo's mansion is extremely dissatisfied, further aggravated by these disturbances. The daimyo even used this as an excuse to divert 20% of the funds to rebuild the fire temple, leading to all the ninja monks of the temple siding with the daimyo's mansion. They were also troubled. The fire temple was definitely a significant and powerful force. They had finally rallied some people, but now the temple was destroyed. When daimyo first heard this news, he was furious, but then showed a hint of joy. The fire temple was destroyed, but its power remained. After all, the ninja monks needed to carry out missions and even follow the orders of the daimyo's mansion to guard temples everywhere. In other words, it was a force, only that their base was destroyed. But now, the power of the fire temple faces a problem: the issue of revitalizing the fire temple. Where will the money come from? Where will the reputation come from? In a word, the fire temple was easily annihilated, which raised doubts among the daimyo. If you want to rebuild the mansion with the support of the daimyo, you will need a token of loyalty. The previous duplicity certainly won't work. The daimyo are not fools. They won't spend their money and resources to raise ingrates, resulting in everyone in the fire temple having no choice but to lean towards the daimyo's mansion, standing firmly on the daimyo's side. The daimyo's mansion, because of this misfortune, has now completely seized control of the important power of the fire temple. Let Asuma come back first, and at the same time, order the root division to temporarily lie low. After analyzing the pros and cons, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke hoarsely. Mito Manzaemon listened and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the signal of division among the 12 ninja guardians has affected many, but it has also exposed their weaknesses. The daimyo are now dissatisfied with Konoha. It's indeed not the time to be rash. Danzo's root division had a plan targeting the daimyo, which they knew and even supported. After all, causing trouble is what they do best, mostly playing a role in inciting and fueling the fire. But now, in these troubled times, they are already overwhelmed. However, at this moment, an Anbu brings back intelligence, and Sarutobi Hiruzen falls silent, as if he's experienced too much and his capacity to handle it has greatly increased. The 12 guardians of the daimyo have now split into two factions due to internal conflicts. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Homura Mitokato frowned, then shook his head. Recall Asuma, cut off and hide all the movements related to the root division. It's not the time to anger the Lord's mansion. Right, first stabilize the border situation, wait until the village is completely stable, then we can make a move. Koharu Yudatan also agrees, and Sarutobi Hiruzen nods in approval, though his expression is grim. Looking up at the two, he hoarsely voices the thought that's been weighing on him. Is the matter with Shinzo really unrelated to the root division? With just these words, Koharu Yuditen and Homura Mitokadu's expressions change. They had deliberately avoided this topic, but now it's been brought to the forefront. At this moment, the two fall silent. The four of them have experienced countless hardships from childhood to now, and it's this trust that has allowed Konoha to develop to its current state, but now a major trust crisis has emerged. Danzo has always been covetous of the position of Hokage, he has the motive. No matter what, Shinzo is his biological son. Sarutobi Hiruzen, although a dictatorial ninja hero, would not harm his own son. How could he not be heartbroken for his son? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen makes such an objective statement, knowing that Danzo has the motive, something that both Koharu Yuditen and Homura Mitokato are clearly aware of. Hiruzen, Koharu Yuditen's throat is dry as she speaks of this matter, but she still forcibly suppresses the turmoil in her heart, not wanting their relationship to break. However, before Koharu Yuditen could say anything else, Sarutobi Hiruzen shakes his head and sighs, gesturing with his hand, no need to say more. Shinzo has already left. Now, the village needs stability. A true ninja hero indeed, for the sake of the village, and even more for his own will of fire, he can temporarily endure all factors that affect the stability of the village, even if it involves his own son. However, the seeds have already been sown. Chapter 209, The Hokage that always uses sacrifice. Under the night sky, the lights in the Hokage office building of Konoha were brightly lit. All members of the Anbu and Root divisions were prepared for the worst, and all of Konoha's Jonin had received orders. The leadership of Konoha was bracing for the worst. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, nobody wanted to witness a terrible event unfold, not the leaders of Konoha, nor the Uchiha clan. Warmongers who sought to destroy their own homeland were always in the minority. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Homura Mitokato, and Koharu Yuditen, seasoned by many crises, waited patiently. In the meeting room, Shimura Danzo was presiding over the meeting, with only the clan heads of the Inoshika Ch present. Danz revealed that a member of Itaki Uchiha's team leaked information, as well as Uchiha Fugaku. Although all this was done for the village's peace and personal reasons, the channel through which the information was passed was the village's intelligence department. Danz, with no regret for his actions, only lamented underestimating Uchiha Yoru, surprised by Yoru's potential to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Had he known, he would have eliminated both parties earlier to avoid such troubles. Danz, with a cold look in his one good eye, addressed the clan heads of the Inoshika Ch. As the foremost powerful clan in Konoha and the ninja world, the Uchiha cannot be humiliated like this. The leaked information was also a source of their grievance. Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza exchanged glances, their faces grim. Danz then slowly stood up, leaving them with a message and walking out without looking back. I'll be waiting in the Hokage office for your response. As the meeting room door closed, the trio of Inoshika Ch could no longer hide their tension. Inoichi, in particular, slammed his fist on the floor in frustration. Damn it, it's his root division using the intelligence department's channels, and now we're the ones to take the blame. Akimichi Choza, visibly worried, knew that their three clans were facing an unprecedented challenge. Shikaku, do you have any solution? He asked. Shikaku, known for his strategic mind, looked at the others with a face full of worry and shook his head. There's no room to maneuver since the Uchiha seized this opportunity. The new clan head of the Uchiha, Yoru, has just taken his position. This action not only unifies the Uchiha clan but also shows the clan members the hope under his leadership. So, the Uchiha will not give up easily. Regarding the Uchiha's actions this time, Narashikaku also rubbed his forehead with a headache. After being isolated, the Uchiha clan has always had internal disputes. Some hope for a peaceful resolution, while others want to talk to the village elders through strength. But this time, the death of Fugaku has provided an opportunity, a chance to unify the clan's thoughts against the outside world. Once successful, the Uchiha will see a chance for retaliation, and all internal conflicts will be transferred externally. With the leadership of Uchiha Yoru, the new clan head, and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, they will be invincible. The most important point is the timing. Now is the best opportunity for the Uchiha clan. Narashikaku said, shaking his head, as the Uchiha had everything in their favor, the right time, place, and people. The border unrest is already causing panic, with the daimyo's guard and the incident of the 12 ninjas, along with the fire temple, all coming together. If this had happened a month earlier, the Uchiha wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. In essence, the Uchiha have also seized the opportunity. You don't want the village to be more unstable, and neither do we, but you have always oppressed the Uchiha clan. Now that we've caught the chance to fight back, you have to give us an explanation. Finally, Yamanaka Inoichi showed a forced, lost smile to the two. As the head of the intelligence department, I will take responsibility for all this. I won't let our three clans be involved. Inoichi, you. Akimichi Choza expressed his worried concern, but Narashikaku remained unusually silent. The three were close friends, but they also bore the rise and fall of their clans on their shoulders. The pressure was so great that in such situations, they couldn't act on their impulses. Thinking of something, Yamanaka Inoichi took a deep breath, hiding all his emotions, and instead displayed a carefree smile, his golden ponytail fluttering. I'm going home first. Don't worry about the rest. As the head of the intelligence department, Yamanaka Inoichi was the primary responsible person. They could have been impulsive for each other in their youth, but now it would be an unnecessary sacrifice. Moreover, they not only have their clans but also their families to think of. Narashikaku has his young son, and Akimichi Choza has his family too. In the end, everyone has their personal concerns. Inside the Hokage's office, 4 pairs of eyes through the window saw the departing figure of the golden-haired, dispirited Yamanaka Inoichi, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that the Inoshikacho clans had made their decision. Would the Inoshikacho blame them? They had never thought about this. The alliance in politics is actually an alliance of interests. If the Inoshikacho were really that naive, there was another choice. The 3 clans could bleed themselves dry to give an explanation to the Uchiha, but the cost would be enormous. By doing so, the 3 clans would lose the trust of the higher UPS. Moreover, after so many years of hard work to reach their position, would they just give up? Impossible. Between clan interests and personal interests, as clan heads, they resolutely took up their responsibilities. Uchiha clan. On this eventful night, the Uchiha, having been driven to the outskirts of Konoha and enduring in silence for many years, revealed their fangs. Their actions caused unrest throughout Konoha, making it a sleepless night for the village. Previously, under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, internal discord and external oppression were evident in the clan. They demonstrated restraint and a need to prove their innocence, which gradually lessened the village's wariness towards them. However, as soon as Uchiha Yoru assumed leadership, he showed his true capabilities, seizing the opportunity to demonstrate his fearless resolve and the powerful confidence of the Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly heightening the villagers' apprehension to its peak. This illustrates the difference between the two leaders. It wasn't a matter of vastly different leadership skills, but rather a difference in understanding the information gap and the timing of events. If Uchiha Fugaku had known from the beginning about the clan's impending doom, his methods would not have been so mild. With death inevitable, a more aggressive approach would have been justified. Moreover, the timing was not favorable for Fugaku, whereas now, Konoha was at its weakest, facing instability at its borders and within the Land of Fire, setting the stage for this development. Uchiha Yoru had the advantage of timing, location, and popular support, unlike Fugaku, who had none of these. Clan head, the Aberame clan, has already moved here overnight, and the Hyuga branch family has joined the guard team, reported a clan member. The elite Uchiha members inside the house were more excited than ever, having been suppressed for too long. The sudden release of their restraint today filled them with fervor for their young and strategic new clan leader. However, Uchiha Yoru, seated at the head of the room, was calmly sipping tea, holding a red book in one hand. He nodded slightly in response to his subordinate's report. Continue to strengthen the guard and inform the whole village not to let our clan's affairs affect the entire village, he said nonchalantly. This statement left the Uchiha Jonin inside the room exchanging glances, expressing skepticism. Would anyone believe this statement? Some were confused, but the elder, Setsuna, sitting aside with cloudy eyes, revealed a flash of insight. He coughed hoarsely and glanced at the others. The clan head has spoken. Why haven't you executed the order yet? With this, some scratched their heads in confusion and left to carry out the orders, while others showed a relaxed smile. Having seen Uchiha Yoru's approach, Elder Setsuna felt reassured and even began to consider transferring all authority to him. As Uchiha Yoru said, special situations require special handling. The Uchiha clan couldn't afford more turmoil, and this event showed the terrifying power of a united family, which even Konoha had to weigh carefully. "The third Hokage has arrived," announced someone suddenly, as shadows flickered throughout the Uchiha land. Dark, gloomy rain began to fall, adding a somber tone to the village's tense atmosphere. In the Uchiha territory, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his small and thin silhouette, led the way. His lowered Hokage hat obscured his face, but his imposing aura commanded respect. Following him were jonin from the Inoshikacho clans, not many in number, only about a dozen. Among them was a stretcher covered in white cloth, vaguely revealing the outline of the person lying on it. A strand of blonde hair peeking out, coupled with the absence of one of the Inoshikacho clan heads, even surprised the Uchiha ninjas present. With the winter just past and the light rain adding a chill, the group stopped in the courtyard of the Uchiha residence. Uchiha Yoru and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reunited once again in the courtyard of Fugaku's residence. This time, under a drizzling rain, they calmly looked at each other. The intelligence division leaked secrets and was exploited by enemy nations. "I deeply regret Fugaku's fate, but this pain is not only Uchiha's. I, too, have lost my eldest son, Shinzo, and share in this sorrow. This is also a pain for the Konoha." The head of the intelligence division, Yamanaka Inoichi, took his own life in shame at home. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly, betraying no emotion, making it impossible to discern what the old man was thinking. As his words slowly echoed around, everyone's gaze turned to the white stretcher. Even the initially defiant Uchiha Jonin were stunned, feeling a chill in their hearts. Forcing the leader of a great clan to his death made them realize the situation was beyond their control. This incident would further tarnish the Uchiha's reputation. Uchiha Yoru remained outwardly calm, but inside, he was in turmoil. What a move by the third Hokage, he thought, such ruthless countermeasures. From today onwards, the Uchiha clan will bear a notorious reputation. This child is Aberame Torun, the only ninja in the village from the Aberame clan who can control nano-sized poison bugs. A 7 or 8-year-old child, a boy wearing close-fitting leather goggles, was then pushed forward. At that moment, the Inoshikacho alliance looked angrily at Uchiha Yoru, while other Uchiha members blushed with embarrassment. Presenting such a child would make it seem like the Uchiha clan forced the Yamanaka clan leader to his death and then bullied a child. As for the intelligence leak? In the ninja world, who could claim their intelligence was flawless? The 5 great ninja villages constantly had their information stolen. Just because you Uchiha are powerful, do you have to pursue this to the end? Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's countermeasures, Uchiha Yoru's newly established prestige began to waver, as if he had become a villain. Looking at the thin, old man before him, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath and coldly glanced at the Inoshikacho alliance with a disdainful expression. One must admit their mistakes and change when they know they're wrong. Stand straight when being punished. Be bold and responsible for your actions. If we ignore the rules of the Konoha, then what's the point of these ninja regulations? Might as well disband the so-called 6 departments of Konoha. The situation has reached such a state that whoever retreats will lose. Uchiha Yoru, unwavering and indifferent, looked at the crowd, with his gaze finally resting on the third Hokage. His subtly veiled reminder did not spare anyone. "Third Hokage, is it not true? Wasn't White Fang's contribution significant enough? Wasn't Orochimaru's contribution significant enough? Wasn't Uchiha Madara's contribution in founding Konoha significant enough?" With these 3 soul-piercing questions, Uchiha Yoru's expression became even colder, causing the senior ninjas of the Inoshika clans to avert their gaze. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply regarded this young man. He had misjudged him. Orochimaru had cultivated such a calamity for the village, truly a profound harm. Correct, the head of the Uchiha clan is right. We must acknowledge our mistakes and correct them. The rules of Konoha apply to everyone, including Uchiha Madara, the founder of Konoha. The confrontation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Yoru was blatant and in front of everyone, laying everything out in the open. Having reached this point, the matter of Uchiha Madara was bound to come out sooner or later. It was better for Uchiha Yoru to use this opportunity to reveal it, seizing the moral high ground. Uchiha Yoru's 3 soulful questions trivialized the death of a minor head of the Yamanaka clan. If they still wanted to argue, could the Yamanaka clan match the previous 3 in comparison? With Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern warning, he reminded everyone that within Konoha, actions must follow the rules. Anyone who disrupts the order will be severely punished. At this moment, the wavering hearts of the Uchiha clan were instantly steadied, and even the observing Uchiha clansmen showed resolute eyes. Indeed, was this their doing? If one were to really count, what about White Fang, Orochimaru, and even their own ancestors who were condemned posthumously? The Inoshika clans had no right to protest, and if they dared to glare again, they'd face severe consequences. Everyone is under the same rules, no one should be afraid. As for the bad reputation? Let's first talk about White Fang's matter. In essence, this was a confrontation between Uchiha Yoru and the third Hokage. If anyone else tries to further tarnish the Uchiha's reputation, they would fight back. The Uchiha are not to be underestimated. No one should laugh at the other, as the matters involving White Fang and Orochimaru were not that long ago. Chapter 210, Uchiha Clan Moves. Under the continuous drizzle, within a courtyard of the Uchiha clan's territory, the dim street lights illuminated the night. Opposing forces stood face to face. Confronted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's counterattack, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath. His opponent was formidable, and he was also giving his all. Lord Hokage's words make sense, but with the current turmoil in the ninja world, many enemies have become too audacious. Thinking Konoha is weak and vulnerable, they not only cause trouble within the Land of Fire's borders but even infiltrate the village, and are secretly monitoring the Uchiha clan. Disgrace. A great humiliation. Uchiha Yoru, filled with anger, looked around at his clan members and shouted, "The Uchiha clan, responsible for Konoha's security as part of the police force, being monitored by enemy ninjas is a slap in the face. This is a great humiliation for our clan. As a prominent clan protecting Konoha's peace and also in charge of the police force, from today onwards, we must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the village, especially the major families of Konoha. It was the Uchiha and Senju clans who jointly attracted these families to join in the past due to our promise of stability and security. Therefore, starting now, the police force must ensure the safety of all major Konoha families. Always be on guard, but also be mindful not to interfere in the internal affairs of these families." Uchiha Yoru seized the opportunity in the rainy gloom to loudly chastise all Uchiha members, his eyes filled with furious anger as if venting something. But Sarutobi Hiruzen knew well that this Uchiha clan head, who had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, no longer feared him in terms of power. His firm actions were a response to being monitored. After scolding all his family members, Uchiha Yoru turned to look at the third Hokage. His angry expression instantly vanished, replaced by a respectful demeanor. "Lord Hokage, do you have any further instructions for the police force?" Regarding the Uchiha clan head's rapid change of demeanor, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, showed a rare, insincere smile. "Excellent, Orochimaru will be pleased to see you. You truly are better than the blue from which you came, surpassing even Orochimaru." His implication was clear, you are even more dangerous than Orochimaru. Uchiha Yoru, however, pretended not to understand and turned to look at the confused Aberame Torun. "Someone came here, the Aberame clan is a close ally of our Uchiha clan. Quickly take this child away. From today, let this child form a team with Yoru, and also become my disciple." Shameless. This was the collective sentiment of all the members from the Inoshika clans present. They found it difficult to handle such a situation with a child, fearing the Uchiha clan's reputation for bullying the young. But they didn't expect Uchiha Yoru to be so shameless. Directly taking the child as his disciple and also arranging him to be with Uchiha Yoru, was his way of publicly stating his trust that the child wasn't responsible, while also implicating the Aberame clan. "Then, Uchiha clan head, you must take good care of this child." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked deeply at the young boy. From now on, he no longer regarded him as just a youth, but placed him on an equal footing for consideration. In the text, Narashikaku and Akimichi Choza, who were carrying the stretcher behind, revealed a sorrowful expression. At this moment, the heavy stretcher in their hands seemed to become an insignificant existence. Yamanaka Inoichi's death was completely disregarded, without receiving the attention it deserved. Uchiha clan head, Yamanaka Inoichi's wife also followed in death. Are you satisfied with this? For the first time, Narashikaku acted impulsively, not relying on his calm mind, but letting out a question from the anger in his heart. Faced with Narashikaku's question, Uchiha Yoru calmly walked past the third Hokage, approached the stretcher, and calmly uncovered the white cloth, revealing the lifeless face of Yamanaka Inoichi. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, with a sorrowful expression, sighed to the sky in front of everyone. Yamanaka Inoichi was not killed by the Uchiha, but died because of them, much like the incident with Hitaki Sakumo. Hearing this, Narashikaku immediately regained his calmness, his icy gaze fixed on the other party, and a chill rose in his heart, realizing that the Uchiha clan was determined to confront the higher UPS of Konoha. Otherwise, they wouldn't repeatedly bring up the Hitaki Sakumo incident, clearly accusing them, despite it being their own actions that led to the death of their own people, yet trying to smear others. Previously, the Uchiha clan wanted to ease relations, but now they seemed ready for a harder approach, refusing to speak nicely and determined to fight for their rights. However, faced with the hateful glances of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, Uchiha Yoro sneered internally. Though he didn't look back at the third Hokage, he was well aware of the latter's thoughts. Thinking they were just minor nuisances relying on their status in the Hokage's lineage, with the third Hokage's indulgence, it was clear they wanted to put the Uchiha in a bad light. Were the Uchiha afraid of offending people? Their initial intention was to forge good relationships with other major clans, but the others were either too afraid or just watched from the sidelines. After all, the Uchiha were not in a strong position. So, was the Uchiha afraid of offending people? With this thought, Uchiha Yoru ignored the Nara and Akimichi clans and walked towards the leading ninja of the Yamanaka clan, sighing in melancholy, "Are you the new head of the Yamanaka clan?" Although it was a question, it carried a tone of certainty. The Yamanaka Jonin, having never faced such a situation, felt inwardly nervous but still managed to reply with a bowed head, "I am Yamanaka Inoichi's cousin." "So it is, brother dies, cousin rises." The elder brother died, and the capable cousin took over everything. Despite a sorrowful expression, such a sarcastic remark was made, but no one dared to say anything. Even many in the Uchiha clan murmured that the clan head might be going too far. However, the next moment, an even more outrageous action shocked everyone. Uchiha Yoru calmly patted the new Yamanaka clan head on the shoulder and said softly, "I heard Yamanaka Inoichi's only daughter, now of the age to start chakra training, lost her parents due to the Uchiha's fault. From today onwards, the Uchiha clan is willing to take care of her, to appease our guilt." Hearing this, Narashikaku and Akimichi Choza were about to refute when they looked up and saw Uchiha Yoru's cold Sharingan eyes fixed on them. Threat. This was not a negotiation, but a threat. Faced with such a threat, the new Yamanaka clan head felt more fear than frustration. The Uchiha, we're all madmen. Madmen. Cough, Inoichi's daughter seems to have just reached the age to begin chakra training. At this moment, the third Hokage turned around, facing Uchiha Yoru's intimidating Sharingan but spoke calmly. The implication was to assure the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans that Yamanaka Inoichi's daughter was not of significant value and there was no risk of family secrets being leaked. At the same time, it is also mocking the Uchiha clan for bullying a child. However, Uchiha Yoru is not to be outdone, shaking his head and sighing in retort. The big clan's tradition of brothers succeeding each other after death is not something ordinary people can understand. "I just want to protect innocent children." In a single sentence, he questions the worth of the Sarutobi clan. Even the Inoshika Pig Deer Butterfly, are at least a secret technique clan. In terms of clan hierarchy, bloodline clans are at the top, secret technique clans are in the middle, and at the very bottom are clans like yours, without any bloodline or secret techniques. In the major clans, there are dramatic events. This child is the descendant left by the former clan leader and is a threat to the current clan leader. Similarly, this statement also reflects his current stance. If someone else had said it, it might be different, but coming from him, it indirectly tells everyone that he would never lay hands on the child of the clan leader. He behaves and sits upright. However, the third Hokage is sneering in his heart. "Of course, you're not afraid, with your Mangekyo Sharingan, how could you fear two children?" The Yamanaka clan thanks Uchiha clan head for his concern. The new head of the Yamanaka clan, though timid, speaks up. If he really backed down, he might have to be replaced upon returning. But because of today's words, he must protect the former clan head's child, otherwise, it will only give opportunists a chance. At this moment, he hasn't thought about dealing with a child. This confrontation is just between the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan, and the Inoshika are just people of the third Hokage. After the confrontation, both sides were evenly matched, and no one gained an advantage, but Uchiha Yoru got everything he wanted. That is dignity and the status he deserves. The Uchiha were always ostracized, and they chose to endure. But after he took over, he chose to bare his fangs. The Uchiha clan, no longer enduring in silence, naturally sought different treatment. Like not allowing anyone to surveil them, not letting anyone run wild over the Uchiha, and whoever dares to do so must be prepared to face the backlash of the strongest clan. All the past endurance and concessions are disregarded, allowing the Uchiha clan to stand tall again, though they haven't regained all their former rights, like those before the Nine Tails attack. But Uchiha Yoru has lifted the clan's head, returning to the previous mindset. The Uchiha are not wrong. Whoever dares to create chaos, I will deal with them. Konoha cannot have turmoil. Tomorrow, I want to see the police force operating as usual. Before leaving, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, issued an ultimatum in a commanding tone, and Uchiha Yoru also achieved his goal, naturally not letting anyone catch him breaking the rules. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. From now on, Konoha will welcome a new and stronger police force. Uchiha Yoru, not showing any fear, solemnly and loudly stated. The Uchiha, standing tall, will naturally become stronger and grow, only by making the village increasingly wary will they not act rashly. After a brief reign, everything that happened yesterday in Konoha seemed like a dream. In the morning, the villagers woke up somewhat confused, looking at the police department resuming patrols as if nothing had happened. However, a notice posted in the Hokage's building made it clear, the police department, feeling a lack of strength, needed to recruit more powerful ninjas to ensure the village's safety and prevent incidents like those involving Sarutobi Shinzo, Fire Temple and Uchiha Fugaku from happening again. This made everyone realize that yesterday's events were real. The stares on the streets, once filled with dissatisfaction towards the Uchiha, were now hidden, with people only daring to curse in secret, no longer showing their disdain openly. The Uchiha clan seemed different now. Inside the Hokage's office, the bright sunlight shone through the window, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was back to his calm self, wisely reviewing various reports. He ordered Narashikaku to replace Kakashi on the front lines and for Kakashi to return to Konoha. He also commanded increased support for the borders and a strong response to any provocation, even from the hidden Cloud Village. The third Hokage ordered the Anbu to take over the investigation of Fire Temple, and to thoroughly check any group of rogue ninjas larger than a squad, 17 people, within the Land of Fire's territory. With these orders, Konoha's war machine was in motion. He needed Kakashi to return and continue his undercover work near Uchiha Yoru, as Yoru and the Uchiha clan were now beyond his control. The funeral of Uchiha Fugaku the day before seemed uneventful, but the situation in Konoha had changed. The new head of the Uchiha clan had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, uniting the clan with a strong leadership. He also established alliances with the Hyuga, branch family, and the Aberme clan. Following this, the police department openly began recruiting more ninjas, citing the need to protect Konoha. The third Hokage, having gauged the full extent of the Uchiha's capabilities, temporarily stabilized the situation in Konoha. The most pressing need now was to stabilize the borders and handle the affairs of the daimyo's estate. At the police department headquarters, Uchiha Yoru, confident and commanding, issued his directives as the new head. He ordered the continued recruitment of elite ninjas, unconcerned about possible spies. He emphasized that as long as they worked during their shifts and completed their tasks, that was enough. He assigned new leaders for the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads and established an elite unit at the headquarters to protect clan families and elders. With these orders, Yoru significantly restructured the police department, and all the squad captains showed excitement and eagerness for the new changes. Chapter 211, Ninja World in Turmoil. Land of Water. In the hazy mist, a figure slowly appeared in the valley. Lady Pakura, I am here to welcome you. Just then, a figure of a mist ninja slowly emerged from behind the rocks in the dense fog. When his face was revealed, Pakura saw the relaxed expression on the forehead protector of the other party. It's no trouble, but it's just crossing a valley, impossible to get lost. Hehe, you're right, please. The mist ninja, scratching his head, revealed a shy smile, quite deceptive. Pakura looked at the mist ninja with a feigned smile, but after the recent reminder from Uchiha Yoru of Konoha, she was still very cautious. Observing secretly, she found no traps around. She scoffed at herself for actually believing the ninjas of Konoha, how foolish. The sand ninjas and mist ninjas, so far apart and without conflicting interests, allying would be the best choice. Just as Pakura relaxed her guard and exchanged a glance with the mist ninja and walked forward, she didn't notice the cold light in the eyes of the shyly smiling mist ninja. His head bowed. Puff! In an instant, a figure flashed away, and blood splattered. Pakura's face showed disbelief, a kunai still stuck in her back. Had she not reacted quickly, the kunai would have penetrated deeper, cutting through her heart. What are you doing? Pakura, recalling Uchiha Yora's sympathetic eyes and warning, glared at the mist ninja in anger. Die! The mist ninja burst into a maniacal laugh, all shyness just a disguise. The figure disappeared into the thick fog, but the sounds of whistling from all directions in the sky shocked Pakura. Kunai and shuriken were coming from everywhere. Behind a large rock in the dense fog, Pakura, with cold sweat sliding down her temples, her back bleeding, cursed, damn, Uchiha Yora was right. Such a beautiful back, it would be a pity to fill it with kunai. Remembering these words, Pakura shivered. Was all this really as Uchiha Yora said, or just a conspiracy of Konoha? Her eyes coolly scanning the surroundings, Pakura's figure slowly disappeared without a trace, but in various parts of the valley, the mist ninjas revealed bloodthirsty smiles like cats catching mice. In a cave, Pakura knew she couldn't escape for now. She was on guard, but still fell into the trap. The moment the glass tube shattered, a black snake seemed to awaken from hibernation. In the dim environment, the snake opened its mouth, emitting a nauseating regurgitating sound. First, a hand slowly stretched out, and then the figure of a person emerged from the black snake, propping themselves up from the ground. The shadowy figure's slimy wetness rapidly dried in the air, revealing the face of Uchiha Yoru. "Ha, it seems you still haven't listened." Facing Uchiha Yoru's mockery, Pakura coldly sneered, "Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see?" She didn't believe the other party would kindly save her without an ulterior motive. "Ha, every village has its corrupt upper echelons clinging to power, unwilling to let go, and then there are people like you and me, who once they become strong, face ostracism." In response to Pakura's cold laughter, Uchiha Yora didn't hide anything. "The rotten roots have begun greedily stealing the nutrients of the great tree, so you need my help, and I need yours too." Confronting this somewhat enigmatic man, Pakura's eyes showed wariness. She was no naive and sweet fool, nor a simple ninja. Being a figure feared by the fourth Kazekage, she must have her own faction and power. Otherwise, a mere ninja would be nothing more than a powerful tool. "You want to incite internal chaos in the Sand Village?" Pakura's affirmative statement echoed in the cave, but Uchiha Yora showed a disappointed expression and shook his head, "Too superficial. If that's all you can see, then you've greatly disappointed me. Once you return to the Sand Village, calm your mind. I believe you have the potential to gain insight." Walking slowly behind Pakura, looking at her bloody back, Uchiha Yora sighed and shook his head, "I've said before, such a beautiful back, it's a pity." "Shut up." Faced with Yora's teasing, Pakura coldly huffed. At this point, she was trapped, and if the other party could save her, that would be best. If not, she had nothing to lose. "I told you, this gift will save your life at the brink of death, but it could also bring you closer to death." Facing the threat of death, Pakura only had a cold expression. Walking this path, simple death no longer frightened them. Uchiha Yora first extended his hands to slowly treat and stop the bleeding on her beautiful back. Thankfully the wounds were not deep. Then, he slowly bowed his head, leaning on her neck. With a sinister smile, Uchiha Yora slowly opened his mouth and bit into the skin of her neck. Instantly, blood flowed from the skin, and the mysterious curse mark power from his teeth rapidly entered her body through the wound, causing Pakura to involuntarily groan in pain. "This is the gift. Whether you survive or not is up to you. This shadow clone of mine is chakra sealed within a summoning beast. As time passes, the chakra also fades. Just enough to treat and maintain your body for 2 hours without collapsing." The pain from the curse mark was unimaginable. Pakura bit her teeth, covering her neck, and her intense pain was all turned into muffled groans, while Uchiha Yora slowly took out explosive tags, steel wires, kunai, and other weapons from her blade pack. Traps were then set up in the surrounding corridors, and finally, Uchiha Yora set up a barrier with a hand seal. "This barrier can prevent sensory ninjas from probing, but I also need to stabilize your body. The chakra can only support for an hour and a half, the rest is up to your own fate." Watching Pakura, who was biting her teeth in pain and could no longer make a sound, Uchiha Yora shook his head and then stepped forward to use medical ninjutsu to stabilize the other's cells, quickly adapting to the power of the curse mark. In the valley, shadows flickered continuously like fleas. Keep searching, the sand ninja must be hiding somewhere, they couldn't have escaped. Yes. Dozens of mist ninja angrily searched the valley but still found nothing. In their rage, they began a thorough search. At dawn, in a cave, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Bloodshot eyes slowly opened, and at this moment, Pakura felt a change in her body filled with power. The wound on her back had healed, a testament to the power of a high-level medical ninja. More importantly, when she touched the curse mark on her neck, she sneered, "Although I don't know what your plot is, I indeed survived." There was an exploding tag on her chest, along with a life seal connected to it. If she lost her life force, the exploding tag would detonate, burying her in the cave. Pakura angrily tore off the exploding tag, gritting her teeth in anger. Last night, she was in unbearable pain, but she was not without sensation. Uchiha Yoru. What a beautiful back, what a pity to lose such a figure, and these words, and finally, the exploding tag was stuck on her chest. With anger, the power of the curse mark began to spread. In a short moment, half of Pakura's body was covered with black curse mark lines, and her body was further enhanced. Boom! In the valley, a roaring sound was heard, and then, Pakura, using her powerful strength, broke through and disappeared into the water country. The turmoil within the Uchiha of the Konoha village spread throughout the ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku was assassinated, and the new clan leader turned out to be Uchiha Yoru, a genius ninja who had just turned 18. Subsequently, it was rumored that under the pressure of his family, Uchiha Yoru awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, causing a stir in the entire ninja world. Those familiar with the Mangeki Sharingan grew immensely wary after learning about it. With the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Yoru transcended the rank of a genius and was classified by the major ninja villages as an S-rank ninja with the strength of a cage. Meanwhile, the Konoha village's turmoil continued to create shockwaves in the ninja world. The other major ninja villages laughed gleefully, perceiving the Konoha, once known as the foremost ninja village, to be on a downward spiral since the Third Great Ninja War. The death of the eldest son of the third Hokage, the assassination of the Uchiha clan leader, the division of the 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo, and border unrest are among the incidents that gave hope to many. There was even a sense in the ninja world that the Konoha village might not be as formidable as it seemed, and some villages began to plot in secret. However, the Konoha village wasn't the only one in turmoil. The Mist and Sand villages also experienced unprecedented upheaval. In the Mist village, the rogue ninja Terumi Mei, known for having 2 Kekii Genkai, formed a rebel army after slaughtering the 4th Mizukage, who aimed to eliminate all Kekii Genkai wielders in the Land of Water. Terumi Mei's strength was proven when she wielded the giant sword Samehada. Faced with this, Sukazan Fugyuki, another strong ninja, had to concede defeat, preferring to be bested by a fellow Mist ninja rather than an outsider. Terumi Mei's formidable power and the Land of Water's politics that oppressed Kekii Genkai wielders led many Kekii Genkai ninjas to join her cause. Even some ninja who had deserted due to the Blood Mist policies returned to the Land of Water to join the rebel army. Terumi Mei's rebel force grew more influential by the day. In the Sand Village, the hero Pakura, who could use Scorch Release, returned from a mission and chose to confront the 4th Kazekage with his own group of Kekii Genkai ninjas. He publicly accused the Kazekage and the higher UPS of framing the village's hero. This created a huge stir in the Sand Village, dividing it into 2 factions. With 3 of the 5 great ninja villages experiencing turmoil in the same year, the other villages, especially the smaller ones, saw an opportunity to rise. The Cloud and Stone villages grew worried, suspecting a mastermind behind these events. Despite it seeming unlikely, they began investigating their own villages for any instability. Even the Konoha village, along with the Mist and Sand, wasn't immune to unrest, prompting these villages to address their internal issues urgently. Hokage Office. Pakura from the Sand village, Terumi Mei from the Mist village. Looking at the information from the ninja world, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his now grey hair, showed a rare sign of relief on his tired face. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "I have already ordered Narashikaku on the front lines to prepare for negotiations with the Mist village. At the same time, I instructed Narashikaku to secretly contact the rebel forces of the Mist village to establish diplomacy. The Konoha can sell or even exchange various strategic materials." Seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly wouldn't miss out on establishing diplomacy with the rebels. In plain terms, it meant trading and even selling resources at a loss if necessary, as it also serves as an indirect way to weaken the Mist Village. Send someone to secretly gather intelligence on the Sand Village, especially on Pakura, the Scorch Release user. We must thoroughly investigate and possibly establish some friendships. The Konoha welcomes all friends who yearn for peace. Homura Midokado and Kohara Yudiden looked at their friend, who had regained his former vigor, and smiles appeared on their faces. Hiruzen, the Sand and Mist villages have finally shown their vulnerabilities, and we naturally must seize the opportunity. Previously, among the 5 great ninja villages, only our Konoha had many issues. Now, it's clear that the situation is like the younger brother laughing at the elder brother. Everyone is in a similar state. The more the major countries are weakened, the less likely a great ninja war will break out. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan's issues have also been exposed publicly. Now, ninja from the stone, cloud, mist, and even the sand are starting to investigate secretly, probably with the same intentions. Homura Midokado said with a frown. They wanted to support weaker forces in other villages to cause internal strife, and the other villages were thinking the same. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha's higher UPS, now blatantly exposed, was not something other villages could just watch idly. That would be foolish. Everyone knows that supporting the weaker side allows them to watch the drama unfold with little to no cost. This is the most profitable business. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally thought of this as well. The best method would be to use a powerful force to eliminate this threat in its infancy. But the current Uchiha clan is not a sapling but a fully grown tree. Taking a deep puff of his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "For now, stabilize the Uchiha clan first. The situation cannot deteriorate further, and there must even be some easing. First, resolve the unrest at the borders and in the daimyo's territories." Homura Midokado and Kohara Yudiden also showed agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's politically stable approach and nodded. The Konoha could not withstand more turmoil, especially now with the Uchiha clan possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, posing an unprecedented danger to them. Comment. 3. Comment. Vote. Chapter 212, sponsored Chapter 212, Kakashi and Shisui. This chapter is sponsored by Mr. 7. Everyone, please thank him in the comment. At the start of the year, the ninja world was in turmoil. Among the 5 great ninja villages, 3 experienced significant disturbances, leading the smaller ninja villages to believe an opportunity had arisen. Consequently, the entire ninja world was thrown into a bit of chaos. This resulted in increased friction along the borders of the major ninja villages, making missions more challenging, especially those requiring crossing national borders. Konoha. The Uchiha clan's territory, caressed by the spring breeze, was brimming with the aura of spring's arrival, more lively than the previous year. Countless new faces were selling goods on the streets, and the number of women buying vegetables had doubled. Most notably, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan became prominent. With the inclusion of the Hyuga branch family and the Aberame clan, the Uchiha territory added new faces, making it uniquely distinct. Also, Uchiha Yoru's rise to the head of the police department and becoming the head of the Uchiha clan brought back the fame of being a disciple of the legendary Sunin, Orochimaru, in the village's streets and alleys. Under this lively atmosphere, many joined the Uchiha, especially in the police department, with countless ninjas signing up. Subsequently, the families of these ninjas followed, bringing significant benefits to the Uchiha clan, which has never been short of wealth. A brand new 3-story building stood out in the Uchiha territory, the new residence of the clan head. Police Department Headquarters. Shisui, Kakashi, you two have finally returned. Seeing them return from the front lines, Uchiha Yoru smiled and personally served them tea. Big brother Yoru/Yoru. The two seemed somewhat restrained. Kakashi was slightly better, but Uchiha Shisui was clearly embarrassed, unsure of what to call him. Holding the teapot, Uchiha Yoru filled their cups with tea under their restrained expressions. There's been so much happening lately, it's good you're back. Now I can relax a bit. These words were heartfelt, as expanding the Uchiha clan's influence and recruiting for the police department, especially given his now prominent status, attracted both opportunistic and marginalized individuals. Yoru. Big brother Yoru. Initially wanting to address him as the clan head, Shisui, under Yoru's gaze, reluctantly reverted to the original form of address, but his heart felt warm. Big brother Yoru, about the clan head's matters. Before Shisui could finish, Uchiha Yoru's smile gradually stiffened, and he raised his hand to stop Shisui from continuing. Shisui, some things are in the past, and the village cannot afford more turmoil right now. Uchiha Yoru spoke with a distant look in his eyes, uttering insincere words. This scene made Shisui's expression on his face somewhat stiff, and he involuntarily gripped the teacup in his hand a bit tighter. The more it was like this, the more doubts grew in his heart, especially with the attitude of Yoru, which led him to a certain guess. Under the suddenly oppressive atmosphere, Uchiha Yoru rubbed his forehead and looked at the two with an apologetic expression. Let's set aside the matter of clan head Fugaku for now. After all, Konoha needs unity at the moment, and we can't give outsiders a chance. You should be aware of the current situation in the ninja world. The emergence of the rebellious forces in the Mist Village seems to have given some people an opportunity. Who knows how many are hoping for a similar situation in Konoha. With such frankness, Uchiha Yoru presented a righteous image. Taking a deep breath, Shisui, who deeply loved his village, knew the priorities and said firmly, Big brother Yoru, rest assured, I won't act recklessly. However, if there's an opportunity, I will definitely investigate clan head Fugaku's matter thoroughly. The assassination of a clan head, especially now, fueled his anger with the suspected hidden truths. Kakashi, sitting quietly by, watched his teacup. These matters were not his place to comment on, as he was an outsider in the affair of previous clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. An outsider's persuasion, what would others think? It's not their clan head who died. Therefore, he remained silent, thankful that Yoru didn't let anger cloud his judgment. Instead, Yoru faced even greater pressure as the new clan head and became more thorough in his actions. Kakashi, most of the ninjas joining this time were direct subordinates of teacher Orochimaru. They have suffered prejudices because of this, so your task is heavy. You must lead well. Now that Uchiha Yoru's status was not simple, he had the influence. These ninjas had endured being wronged and ostracized in silence. But now, under Uchiha Yoru's rise, they could openly move to a place where they wouldn't be ostracized. Why not go? With this philosophy, and also considering Uchiha Yoru's potential due to his young age, almost all of Orochimaru's direct subordinates aligned with him. Although Orochimaru failed, Uchiha Yoru might have a chance, backed by the Uchiha clan and the prestige of the son in Orochimaru, and being the grand student of the third Hokage. Moreover, with the alliances formed with the Hyuga branch family and the Aberame clan, a new political system was completely established. If the fifth Hokage was to be chosen from the new generation, then Uchiha Yoru now held an absolute advantage. Facing Yorui, who had risen to be the Uchiha clan head and controlled the important police force, completely different from his past status, Kakashi showed a sincere and firm gaze. Yoru, you've finally taken this step. I thought. What did you think? In front of Kakashi, Uchiha Yoru always showed trust. The two rarely had conflicting opinions, especially Kakashi, a very calm ninja, especially in this period of the Anbu. His calm nature also gave him a different political perspective. I thought it would take at least 10 years to take this step. Kakashi rarely showed a relaxed smile. Although wearing a mask, the expression in his visible eye was clear. Yes, if it went by the book, it would take at least 10 years. Uchiha Yoru didn't refute Kakashi's judgment but instead sighed deeply. The assassination and death of Uchiha Fugaku, in the eyes of others, was almost like fate. It could be said that the death of the previous clan head created everything for him. In the eyes of others, Uchiha Fugaku had died, and the immense pressure of the clan, coupled with the anger from the clan head's death, led him to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. He then opportunistically became the Uchiha clan head and the chief of the police force, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Originally, he planned to persuade Fugaku, working seamlessly from within and without. But unexpectedly, everything ended up being done by him alone. It was tiring indeed, and the pressures meant for two were now his alone. However, the upside was that he had the final say in everything. Many must be talking behind my back, thought Uchiha Yoru. He knew people were gossiping about him, but he no longer cared. Yes, only 18 and already the influential chief of the police force, as well as the head of the most powerful clan, Kakashi couldn't help but remark that times make heroes. Sometimes, luck is indeed a part of one's strength, and in this case, it played a major role. Even teacher Minato didn't have the foundation that Yoru has. Kakashi, who was more than just a ninja, knew that his background meant he couldn't have achieved this. Especially considering everything he had been through. Uchiha Yoru understood what Kakashi meant. Although Minato was the fourth Hokage, he really didn't have much foundation. His rise was too rapid, lacking time to cultivate his own direct lineage, and then he became the Hokage. After becoming the fourth Hokage, he found himself with no one to rely on. The so-called Inoshikacho was still inheriting from the third Hokage and was in a transitional state. Under the third Hokage, the Inoshikacho trio wasn't truly Minato's power. The major clans? He didn't have time to win them over. Only the Uchiha showed goodwill, and just as they started to work together, it ended. Uchiha Yoru was different. He already had his direct lineage of power, the strongest and most trusted being his clan. All of Uchiha were his direct supporters. Then, succeeding Orochimaru's direct lineage of ninja forces, the Hyuga branch family, and the Aberame clan. All in all, once Uchiha Yoru becomes the Hokage, he won't just be a figurehead. He'll have enough power without needing the support of the third. But Kakashi's tone changed, his expression serious. Yoru, you've also become a target. Your every move is watched by everyone, and the higher UPS under the third Hokage won't let you compete for the position of the fifth Hokage. Indeed, in Kakashi's eyes, Uchiha Yoru's methods after becoming clan head seemed too eager for quick success, resulting in a complete fallout with the village's higher UPS. Like now, their conflict had become public, and many forces in the ninja world had thoughts of fanning the flames. But Kakashi understood that all these hasty methods were for competing for the position of the fifth Hokage. All of this was for the sake of Konoha, to change its corrupt system sooner. Kakashi, why can't Big Brother Yoru compete for the position of the fifth Hokage? Upon hearing these words, Shisui immediately showed a look of urgency. He was puzzled and even more angry. The Uchiha clan had already sacrificed a clan head, didn't they deserve a chance? With the Uchiha clan, as well as Lord Orochimaru's influence, and even Lord Orochimaru's support from outside at critical moments, along with the Hyuga, Aberame, and police force, who else in the village can surpass Brother Yoru? At this point, Shisui knew Kakashi wouldn't speak without reason, so he angrily slammed the table. Only the capable Sarutobi Shinzo has died, who else is there in the village? Could it be that the Sarutobi clan wants to push Sarutobi Asuma instead? Watching the somewhat agitated Shisui, Kakashi remained silent, while Uchiha Yoru smiled and waved his hand to calm Shisui. Shisui, the third Hokage is already in his 60s. The village indeed needs to choose a new Hokage, and I am indeed the best candidate. Shisui couldn't see through the politics, but Kakashi saw everything clearly. Uchiha Yoru, with a smile and squinted eyes, had no plans for this but was reminded by Kakashi's words today due to his recent busyness. Kakashi, looking at Shisui, solemnly said, the first choice for the position is still among the Sunin. Excluding Lord Orochimaru, whose reputation is tarnished, both Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade are undisputed top candidates. Hearing the names of Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, Shisui was stunned, then sat down silently after realizing. Although he also thought the two were suitable, the Uchiha clan finally had a chance to produce a Hokage, which would completely resolve the conflicts between the clan and the village. Facing Kakashi and Shisui, Uchiha Yoru showed an unbothered smile and nodded. Kakashi, you need to convey a message to Lord Jiraiya, and I will take care of Lady Tsunade. Whichever of them becomes the fifth Hokage, the Uchiha and the police force will fully support. Uchiha Yoru was genuinely sincere this time. What's most important in this world? Strength or influence? He believed that below the level of 6 paths, strength and influence are closely related and indispensable. Only at the level of 6 paths, capable of sweeping through the ninja world single-handedly, would someone of Kage level be noteworthy, with other powers being insignificant. But for now, he hadn't even reached the level of the first Hokage or Madara, so he still needed the support of influence. The greatest advantage of Jiraiya or Tsunade returning as the Hokage is that conflicts would be eased. If that's the case, he wouldn't mind focusing on improving his strength. Yoru. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, Kakashi's fixed gaze seemed to be trying to see through his comrade's real thoughts. After all, this is about the Hokage, representing supreme authority. However, Uchiha Yoru showed a hint of worry. Kakashi, I'm not concerned about who will become the fifth Hokage. What worries me is that there might not be a fifth Hokage at all. What? Shisui, who was nearby, was clearly startled by this remark. He didn't understand how there could be no fifth Hokage. It's not that the third Hokage of Stone Village didn't want a successor, it's that there wasn't a suitable one. Konoha clearly had successors, more than one, so why wouldn't there be a fifth? The third was already in his 60s, and his son had just died. After hearing this, Kakashi was also momentarily stunned, then seemed to think of something. and his expression gradually became serious. Uchiha Yoru looked out the window at the tender green branches on the treetops, but slowly lowered his head, hiding his gaze in the darkness. Human desires are the hardest to control. The feeling of having lost and then regained something, the psychological transformation with aging, plus the desire of family, relatives, and comrades not wanting to lose their current status. These are the invisible hands pushing hearts and desires in the dark. People always change, just like me. Kakashi, you and Shisui also want to change and are pushing me from behind. If one day your family, loved ones, and comrades lose some benefits with my stepping down, they are the pushers, and so are you. What would you do then? Uchiha Yoru's calm voice echoed in the room. Kakashi fell silent, having witnessed the changes in human nature, which is the hardest thing to control in this world. Big brother Yoru, are you saying that the third Hokage will cling to power and not choose the fifth Hokage? At this moment, Shisui expressed his shock. Chapter 213, Just afraid of one thing. How is that possible? At this moment, Uchiha Shisui's face was filled with disbelief. Even if it's the third Hokage, how could he be so greedy? An old man in his 60s hogging the position of Hokage and not giving young people a chance, what kind of reasoning is that? Clinging to power, has the once great village deteriorated to this extent? Although Shisui had long recognized the corruption among the high ranks of Konoha, he never thought it would be to this extent. Could it be that the third Hokage plans to hold onto his position until death? Seeing Shisui's shock, Uchiha Yoru suddenly broke the tension with a laugh, waving his hand and saying with a smile, "Look at how scared you are, it's just a guess of mine. Maybe it's because I'm now too close to that position, and my ambition wants to move forward, so I have such a guess." Uchiha Yoru did not hide his ambition at all. For his own people, there was nothing to hide. Having reached this position, to say he had no thoughts about it would be nonsense. Prepare for the worst. What if your guess is true? For the third Hokage, the current Hitaki Kakashi harbors the greatest darkness. In his heart, the third Hokage is the greatest conspirator. However, Shisui believed that no matter how corrupt or scheming one might be, how old could they get? In the shinobi world, living to 60 is already a long life, let alone holding on to power at that age. Shouldn't he start planning for his own future? Finding a young and new leader for Konoha, then retiring to the background while the third Hokage's lineage continues their schemes. In Shisui's view, the current Hokage higher UPS, at the very least, loves the village. After retiring, their power shouldn't affect their own schemes. Moreover, there's no such thing as a perfect plan. In case of failure, isn't there a new Hokage? The older generation takes the blame, and the new generation continues to strive, minimizing the damage to the village. This was Shisui's understanding. As for Uchiha Yoru, seeing what Kakashi said, if it were true, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. Maybe we can try it. The death of Shins has completely dispelled the original plan of Konoha's higher UPS, and they can only choose between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Neither of them are useless like Shins, who needs others to pave the way for them. So, if the third Hokage really has this intention, he will probably elect the fifth Hokage soon. As Uchiha Yoru spoke, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, and he said with a smile to the two, "No matter who it is, with the reputation of the Sunin, the succession of the fifth Hokage can not only stabilize the people's hearts but also form a deterrence both internally and externally." Externally, there's no need to say more. Internally, Uchiha Yoru was actually referring to himself. That's right, Yoru, what you said makes sense. Selecting a new Hokage is indeed the fastest way to stabilize people's hearts. Kakashi also nodded gravely. After 3 wars, wasn't it the rapid stabilization of people's hearts with the appointment of the 4th Hokage? It's not just about a Hokage, but about a person with enough prestige to take on the role. This is something even Uchiha Yoru cannot achieve, regardless of power, but rather years of accumulated reputation. Half a year. Half a year is enough time for the village to start considering a new Hokage. Uchiha Yoru sighed deeply, and his words also resonated with Shisui and Kakashi. As long as the village is considering it, they will inevitably release some hints. As for when the results will come out, it doesn't matter, at most they can drag it on for a year and a half. Just the rumor of it is enough. If after half a year, there's still no hint of consideration for the 5th Hokage in the village. Kakashi Hitaki lifted his head, showing a serious expression, while Uchiha Yoru looked calmly at Kakashi. If after half a year there's still no result, I'm willing to give the corrupt higher UPS of the village one last chance. You, Kakashi, will secretly spread the news that the village is selecting the 5th Hokage. Under Uchiha Yoru's calm tone, Kakashi fell silent. Yoru, you mean to force the village to make a decision? If the village remains indifferent. As he said this, Uchiha Yoru's calm face showed a fierce smile, his eyes gleaming with the light of ambition. If it comes to that, it proves that the village's corrupt higher UPS are rotten to the core, beyond redemption. From then on, I'll have no more illusions. I will do whatever it takes to take back the village founded by the Uchiha and rebuild the true will of fire. Uchiha Yoru's eyes, filled with naked ambition, stared firmly at Kakashi. Shisui, standing nearby, seemed to sense something and grew tense. What do you need me to do? Kakashi understood that this was not only the other's last fantasy about the village but also his own. It was also a warning from his comrade. When that time comes, anyone who dares to stop him will be an enemy. I need the reputation of the White Fang. Boom. At that moment, Kakashi's pupils contracted, clearly understanding the implication of these words. The village had appointed Namikaze Minato as his team leader in the past not only because of his genius but also to leverage his background. So, there was also a relationship of interest between him and Namikaze Minato. But even so, Kakashi always represented himself and never did anything in the name of his father. During the 3 wars, White Fang was at his peak, his influence so great that most ninjas in Konoha already saw him as the next Hokage. This shows how much network White Fang had established, and his tarnished reputation and subsequent suicide were a source of regret for many. White Fang was of the same generation as the Sunin, which means the ninjas of that era are now the mainstay of Konoha. Uchiha Yoru's intention was clear: once he makes his move, he intends to use White Fang's prestige to enhance his own. As for the means, Kakashi already had an idea in mind. He looked down and said in a cold voice, "My father had no regrets about his decision, and I don't want anyone to disturb him. White Fang is gone, let him fade away with time into the annals of history. No regrets? Victors are kings, losers are villains, naturally, there are no regrets, but now it's different." Uchiha Yoru made no effort to hide his intentions. He wanted not only Kakashi as his assistant but also the entire Uchiha clan aboard his warship, and to capitalize on the fame left behind by the White Fang. Though it was less than a tenth of its glory days, for him, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Moreover, this was a weapon. In life, the White Fang was a sharp blade, and in death, he remained the same. The Konoha had experienced much, with each major clan having their own supporters and some being neutral, usually smaller clans that naturally took a neutral stance. They didn't partake in the ninja power struggles, simply developing themselves quietly. While there was no risk and benefit correlation, these families were the most stable. Good. The silent Kakashi thought that if the village's higher UPS were indeed corrupt to this extent, he was willing to risk everything, not for personal gain, but to ignite the true will of fire. Not for the decaying, aged higher UPS to greedily enjoy everything while children bled on the battlefield. Haha, this is youth, isn't it? No matter the difficulties ahead, we must strive to overcome them, even at the cost of our lives. But at least it leaves proof that a man has lived. Just then, the person guarding the door opened it. Leading the way was Might Guy in green clothes, gesturing with his thumb and flashing his signature bright white smile. This scene made Uchiha Yoru somewhat embarrassed, but seeing the people who continuously entered, he smiled. Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Raid, Iwashi, Hyaga Hikusashi, Kurane Ui, Tuzuki Ujeo, and Mitarashi Anko appeared. Along with Kakashi, Shisui, and himself inside, now only Uchiha Itachi was missing from his close members. Thinking of Itachi, Uchiha Yoru glanced at Shisui subtly, feeling relieved. With Shisui there, he wasn't worried about the message not being delivered properly. Everyone remained silent, but the determination in their eyes said it all. Even Kurane Ui and Uzuki Ujeo had secretly made up their minds. This was also their last chance with the village elders. As Uchiha Yoru had just said, if things had come to this point and the aged higher UPS were still greedily clinging to power without concern, they were indeed irredeemably corrupt. They wouldn't feel any guilt or hesitation. All of this was for the village. For the true will of fire. Lord Yoru. With a childlike voice, a young girl with beautiful long black hair, a teardrop mole under her right eye, and dressed in a purple outfit respectfully enters. The forehead protector on her head marks her as a ninja, and she begins tidying up the room with practiced ease. Uchiha Izumi, remember to allocate more time for your training, Yoru advises the girl with a friendly nod. Uchiha Izumi respectfully acknowledges, assuring, "Don't worry, Lord Yoru, I won't neglect my training." The clan emblem on her back reveals her identity as Uchiha Izumi. As a member of a clan that values bloodline abilities, Izumi, though only 9, has not only graduated from the Ninja Academy but has also awakened her Sharingan. When the clan head Fugaku was assassinated, one of Izumi's relatives, her only kin, was killed. This news triggered the awakening of her eyes. Her talent is undoubtedly among the top of the female ninjas in the Uchiha clan, as evidenced by her opening the 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 13 during the clan massacre in the original story. 18-year-old Uchiha Yoru, as the only exposed possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan in the clan, is naturally given more attention. Bloodline ninja with stronger awakenings are believed to give birth to offspring with greater potential, a well-established fact in the ninja world. To ensure the continuation of the soul-awakened Mangekyo bloodline, the clan's elder, Uchiha Setsuna, went to great lengths to arrange a child bride for him. Such practices are common in large clans. "Your cleaning is almost done, you can go back now." "Yes." Although Uchiha Izumi hides it well, a hint of fervor can still be seen in her eyes, which Yoru interprets as admiration. He is troubled by the situation. A 9-year-old girl in a feudal society, though he is fond of her, he finds her too young and decides to let her mature. Walking towards the Uchiha clan area, Yoru greets acquaintances with a smile, accompanied by hidden guards. As his personal assistant, Uchiha Izumi follows closely. Watching the figure ahead, a fierce determination flickers in Izumi's eyes. The status of Lord Yoru is noble, and his bloodline supreme. Moreover, only he can avenge her father's death. This, combined with the hatred for her father's murderer, the responsibility towards her clan, and the gratitude for being saved during the Nine Tails incident in her childhood, all solidify Izumi's resolve. The strength of a ninja is closely tied to their chakra, which is a product of the body and spirit. That's why the ninja world often speaks of a firm ninja way. The firm path of ninja endurance is essentially about mental willpower. The stronger the mental willpower, the more solid, resilient, and powerful the chakra becomes, and similarly, the stronger the ninja's abilities. This is why, after losing his fighting spirit, the demigod Hanzo's combat power drastically weakened, and many ninjas in their later stages suffered a decline in power due to confusion about their ninja path. A common trait among the strong in the ninja world is having a firm will, a will that persists throughout their lives. Upon returning to the newly built, impressive 3-story building in the Uchiha clan area, Uchiha Yoru felt somewhat embarrassed but still bravely entered. "Lord Yoru! Brother Yoru!" Inside, Uchiha Yoru coincidentally encountered 2 awkward figures, Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Mikoto. At that moment, Shisui had come to see Itaki. Seeing Yoru's return, he respectfully bowed, as proper etiquette in front of the clan head was essential. Uchiha Mikoto, sitting on her knees, also respectfully bowed, while Uchiha Itaki appeared somewhat awkward. Uchiha Yoru, noticing Itaki's discomfort, feigned a casual smile and nodded to Shisui. "Shisui, Itaki's chakra has improved recently. Train him well." "Yes, I won't disappoint you, brother Yoru." Uchiha Shisui, sensing something, awkwardly left the room with Itaki. "Lord Yoru, Lady Mikoto, I'll take Suzuki out to the yard to play." As a personal assistant, and personally arranged by Elder Setsuna, Uchiha Izumi also lived there. She tactfully took Suzuki, who was starting to understand things, to the yard. Suzuki, now aware of many things, looked innocently at his mother and the new clan head inside the house. He seemed to know his father had died and that this man, who looked a lot like him, was the new clan head. The precocious Suzuki in the ninja world had even heard rumors, some even saying he was the illegitimate child of the new clan head. Inside the house, Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Mikoto silently ate their meal without speaking. Elder Setsuna was cunning. To prevent turmoil in the clan from a change in power, and to protect the previous clan head's offspring, the new clan head inherited everything from the former, including concubines and all property, which wasn't considered inappropriate in that era. After all, the powerful and noble were envied yet aspired to by commoners, and some things were tacitly understood. A clan head is like an emperor. Another reason for Uchiha Yoru's silent and lowered head was his awareness of Elder Setsuna's intentions. From the moment Uchiha Mikoto entered the house, she also ensured the safety of Suzuki and Itaki. Both humans and animals are alike. When one becomes king, the offspring of the previous king are seen as threats, to be eliminated. Yet, tolerance has its advantages, like directly winning hearts and stabilizing one's rule. Chapter 214, Breakup Gift. Konoha Police Department Headquarters. In the new atmosphere of spring, the police department no longer carries the despised image of the past. Now, it radiates a thriving and prosperous aura. After all, the police department was once solely under the Uchiha clan, but now, it represents a diverse system including multiple forces and a large number of civilians. Monopolizing power within one family invites jealousy. However, when shared among various groups, the jealousy still exists, but it's distributed among many, leading to a different outcome. Previously, there were no opportunities despite having strength. Now, opportunities are available to those who pledge loyalty, including chances to join the police department and even rise through the ranks. In a bright and orderly semi-indoor space, Uzuki Ujio hesitantly entered that day. Though engrossed in reviewing documents, Uchiha Yoru's ninja vigilance remained alert. With a discreet gesture, the hidden guards quietly chose to retreat. After all, the fact that Uzuki Ujio was their clan leader's lover was unknown to the subordinates, but clear to those at the top. Having power and belonging to a major family, it's considered abnormal not to have secret affairs. When such a person achieves good political performance, people secretly admire them, thinking this is what a good clan leader should be. They don't mind the indulgences, what concerns them is the number of beneficial actions the minister or clan leader has done. That's what matters most. Ujio, is something the matter? Uchiha Yoru looked up, revealing a gentle smile. Uzuki Ujio's eyes shifted, and after hesitating, she spoke nervously. Lord Yoru, about our agreement. Seeing Uzuki Ujio's lowered head and her reluctance to meet his eyes, Uchiha Yoru realized something and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I've been neglecting your feelings. No, Uzuki Ujio shook her head rapidly, then hesitantly said, Lord Yoru, I really can't handle this status, but please believe me. As she spoke, Uzuki Ujio hurriedly explained, I've always firmly stood behind you, Lord Yoru. I believe in your will and ideals, but I don't want to continue in secrecy. Before she could finish, Uchiha Yoru, with a comforting smile, gestured for her to stop. I understand your feelings. After all, you've wasted your best 3 years with me. No, Lord Yoru, you taught me ninjutsu and even gave me a chakra blade. I haven't forgotten all that, but the gossip behind my back, and the comments from former classmates. Uzuki Ujio's weary gaze reflected her struggle. As Uchiha Yoru rose to be the head of his clan and the minister of the police department, more people began to scrutinize her, a once minor character now the subject of discussion. Driven by jealousy, envy, or contempt, countless criticisms and disdainful looks, especially with the task from the third Hokage weighing on her, have been a constant torment. She was reaching her breaking point. Lord Yoru, I'm returning all these to you. Uzuki Ujio made up her mind today to return all that she had gained over the past few years. However, Uchiha Yoru simply smiled and gestured to the documents in his hand. How about the rooftop at noon today? I still have some government affairs to deal with right now. I'm sorry, Lord Yoru, for the disturbance. Uzuki Ujio, eager, bowed deeply at 90 degrees and then hurriedly left the office. This scene, however, caused Uchiha Yoru to shake his head. He understood the pressure on Uzuki Ujio. After all, she was in the prime of her life. Previously, as a minor character, she went unnoticed. But now, in the police department, many had set their eyes on her. Given his status, anything he did, even interacting with those people, would be subject to discussion. Not to mention being a lover, which was a huge burden for any woman. The envy of the third Hokage. Thinking of this identity, Uchiha Yoru's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Third Hokage, it seems I have won this chess game. When Uzuki Ujio decided to give up this role, she had already let go of your mission. It might seem that Uzuki Ujio simply didn't want to be a lover anymore, but from another perspective, wasn't she giving up the high-level tasks of the third Hokage? At this moment, he had already won. But Uzuki Ujio was thinking too simply. Uchiha Yoru shook his head. While her ninja talent was good, the things that had happened could never be fully concealed, like his least favorite tactic, framing. Bright schemes were unbeatable. At noon, on the rooftop of the police department. Lord Yoru, you have been very kind to me, thank you. But I really can't take it anymore. This is my resignation letter. After handing over my work, I won't come to the police department anymore. On the rooftop, the 1.7-meter-tall Uzuki Yujeo, radiating the charm of youth, bowed deeply in shame, but Uchiha Yoru simply nodded lightly and accepted her resignation letter. Lord Yoru, these things. As Uzuki Yujeo returned some precious items he had given her, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and shook his head. Yujeo, you should know, although I am greedy, I never intend to take back what I have given. He had never thought of using any means to pester or manipulate Uzuki Yujeo. Part on good terms, after all, he already had many women around him. Do you have any plans for the future? Seeing Uchiha Yoru change the subject, Uzuki Yujeo trembled inside, thinking about his greed. Only they knew where all the money Yoru embezzled had gone. Lord Yoru, I want to go to the orphanage. Hearing Uzuki Yujeo's plan, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. Not bad, after so many years of fighting and killing, your spirit has always been tense. After all, you are still young, it's time to relax. But have you thought about it? After leaving the police department, you won't have such good treatment. Facing Uchiha Yoru, Uzuki Yujeo this time showed a bitter smile and shook her head. Lord Yoru, I'm afraid if I don't leave, sooner or later I won't be able to resist your temptation. For the man in front of her, she didn't know how to describe him. It wasn't just his appearance, but his unique charm, like a fatal poison, addictive to her. She wasn't afraid that he would approach her again, but that she couldn't control herself. His philosophy and will were so grand that compared to him, she felt like nothing more than a shell. Over the years, his gentleness, consideration, and material support were undeniable. Besides some issues in their relationship, Uzuki Yujeo couldn't find another man as outstanding as him. Watching Uzuki Yujeo make up her mind, Uchiha Yoru smiled, putting her resignation letter in his pocket. Officially, I'll start by giving you a vacation, gradually fading your influence, letting everyone slowly forget, minimizing your impact. In a final gesture of gentleness, Uzuki Yujeo bowed her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. Could she let go? Did she love him? By the way, after work tonight, I'll give you a farewell gift. Uchiha Yoru slowly walked downstairs, his light laughter echoing in her ears. Hearing this, Uzuki Yujeo suddenly looked up, only to find him gone. At that moment, Uzuki Yujeo seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing to the ground, tears uncontrollably falling. I'm sorry, I just can't take it anymore. Why is it so hard just to live a simple life? As a spy for the third Hokage, she faced immense pressure, behind-the-scenes gossip, and various other stresses. She was just an ordinary civilian ninja, yet at only 17, she had become a special jounin. Even in bloodline families, ordinary geniuses would only reach this stage at her age. Her achievements naturally attracted much criticism. Oh, it's Yujeo. I'll treat you today. In a meatball shop, Uzuki Yujeo had just composed herself and was looking for a quiet place to relax when she unexpectedly ran into Anko and Kurane Yui, who were drinking tea and eating meatballs in the shop. Mitarashi Anko, ever so familiar, waved her hand and greeted her friend with a sincere smile. Uzuki Yujeo forced a smile. The trio knew the nature of their relationship well, but it remained unspoken. In the tranquil and elegant private room, the observant Kurane Yui seemed to notice Yujeo's low spirits and subtly signaled Anko with her eyes. However, she didn't probe further, understanding that everyone has their little secrets. After noticing, Anko continued eating her meatballs. She is straightforward and fun-loving, but not foolish. I've resigned. To the duo, Uzuki Yujeo felt there was no need for secrets. Having cooperated in battles and entrusted each other with their backs, they were more than just comrades. Resigned. Kurane Yui and Yutsura Anko were shocked, looking at their former team member. The perceptive Kurane Yui, seeing Yujeo's dejected face and considering recent rumors, guessed something. Yujeo, why resign all of a sudden? Are we going to disband our trio? Anko, upon hearing this, showed urgency. She genuinely didn't want her teammate to leave, valuing their relationship over the years. Unlike Anko's straightforwardness, Kurane Yui seemed to have guessed the underlying reason and said to Anko, "Don't worry, Anko. Yujeo must have her reasons. Besides, we've been on missions for years, and the police department's work is demanding. It's okay to take a break." As Kurane Yui explained, Anko, clueless about these matters, didn't understand. Given her dark past and personality, others found it hard to believe her. She didn't care about others' opinions or objections. I've made it clear to Lord Yoru. I can't take it anymore. Facing the two, Uzuki Yujeo showed a mix of envy and jealousy before she lowered her head, revealing everything. Anko, being herself and fixated only on Uchiha Yoru, didn't need to be mentioned. Kurane Ui, from a better background and adept at navigating the police department's system, exuded a strong woman vibe and faced fewer criticisms. Yujeo was the weakest among them, not in terms of skill but background and personal issues. A competent ninja, yet not a qualified manager. Being unable to gain others' trust, coupled with her commoner background, people tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Naturally, she was the first to be attacked. After hearing this, Kurane Ui was initially stunned, then shook her head with a sigh. At this moment, her feelings were complex. Uchiha Yoru's current status and position were inevitable. Compared to that, she even felt a bit reluctant to part with Yujeo, as at least they were close friends. As for the others, she could only scoff. Looking at Kurane Ui and Anko, Yujeo shook her head with a bitter smile. Today, I will return everything to Lord Yoru. Return. At this moment, Anko stared at Yujeo with wide eyes, immediately shaking her head. You've been with Yoru for 3 years, and besides, these things were gifts from Yoru. Why would you return them? Observing the innocent Anko, Kurane Ui couldn't help but smile. Oh, Anko. In Anko's mind, whatever Yoru gave her belonged to her. If Yoru needed something, she would give it without hesitation. But why would she return something? Aren't these her own things? In the sunset, on a street in the village, 2 figures walked one after the other. When they arrived in front of a flower shop, they stopped. Turning her head, Uchiha Yoru saw Uzuki Yujeo looking distracted and shook his head slightly. This is the last gift I give you, I hope you can live freely in the future. Suddenly, looking at the flower shop in front of her and hearing Uchiha Yoru's words, Uzuki Yujeo shook her head repeatedly. Lord Yoru, I don't need it, you have already given me so much. I remember you once said that your biggest dream was to own a flower shop, where you could drink tea in your leisure time, bask in the sunlight, and read in peace. Looking at Uzuki Yujeo's delicate face, Uchiha Yoru gently brushed a strand of her purple hair behind her ear with a gentle smile. I originally planned to give it to you for your birthday. I'm busy with work and worried I might forget, so I bought this shop in advance. Lord Yoru, I. Her finger lightly touched her lips, and Uchiha Yoru shook his head with a smile, as if to say she shouldn't refuse. After all, she was his woman, and he wouldn't be stingy. Lord Yoru, this is too valuable. Uzuki Yujeo hurriedly shook her head. He had bought her an entire shop. Do you like it? Seeing Uchiha Yoru's gentle, assertive, and irresistible smile, Uzuki Yujeo was momentarily stunned. This time, she smiled and nodded, I like it. If life gets tough or you face any troubles, remember to come back to me. But you don't have to send me an invitation to the shop's opening. After all, my appearance would be a trouble for you. After a gentle embrace, Uzuki Yujeo's dazed eyes watched the man's figure slowly disappear into the sunset. In her hands, she now held a purple longsword and a bankbook. The purple longsword was taken from Killer Bee by Uchiha Yoru and reforged. It was a masterpiece, strong enough to clash with the Kusanagi sword. Upon opening the red bankbook, she saw a series of numbers and tears welled up in her eyes under the setting sun. Chapter 215, Yoru's Hihi Moments. Under the starry sky. The Uchiha clan's area still exuded a lively atmosphere, and the faces of the Uchihas there also showed a hint of a smile. Since they moved to the outskirts of the village, it felt like living in a prison, unlike now, where countless people have settled and joined, bringing life back to the clan area. Ninjas often have families, and the increase in population naturally means more needs snacks, treats, night markets. The appearance of these demand-driven shops led to more interactions among the newly joined members, naturally increasing communication. The Uchiha seemed no longer so indifferent, having experienced the taste of loneliness and ostracism, they cherished this atmosphere even more. Similarly, the ninja families who joined recently, initially felt a bit strange and fearful, given that this was the land of the strongest bloodline clan. But as time passed, they started accepting each other, and they enjoyed an unprecedented sense of security. The strongest Uchiha clan and the police force, lacking a sense of security. In the courtyard of the clan head, young Suzuki was excitedly waving a kunao under the starlight. Teacher Yoru, how is my taijutsu? A panting Sasuke showed an expression eagerly awaiting praise, and Uchiha Yoru, sitting on the wooden floor under the eaves, smiled and nodded after seeing him. It seems, Sasuke, you've learned quite a lot at the Ninja Academy. Hearing the praise, young Sasuke showed an excited smile. After all, he's just a child, almost wagging his tail if he had one. I came first in the entrance test. Sasuke said proudly, and Uchiha Yoru laughed heartily at this scene. Alright, Sasuke, since you came first, I'll give you a reward. I will personally teach you shuriken techniques. Really? Sasuke laughed excitedly, and Uchiha Yoru nodded gently. But in his heart, he was secretly muttering that one of the Destiny twins was right in front of him, and it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to bring him into his camp. In the large house opposite the courtyard, once the clan head's house, now the second floor was lit up. Uchiha Itachi, having completed his mission, was sitting at the table, reading the red-covered book My Struggle, his eyes more fervent than ever. As Uchiha Itachi diligently made different notes every time he read, suddenly a familiar hearty laugh was heard. Through the window, he saw the figures of Sasuke and his teacher. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi showed a look of guilt. Teacher, you've sacrificed too much for the Uchiha, for the will of fire. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, his teacher, for the sake of the clan and the true will of fire, his grandfather sent his daughter over, though it was also to protect himself and his brother, it was equally for the clan. With these sacrifices, his teacher showed no discrimination, but was even so kind to Sasuke. Even his own teacher, being the clan head, is still unmarried. Although he has many women in private, in his own words. He is now full of obstacles and dangers for his ideals and ambitions, so he doesn't want his children to be born and bear the dangers he brings, and at the same time, make the children's mother suffer. The teacher's exact words, if he fails, they should abandon him without hesitation, never look back, one sacrifice is enough. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi feels even more guilty. When he compares himself to the current Hokage, he shows an angry look. Teacher made such a big sacrifice, but at the beginning of Konoha, the Sarutobi clan was an unknown small clan. After the first, second, and third wars, they developed into a big clan, while the once great Senju clan is on the verge of collapse, Uchiha is isolated, and Hyuga is divided. Only the teacher deserves to be Hokage, not you. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes become more determined. The new and old clan heads' houses are separated by only one courtyard. As Itachi reads intently, time flies by. Sasuke, look how late it is, go back and find your brother to wash up and rest early. Yes, mother. Under the warmth of the conversation, Sasuke sticks out his tongue at his mother and happily jumps over the courtyard wall to find his brother. Uchiha Mikoto respectfully walks up to Uchiha Yoru. Over time, the two have become accustomed to each other. Sasuke really owes you a lot. Mikoto has seen all of Yoru's care and concern for Sasuke. Her initial fears and worries are now gone. Facing Mikoto, Uchiha Yoru bluntly shakes his head and sighs, Mikoto, you should know how dangerous what I'm doing is, so please don't worry and fear, and fully cultivate Itachi and Sasuke. Facing this young man, Uchiha Mikoto feels complex emotions. Compared to the former Fugaku, the two are almost incomparable, not in strength, but in mind, vision, and courage. She knows what the young man in front of her wants to do, and his current achievements have already made a significant leap forward that the Uchiha clan hasn't made in years. Yoru, I believe in you. Looking at Mikoto's firm eyes, Uchiha Yoru smiles, shakes his head, and mutters casually, but don't worry, if I fail, Itachi and Sasuke have the potential to become the new clan heads, just like our ancestor Madara. I'll warn Shisui and the others, the Uchiha clan should remember to dissociate. If Uchiha Yoru fails, he will bear all the blame, and the Uchiha clan will play the role of justly destroying their kin, with the new clan head abandoning the former one. Just like when they founded Konoha together, when Uchiha Madara decided to leave, it felt as if the entire clan had abandoned him. Yoru. At the gentle call, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes trembled. A man full of ambition and fighting spirit is the most charming, especially one who possesses such daring and courage never before seen in this world. He would rather go to hell alone than compromise the safety of everyone who supported him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, just outside the wall and having heard his brother's words, trembled slightly. Itachi, what's wrong? Looking down at Sasuke's confused and innocent gaze, Itachi smiled, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. Sasuke, you must believe in teacher Yoru. He is the greatest person in this world, even akin to a god. From his books, he saw his teacher's grand ideals and the fearless courage to implement them. In Ataka's eyes, calling his teacher a god among men was not an exaggeration. Entering the house with his brother, Sasuke looked hesitant. Then, with a nervous heart, he asked quietly, "Brother Ataka, I heard someone say that teacher Yoru is actually my biological father." Shocked, Ataka looked at Sasuke's innocent, simple, and nervous eyes, his own face showing determination. "Sasuke, in your heart, you should regard teacher Yoru as a father, even surpassing a father. Uchiha Sasuke is definitely not the biological son of teacher Yoru, but in Ataka's eyes, such a great man deserved even more than a fatherly regard from Sasuke." Young Sasuke, seeing his brother not only not angry but also speaking these words, was momentarily stunned, then realized in his heart. So, it's all true. No wonder I look so much like teacher Yoru, no wonder he's so kind to me. That's why. Sasuke even understood why he and his brother always lived in this yard while their mother would go to teacher Yoru's house at night. In the large house next door, Uchiha Izumi, her face flushed red, was tidying up the house. In the light of the fire, behind the white paper door, she could clearly see the shadows of two people. Especially through the crack in the door, she could clearly see Mrs. Mikoto's well-proportioned figure as she changed clothes. "Yoru, let me do below." "Mikoto, be careful not to choke. Look, these are my new silk stockings and high heels. Do they look beautiful?" It seemed that because they were separated by a door, the voices were clear yet somehow muffled. Outside the door, Uchiha Izumi sat respectfully, fully embodying the role of a servant in a major clan. Her duty was to go in later to wipe the clan head's body and tidy up the messy room. Clearly, this wasn't the first time for Izumi, but each time, her legs were tightly closed, her eyes fixated on the gap, and she even activated her Sharingan. It seemed she was afraid of missing anything. This was all part of her learning, which she would need to use in the future. Under the night sky of Konoha, following the aftermath of the Great Ninja War, Konoha, the most fertile of the Land of Fire, is rapidly recovering economically. The shops under the night are bustling with the increasing number of ninjas returning to the village. In a yakiniku restaurant, in a larger private room, a group of young ninjas are excitedly clinking glasses in what is clearly a rare class reunion. "Ijao, you were the class beauty of our class, and now even more so, a great beauty of the village." "Yes, it's said that our batch produced a cold beauty, and that's you, Ijao. Among our peers, Ijao seems to be the first to become a special jonin. Congratulations! Once a class of nearly 100 students, now less than 10 sit in this private room. Although half are absent on missions, this shows the harsh elimination rate of ninjas." Facing her classmates' flattery, some are jealous, some envious, and some are sycophantic. Amidst the myriad human emotions, Uzuki Ujao rarely shows a strained smile. Raising her glass high, she says to her classmates, "Don't make fun of me. Here, at least no one knows about her past." After all, some discussions are quietly held in the police department, essentially meant for her ears. Once she's back home, no one dares mention it. Who would dare? Criticizing the head of the police department and the Uchiha clan head would not just be scandalous, but could cost them their jobs. Moreover, while there are struggles for power at work, home is a haven where all troubles are set aside, so no one speaks of distressing matters. Thus, any gossip and criticism are limited to a small circle, unless something sensational like Orochimaru or White Fang happens. "Haha, Ijao, our class beauty, now a special jonin. Next time we have a reunion, remember to bring your boyfriend and show us whether he's a senior or junior from another batch." Faced with her classmates' teasing, Uzuki Ujao seems to recall something, but she quickly suppresses the bitterness in her heart and puts on a smile. "What boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Wow, Ijao, you're still single after all these years? Tell us what your requirements are." A female classmate, genuinely curious, wonders what choices this civilian genius from their class would have. Even the sitting Hay-8 Gecko showed a moved expression, not to mention the other men. Although they knew it was wishful thinking, they all perked up their ears nonetheless. Faced with everyone's curiosity, Uzuki Ujao shook her head with a bitter smile and sighed, "Maybe I've experienced too much on the front lines. I now want to rest for a while, open a flower shop, and take care of children in an orphanage. As for my requirements..." At this point, Uzuki Yugeo's eyes became misty, unconsciously recalling the figure that had accompanied her for 3 years, but she murmured the opposite of what was in her heart. That person doesn't need to be very handsome, nor very strong, nor very rich. Just being able to accompany me in the flower shop, reading books, and taking care of children in the orphanage is enough. Despite thinking of that person, Uzuki Yugeo shook her head, secretly determined to forget everything. From the moment she made up her mind, she knew she was from a completely different world than him. He could try to hide as much as he wanted, but he couldn't stop the shine of the sun. He was a person who naturally lived under everyone's gaze. And she herself was just an ordinary civilian, at most a little talented. However, Uzuki Yugeo didn't realize the impact her words had on everyone. Everyone was stunned. Some even murmured in secret, perhaps it was because Uzuki Yugeo had been through the brutalities of war for so long that what she now wanted most was tranquility. Likewise, after experiencing so much, didn't they also find that a simple life was what they desired most? But even so, if a simple life could be accompanied by beauty, that was a common wish for everyone, and many people's eyes lit up with excitement. Hey-8 Gecko, more excited than ever, showed a flush of color on his pale, weak face, looking at Uzuki Yugeo with determination. Ever since he learned that Uzuki Yugeo had become a special jonin, he felt a bit lost, being just a chunin himself. In front of Yugeo, he no longer had the casualness he once did. This was a disparity, but now it seemed he had reignited his fighting spirit. However, Hey-8 Gecko still noticed the fervor in many people's eyes and made a secret decision. He couldn't wait any longer. Although he now perfectly controlled his transparency jutsu and was confident of becoming a special jonin within a year, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Come on, let's celebrate for our Konoha. Cheers. Amidst laughter and joy, Uzuki Yugeo always seemed a bit absent-minded, with that figure occasionally surfacing in her mind. The former struggled to escape from the torment, but at this moment, she seemed to realize that she had lost the most important thing. It is only when one loses something that they realize how important it was. Chapter 216, Stop it Hey-8. Konoha. As time passed, the police department underwent a complete transformation, gradually gaining acceptance among the villagers, especially in terms of the dramatic changes in the internal security of the village. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads of the police department recruited numerous civilian ninjas, while also incorporating Uchiha, Hyuga branch family, and Abarame ninjas with Kekii Genkai, bloodline techniques, thus eliminating the past situation of exclusion. The first 5 squads of the police department also recruited externally, but with higher requirements, as they were responsible for prison and perimeter defense of the village, which involved greater danger. The police department, once led by Uchiha Fugaku, adopted a tolerant attitude to ease the relationship between the clan and the village. However, this tolerance only led to further encroachment, even from ordinary people. This is human nature. For instance, when dealing with drunken disturbances, should one arrest or educate? Without a specific guideline, clan leaders urge tolerance, but if you tolerate once and not the next, or if different squads handle situations inconsistently, it leads to criticism and distrust. However, under Uchiha Yoru's leadership, the policy became clear, implementing a ninja-centric hierarchical system. Within the ninja, the hierarchy starts with Kekii Genkai ninjas at the top, followed by secret technique ninjas, then clan ninjas, and finally civilian ninjas. The advocated philosophy is that ninjas with power are the pillars shaping the future, tasked with protecting civilians, who in turn should live peacefully and prosperously. Regarding offenses, the laws for ninjas and civilians differ. For ninjas, factors like returning from the battlefield or enduring a brutal mission are considered, along with various physical and mental changes. Unless it's a case of homicide, ninjas are generally treated leniently, provided they undergo a period of emotional stabilization within Uchiha territory. To alleviate the mental stress of ninjas, a lively street full of entertainment venues like casinos, taverns, geisha houses, snack streets, amusement parks, and performance venues was established near the police department. This allows ninjas exhausted from demanding missions to relax quickly. Under Uchiha Police Department's clear hierarchical management, despite some controversy, ninjas felt a sense of warmth and appreciation. This street is great, right next to the police department, and surprisingly, no trouble. It's like an invisible pressure that also helps to ease our stress. In a tavern, a middle-aged ninja just back from a mission expressed his melancholy, while his companion nodded in agreement. Exactly, in the past, after a tough mission, we had to confine ourselves at home to recover. During wars, nobody cared, but now we can relax here first before going home to sleep. Going home tonight? Ha, I bet you'll sneak back here. Hearing his companion's jest, both shared a knowing smile, typical of men. A bustling street with regulations next to the police headquarters imposes a subtle pressure on ninjas, no trouble, no pressure. But if you make trouble, the pressure mounts. However, everyone comes here to relax, not to cause disturbances. Sir Ninjas, here's your drink. Once a desolate street, in just a few months, it transformed into a bustling area, rivaling the busiest districts of Konoha, attracting envious looks from ordinary people and ninja families. The police department's hierarchical system presented them with a path to advancement. Ordinary citizens live and work in peace and contentment, but to achieve something better, one must become a ninja. By becoming a ninja, one can enjoy the privileges of a different social class. The hierarchy among ninjas, including bloodline and secret techniques, is essentially a division of power. If a civilian ninja becomes a Jonin, they too can receive the same treatment as a bloodline ninja. The political direction of the previous third Hokage cannot be said to be bad, but it was too vague, offering grand visions without practical significance. Statements like "for the sake of Konoha, we are all people of Konoha, and should treat each other equally" are common. Ninjas risk their lives to protect their homeland, shouldn't they receive special treatment? Look at what the police force has done. Anyone under the police force receives discounts on treatment, ninja tools are discounted based on one's ninja rank, and important resources like exploding tags are prioritized for police force members, then fellow village ninjas, and lastly, those from other villages. These simple yet beneficial measures have earned the police force much praise, making ninjas want to join and civilians aspire to become ninjas and join the police force. The so-called benefits for the Uchiha clan actually did not result in any loss. Through the rapid exchange of various resources, they have even profited significantly. In a lively street during summer, inside a beverage shop, Hey-8 Gecko and 3 friends are sitting inside. Ebisu, opposite is the flower shop that Uchiha is preparing to open. It's being tidied up recently. Directly opposite, Uzuki Uchiha with her purple hair is seen intently organizing the inside, while Hey-8 Gecko looks determined. It's clear he's made up his mind, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Ebisu, Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki also showed curiosity. With their sharp ninja vision and being just across, they clearly saw Uzuki Uchiha's appearance through the clear glass. Katetsu Hagane enviously said, "It's really worthy of rumors, the class flower of your batch." Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki were originally with Asuma. When Asuma went to the daimyo's mansion, they joined Ebisu. After all, although Ebisu is a commoner, his father served the third Hokage, making them all part of the Sarutobi clan. Hey-8 Gecko and Ebisu are familiar with each other, while the other two just accompanied them. Hey-8, have you really decided to pursue Uchiha? Ebisu, upon seeing the female ninja opposite, frowned slightly. Despite his commoner status, his family has served the Sarutobi clan, making him the most experienced among the 4. Hey-8 Gecko, not noticing Ebisu's concern, firmly nodded, "Brother Ebisu, I don't want to miss this chance, and I've known Uchiha since ninja school." Seeing Hey-8 Gecko's determination, Ebisu understood. Female ninjas are rare, especially talented ones, and Uchiha is also exceptionally beautiful. "How much do you know about this Uzuki Uchiha?" Ebisu hesitated, probing his friend, while Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, also curious, listened attentively. Hey-8 Gecko, excited, was unaware of the other's expressions and enthusiastically shared everything he knew about Uzuki Uchiha. However, the more Ebisu heard, the more puzzled his expression became, eventually taking a deep breath. "Hey-8, not to discourage you, but are you sure you can handle it?" "Handle it?" This question made Hey-8 Gecko puzzled and confused. Seeing Hey-8 Gecko lost in thought and the curious looks of the others, Ebisu shook his head, speechless. "Hey-8, the Uzuki Uchiha you want to pursue seems quite valuable. That purple ninja sword must be a chakra weapon, along with her jewelry." Ebisu, trying to be subtle for his friend's sake, hinted, and Hey-8 Gecko, not a fool, instantly forced a smile. "Well, Uchiha is a special jonin, her mission rewards are not low, and she's been on the front lines. Maybe they're spoils of war." The more Ebisu talked, the more his nervousness showed, his complexion growing paler. He wasn't a fool. Were weapons made of chakra metal something a newly promoted special jonin could possess? Such weapons were extremely precious among jonin. A civilian ninja who had just become a special jonin, young and beautiful, and importantly, an ordinary ninja with no background, did she really have the privilege to choose such valuable spoils of war on the battlefield? I have to go home now, he said, his face growing even paler, as if he had realized something but was not quite sure. Ebisu, understanding the situation, sighed softly and shook his head in comfort. When you get home, you can ask your aunt about it. After all, your aunt is in charge of logistics at the Hokage's office. Height Gecko left with a forced smile, not noticing the sympathetic looks in the eyes of the three people she left behind. It was over before it even started, and so cruelly at that. Ah, I envy those from big families with power and strength, said Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, their words tinged with jealousy. They had been asked by Asuma to gather information about Uchiha Yoru, including rumors about Uzuki Ujeo. Watching them, Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses and sighed, we're just small fry, wanting to live comfortably, so we dare not aspire for more. The attitudes of the three reflected the mindset of ordinary ninjas, envy and jealousy towards ninjas from prominent bloodlines and powerful families, yet also a desire to be like them. However, as they matured, they realized they couldn't catch up even if they tried their hardest and resigned themselves to their fate, privately expressing their frustrations and only admiring such existences from afar. They also developed a mature mindset, acceptance, and the wish to simply live peacefully. For them, whether with Asuma or the Sarutobi clan, it was a survival instinct to align with the powerful, so they could live at ease. Although Height Gecko possesses a bloodline, he does not belong to a major clan, but rather a traditional ninja family, which is a family composed of ninjas for generations. Therefore, influenced by his family, Height Gecko wants to find a partner who is also a ninja. Height Gecko's father died in the Third War, leaving only his mother, a middle-ranked ninja, who works year-round in the Hokage office building, belonging to the Logistics and Information Department, essentially a clerk. Under the night sky, at the Height family home. Mother, have you found out the information I asked you to investigate? Looking at her son, Height Gecko's mother coldly huffed and said in a stern voice, Height, I am keeping a face for you now. Uzuki Ujeo is not suitable for you, you simply can't handle her. Why? Others might not support him, but Height Gecko still felt unreconciled when it came to his own mother. Mother, Ujeo clearly wants to retire to the second line now, and it is obvious that she has encountered something. I don't care about her past. Right now, she is alone, so why can't I? Height Gecko is not foolish. Uzuki Ujeo is so beautiful, and she possesses the chakra metal sword. He seems to have guessed something. Ujeo might have had a boyfriend before, but they must have separated by now, otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. Looking at her naive son, his mother couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it were someone else's child, she would have already started scolding, but this is her own son. That purple chakra metal ninja sword I've looked into is not just any ordinary ninja sword. Seemingly reluctant to tell her son this harsh reality, but fearing he might make a mistake if not informed, Height Gecko's expression turned uneasy as he said, is it not a regular chakra metal ninja sword? Chakra metal weapons also vary in quality. The most common ones contain a bit of chakra metal, which most high-ranked ninjas use. Although they are expensive, they are not unaffordable. Ordinary chakra metal weapons cost around 1 million RY. Special high-ranked ninjas already participate in A-rank missions, with rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1 million. Divided among the team and deducting various expenses, considering the many high-level missions on the battlefield, it's possible to save enough to afford these. Watching her son's final stubbornness, Height's mother sighed deeply. She wasn't being unreasonable but took out a file from her bosom. This is a copy of the file, not a secret, so you don't have to worry about breaking any rules. Working in the Logistics and Information Department, she naturally has more convenient access to the village's non-secret records. Son, do you know why I said you can't handle it? This weapon was made by a famous craftsman in Spring, and the materials were all provided by him. Just the labor cost was 1,300,000. This is not just any chakra weapon, this is a famous blade. And these jewels, they are all traceable. The necklace is 300,000, the bracelet 200,000. A female ninja from a civilian background, who has just been promoted to special jonin, how could she possess these? Even our Height family, with generations of accumulation, only has one ancestral ninja sword, yet it is still not as valuable as a casual gift she received. What kind of civilian female ninja could own such precious items that only major clans have? What kind of ex-boyfriend could give her these? She is clearly a kept mistress, a lover. Now that she is older, she is looking for someone to take over. Unable to take in his mother's sarcastic words, Hey-8 Gecko just stared blankly at the information in his hands. A civilian ninja might be able to manage to make a weapon with great effort, but what about jewelry? For a ninja, only noble families have the leisure to focus on such adornments. A single piece of jewelry equals or even exceeds the reward for a B-rank mission, and that's before the mission reward is divided. Chapter 217, Hope. A few days later, in the afternoon, Uzuki Ijao had already tidied up the flower shop. Looking at her own shop, now completely transformed into the cozy and fragrant space she had imagined, she smiled. She decided that she would go to the third Hokage the next day to explain everything. She was tired, she just wanted to live a simple life. Hey 8, what brings you here? She asked. Her old classmate, with whom she had a good relationship, visited her today. Uzuki Ijao greeted him with a sweet smile, as if she had forgotten the past and dispelled all the stress in her heart. The two sat at a table near the window, the fragrance of tea filling the air. Hey 8, looking haggard under the moonlight, gazed at Ijao, the girl he considered the most perfect and innocent, feeling a sense of irony. Ijao, why did you change like this? Some time ago, you said you wanted to find an ordinary person. I thought I had a chance. I gathered all my courage, but in the end. Hey 8's words momentarily stunned Ijao, but she quickly realized something, and her smile stiffened. Hey 8, you investigated me. Faced with Ijao's displeased expression, Hey 8 sighed bitterly and nodded, admitting directly, you know, we are ninjas. It's our instinct to investigate the other party before forming a family. Ijao had thought she could bury her past, but it was all wishful thinking on her part. Stepping out of her own world, Ijao smiled, indeed, I was too naive. As a ninja, especially a female ninja, life can't be that simple. Among ninjas, the first step to forming a family is to investigate each other. I thought I could bury my past, but I was too naive. After exposing her complex past, Ijao thought she would avoid it and not dare to face it. But at this moment, she actually smiled with relief. The chakra-infused metal weapons, the famous swords, any piece of your jewelry is worth hundreds of thousands, and this shop is on the busiest street. Ijao. If you really want to forget the past, how do you explain this? At this moment, Hey 8 had come to Ijao with determination, still harboring a bit of fantasy. As long as Ijao was willing to give up everything, he was also willing to abandon it all to pursue the goddess of his heart. Hey 8's expression was undisguised, but Ijao leaned back in her chair, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. You're right. If I really want to bury my past, I shouldn't have kept these things, nor should I be enjoying them openly. On one hand, I talk about burying the past, and on the other, I openly enjoy all this. Ijao's face showed a self-mocking smile. Maybe I haven't faced the real me yet. As a classmate, Hey 8, would you like to listen to me? Hey 8, still holding on to a bit of fantasy, silently nodded, if you want to talk, I'll listen. It must have been 3 years ago, right? That was when we both joined the police force's 7th squad. Do you remember that I owed a huge debt back then? Hey 8 nodded silently, fully aware of the incident from 3 years ago. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it when Ujao mentioned it was resolved. You know the pressure of $1 million in debt? I searched for every relative, neighbor, teacher, teammate, and classmate I thought well of. At this point, Uzuki Ujao displayed a reminiscent expression, her lips curling into a sarcastic smile. She concealed her mission from the Anbu, but that wasn't important. What mattered was her first-hand experience of the fickleness of human relationships. Initially, she was resolute about her secret mission. However, the disdainful and evasive looks from her former friends, relatives, and neighbors showed her their true faces. Some even disgustingly took advantage of her situation. Her teacher, driven by greed, suggested she sleep with him for a few thousand, assuming she wouldn't survive the debt anyway. Others reveled in her misfortune. She saw through human nature then, feeling a cold satisfaction in their exposed true selves. Later, under pressure and realizing many coveted me, I thought, why not sell myself at a high price to someone I don't despise and who could offer me more? So, I approached the most renowned captain of the 7th Police Squad at the time. She hid everything about her envy mission, as per the ninja code, a secret she must keep for life. As Uzuki Yujao narrated, Heiichi showed regret. At her most difficult time, he hadn't thought deeply enough, he was foolish. He was kind, considerate, and strong. In fact, I felt unworthy of him. It was I who approached him, and over 3 years, though our relationship was hidden, I experienced the warmth of a romantic relationship, including various gifts on holidays. I accepted luxurious jewelry usually worn only by nobility, rare weapons unattainable by ordinary ninjas, and even advanced ninjutsu, thinking I deserved it all. Yujao shook her head in self-mockery. I thought I traded myself for these things. Now, it seems ridiculous. He never lacked someone like me, with talent and beauty. But he never said anything, as if guilty about our secret relationship, compensating with advanced ninjutsu and weapons to ensure my survival, and jewelry as his guilt, while I took it for granted. Now I understand. He was a great man, afraid of burdening others with his ideals. He had his emotions but feared involving others, so he silently gave in. Heiichi listened silently, as Yujao spoke, narrating someone else's story, with both humor and sorrow, but without bitterness. It was my arrogance that made me think I was under pressure and scrutiny, leading me to withdraw. Now, I realize I only ever thought of myself, never considering others. What if I had given up everything when we parted, the prized sword, the jewelry, all the ninjutsu he taught me, everything? Could I have buried the past and started anew? Yujao asked curiously, genuinely wanting to know. After hearing this, Heiichi shook his head silently. One can't just abandon their past, they can only temporarily bury it in their heart. True, just like I've grown accustomed to my current exalted position. At this moment, Uzuki Yujao's face gradually radiated the heroic bearing she once had in ninja school, like a proud swan slowly lifting her head. I am a special jonin at 17, mastering countless high-level ninja techniques envied and coveted by many, and I have reached heights that many civilian ninjas could never achieve in their lifetimes. I relish the regretful looks of relatives, neighbors, and friends who once shunned me and now regret their actions. And all of this I achieved in 3 years, and he never minded it. As Uzuki Yujao spoke these words, she magnified the selfishness in her heart, yet she was open and unguarded about it. So even if I give up all of this, my past will still not be forgotten, just like you said, Heiichi. Wearing a self-mocking smile, Uzuki Yujao chuckled and shook her head. The simple life I thought I was pursuing, what about others? Will they forget my past? And the people around me? They won't. From the moment I became a ninja, I was destined for the extraordinary. Even if I went to an orphanage, they would investigate my background and character, and even ordinary colleagues would investigate due to ninja habits. So why should I give up all this? What I have is the haven he provided me. When I lost everything, these were my last resources. At this moment, Uzuki Yujao showed a sincere smile, as if she had just seen through herself. She never really wanted to give up everything she had achieved in these 3 years. Perhaps it was vanity, or maybe selfishness, but that's human nature. After all, even if she gave up everything, others would not let go of her past, so why should she give up her own things? I understand now, maybe from that moment 3 years ago, we were people from 2 different worlds. This time, Heiichi gave a bitter smile, knowing that their worlds had diverged 3 years ago. The last bit of fantasy in his heart completely disappeared. He could accept it, but what about his family? His friends? The constant reminders were just his self-deception. And Uzuki Yujao also found her true self. Heiichi left, decisively this time. In different worlds, neither is willing to give up everything. Like Heiichi Gecko, who couldn't give up his family, companions, and everything closely related to them. And Uzuki Yujao couldn't give up her power and everything else. When the flower shop returned to its peaceful state, Uzuki Yujao was alone, quietly observing the shop's interior in the sunlight. So this place is just the cabin I wanted to escape to, not a place to forget everything and start anew. Her voice echoed in the room when suddenly a young figure timidly opened the door and came in. Sister Yujao, I'm here to help you clean up the flower shop today. A girl with long golden hair smiled immediately upon seeing Uzuki Yujao. It's Ino, you've come at the right time. I've just prepared some afternoon tea, so let's take a break today. In the mountains and fields, this shop used to be Ino's mother's flower shop. After her parents passed away, the shop closed and was sold by the Yamanaka family. Ino always hoped that the new owner would continue to run it as a flower shop. Thus, she could find a sense of her mother's presence here. Ino sat obediently on the stool, the two of them, one old and one young, smiling and sipping tea like sisters. I'm sorry about what happened to your parents, Ino. It was sad to see such a young child lose her parents, especially being the daughter of the clan head. Although her treatment was better than average, it wouldn't be the same as before under the new head, as new headship brings new interests. Despite her youth, Ino, like a little adult in the world of ninjas, smiled. Sister Uchiha, my mother did this to protect me, so I have to smile every day, so that my parents won't be disappointed. Ino understood from a young age that after her father's death, relying solely on her mother was the most dangerous thing. Instead, her mother's death was to protect her daughter. The couple sacrificed everything, leaving behind their young daughter. The new successor would avoid harming Ino to prevent gossip. After all, a child without parents is less of a target. Simply by not teaching her advanced ninja techniques, Ino would naturally fade into obscurity. On the other hand, if her mother was alive, as Ino grew up, she would learn advanced ninja techniques, and might she reclaim the position of clan head? That was a potential threat. And with her mother around, would the clan head's resources have to be shared with this orphaned mother and daughter? Without her mother, Ino lost everything but also her threat. Ino, are you doing okay in the clan? Faced with Uchiha's question, Ino smiled sweetly and innocently, it's fine, nobody cares anymore. Her casual remark about being uncared for made Uchiha shudder, understanding the harsh reality. The former daughter of the Yamanaka clan head was now just an ordinary, unnoticed girl. So, Ino, do you have any dreams? Uchiha asked casually, perhaps trying to compensate or probe Ino's inner hatred, while subtly using a simple hypnotic ninja technique to lower her guard. The Yamanaka clan allowed Ino to come here, also using her as a means to completely eliminate any potential threat from the seemingly harmless Ino. Ino, somewhat dazed, slowly revealed a hint of hatred in her eyes. I want to become the strongest female ninja and then question the heads of the Ino-Shikacho clans. Why did they abandon my father in the name of collective progress and retreat? And the third Hokage, who talked about protecting everyone, why did he tacitly allow all this? The young Ino, having lost her parents, quickly grew to understand who really caused their deaths. Inside the flower shop, Ino, like a little kitten, leaned on the soft chair and drifted into her dreams, where she had her home and her parents. Uchiha sighed softly, poor girl, your parents' fate was the result of current politics. Not daring to take responsibility, pushing it onto subordinates, who, in turn, sacrificed your parents for their interests. This may be politics, but it shouldn't be so cold and heartless. Experiencing the corruption under the third Hokage's reign, Uchiha truly realized its extent, like the setting sun of his era. And she hoped for a rising sun that would never set. Chapter 218, Kakashi gives up. In Konoha, during the blazing summer, the cicadas chirped loudly from the treetops. Lord Third, the above is the recent development of intelligence from the police department, Kakashi Hatake reported calmly with his head bowed in the Hokage's office. He was meticulous and truthful in his report. The third Hokage, sitting across from him, showed more age spots on his face, with his hair and beard turning white, looking like an old man in his twilight years. Kakashi, you've worked hard, the third Hokage said, looking at the intelligence report Kakashi had investigated. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a ring of smoke, his brows furrowing in gravity. In just half a year, the police department had developed rapidly, far beyond his expectations, attracting many ninjas and nearly doubling its strength. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan, having withdrawn nearly half of its members from the police department, used these elite forces to maintain and build their family's industry, making the Uchiha name more prominent within the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at the alarming report, while Kakashi, silent and head bowed, felt a chill in his heart. The once powerful third Hokage, now an elderly man, still clung to his position. The situation at Fire Temple remained unresolved, causing a rift between the daimyo's mansion and the Konoha, though at least it had reached a conclusion. The chaotic situation in the Land of Whirlpools stabilized gradually, with the bloodline rebel ninjas led by Terumi Mei from the Mist Village emerging, now entrenched in the Land of Whirlpools. The Konoha played a role of covert support to these rebels, causing the Mist Village to be in disarray and unable to contend with the Leaf. Other villages like Cloud and Rock, fearing a quick suppression of this force, secretly supported it, leading to the failure of Mist Village's repeated attempts to quell the rebellion and strengthen Terumi Mei's forces, now waiting for an opportunity to strike back. With the instability in the ninja world, the Konoha's borders became the largest friction point, but now they were relatively stable despite minor skirmishes. Over half a year, the Konoha had gradually stabilized, but to Kakashi's dismay, there were no signs of appointing a fifth Hokage. Lord Third. Kakashi, holding on to his last bit of hope, looked up calmly at the third Hokage, who returned his gaze with a puzzled expression. Kakashi, do you have anything else to report? Third Lord Third, recently, with the village's stability, there have been talks in taverns about electing the fifth Hokage. Kakashi's expression was well masked, as if testing whether this was a move by the third Hokage. However, the third Hokage was momentarily startled upon hearing this. The fifth Hokage. His eyes became slightly unfocused. Indeed, it was time to choose a successor, but who? Jiraiya was unrestrained, Tsunade was impulsive and aggressive. If Tsunade became the fifth Hokage, inheriting the domineering nature of the Senju clan, her first act would be to seize power, likely causing conflict with the Anbu and Root divisions. The village had just stabilized, and he certainly didn't want to see any disturbances. Kakashi, I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sigh of melancholy upon realizing that there was no one to inherit his will of fire left him feeling somewhat desolate. However, at this moment, the last glimmer of hope in Kakashi's heart shattered. He saw clearly that the so-called will of fire had long become the third Hokage's personal political ideology. The will of fire, often spoken of by the third, was a great dedication, yet he couldn't accept even the slightest dissenting opinion. Plainly speaking, he was a dictator of will, becoming more autocratic with age. Lord Third, I shall take my leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, watching Kakashi leave, nodded with a relieved expression. Be careful, Kakashi. The village is gradually stabilizing, you don't need to rush into the police force. Yes. As Kakashi walked out of the Hokage's office building, he looked up at the brilliant sun with his one visible eye, but his heart was ice cold. The third Hokage has fallen into his own woven will of fire, intolerant of the slightest dissent. Kakashi, with his cool head and unique political insights, understood that it wasn't that Konoha lacked a candidate for the fifth Hokage, but that the third wouldn't allow anyone to cross his bottom line. The so-called will of fire, where everyone has their unique understanding, yet the third insists that the next Hokage completely inherit his will. Isn't this too tyrannical? A slight deviation from his will of fire is seen as an unstable element, bringing turmoil to the village. Why is he so sure? Couldn't it lead to a better tomorrow? Dictator. A dictator of political ideology, Kakashi sighed with emotion as he walked towards the police force, disappearing into the streets. However, Kakashi's probing today made the third Hokage sense a hint of conspiracy, leading him to convene a meeting with the village's high-level officials. Hokage office meeting room. After Koharu, Homura Mitokado, and Shimura Danzo arrived, they calmly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, eager to know why they were all summoned. Was something significant about to happen? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at his three friends, lowered his Hokage hat, and exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice hoarse. According to intelligence, the police force is preparing to nominate the fifth Hokage. What? The most intense reaction came from Dan's, his only showing eye filled with rage. Damn it! Ambitious wolves! Angry, Dan slammed his fist on the table, furiously saying, the Uchiha's ambition is too great. Not only has the police force expanded, but the Uchiha clan's power has drastically increased. Now, their ambition has grown to coveted the position of Hokage. Arrogant. In Dan's eyes, the Uchiha clan, blinded by their confidence in the Manjiki Sharingan, audaciously coveted the Hokage's position. At this moment, Koharu Yudin frowned and said solemnly, the Uchiha clan has produced a terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan. Coupled with Uchiha Yoru's methods and his reputation, especially among the younger generation, he indeed has the qualifications to be discussed for the position of the fifth Hokage. Koharu Yudin spoke the truth. There was now a gap in the village's leadership. Above were the Sunin from an older era, with only Jiraiya and Tsunade possessing the ability to be considered for Hokage. Below them, only the 18-year-old Uchiha Yoru had the strength of a cage, especially with his unknown Sharingan abilities, which were a trump card. There was a gap, with no ninja around 30 years old having the strength of a cage, indicating a clear break. The Uchiha clan is ambitious and must not be allowed to succeed. Moreover, the village needs stability now. said Homura Mitokato after a long silence, leading to a moment of quiet among the three. They had personally experienced a new Hokage taking office in recent years, which significantly impacted the older generation's influence and prestige. When the fourth Hokage took office, he began cultivating his own power. With the third Hokage still in existence, the Hokage's power was immense. With two Hokages alive and the third still wielding his power, where would the new Hokage's authority come from if not by dividing the existing powers among all? After all, the cake was only so big. If the third gave up a significant portion of his power, they also needed to cooperate and give up some. Watching their influence and prestige being gradually eroded was disheartening for anyone, a part of human nature. Looking at his three old friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of thick smoke and hoarsely said, with the fourth Hokage gone and the village gradually stabilizing, we indeed need a young new Hokage. No! Exclaimed Shimura Denzo, slamming the table in opposition to Hiruzen's idea of stepping down. Anyone who took the position would be younger than the third, making it difficult for Denzo to outlast them. Given the third's advanced age, Denzo saw an opportunity to outlive his rival, one he couldn't miss. The other three looked at him as if to say his opposition was a bit much. Denzo coldly huffed, a new Hokage means a transfer of power, which can bring turmoil, especially giving the Uchiha an opportunity. If Uchiha takes power, Konoha will face unprecedented turmoil. Even if Uchiha fails to ascend, they will not be content and will stir up trouble. Sarutobi, now is not the time to select a new fifth Hokage. The village needs stability. Denzo spoke righteously, but the others shook their heads, knowing his true intentions. Denzo feared the new Hokage's impact on his root organization. Not everyone was like the third, who allowed Denzo some leeway. Root's power was comparable to the Anbu, and they knew of some of Root's questionable research but turned a blind eye. After all, Denzo's intentions were for Konoha's sake, a reason they pretended not to see. Koharu Yudatan nodded gravely in agreement with Denzo. Sarutobi, if we choose a fifth, only Jiraiya and Tsunade can surpass Uchiha. Jiraiya and Tsunade, these names made everyone frown. Tsunade was the least desirable choice for them. If Tsunade took the position, they would have no way to counter her, nominally speaking. Grandfather was the first generation, great-uncle was the second generation, bearing the bloodline of the Senju clan, and being a princess of the Land of Fire herself. With these identities, could they really suppress her? Moreover, Tsunade's explosive temper meant that their pointing and commenting would likely be met with angry scolding. Others might think such scolding is excessive, but when she reprimands, no one can gossip, who can match her background. Simply put, in their eyes, Tsunade is a formidable figure, not to be provoked, as provoking her would only lead to their own misfortune. Therefore, the chosen one is Jiraiya. At this time, both Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokato nodded to each other in agreement, but Jiraiya was their last choice. Regardless of who took the stage, their group's interests and rights would be compromised. More importantly, like the third Hokage, who had long held power, they possessed the mindset of a dictator, believing that only by following their direction could the village remain stable, and any deviation would lead to turmoil. Hiruzen, the current Oniki of Iwagakure, has no intention of stepping down yet, and I think it's not yet necessary to talk about the fifth Hokage. Indeed, what the village needs now is stability, and we cannot leave the Uchiha's instability to the next generation. If handled poorly, all these would be our faults. Koharu Yudatan's last comment made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turn serious, and even Shimura Denzo let out a cold snort. They were proud in their own right. The Uchiha posed such a big threat during their time, and now they were incapable of dealing with it, passing it on to the next generation? Wasn't this indirectly admitting their incompetence? This was something Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't accept. He couldn't tolerate leaving such a big hidden danger as a legacy to the next generation during his political career. The village might face turmoil soon. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's firm tone, everyone understood his meaning, and Shimura Denzo let out a cold laugh. The root will react accordingly. No. Looking at Denzo, it was clear what he would do. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a confident expression. Denzo. Send someone to the Uchiha clan and inquire about the new clan head. How far have they progressed in investigating the Nine Tails incident and the death of the fourth Hokage during the incident? What is called old but still wise, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, made it clear to everyone. To take the initiative, directly mentioning the Nine Tails incident from a few years ago, implying the Uchiha clan had suspicions. The previous clan head, Fugaku, had been investigating for so long, and now with the change of leadership, what had they uncovered? While warning, he also reminded the ambitious new head of the Uchiha clan, thinking of competing for the Hokage position with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then first clean up the mess left by the Nine Tails. Hiruzen, it's dangerous for the Uchiha clan to have such thoughts. After resolving the issue, Koharu Udadan showed a wary expression. The Uchiha clan had already become their worry, and now their retaliation and ambition made them even more uneasy. For Shimura Danzo, who saw the Uchiha clan as the biggest threat, his expression turned sinister. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is an extremely dangerous existence. With the Mangekyo Sharingan's presence, their arrogance and pride as a clan will not be resolved, making the Uchiha clan a continuous threat. Mangekyo Sharingan. That was the reason for everyone's apprehension. It wasn't just about individual power, the impact was enormous. Especially since the Uchiha were an extremist clan. In the eyes of the Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan equated to invincibility, especially since Wood Release had vanished. Chapter 219, Kota Amatsukami. Police Department. In the office, Uchiha Yoru is still holding the scroll sent by the Root Division, his face clearly showing a hint of chill. Kakashi, what do you want to do? The three confidants who appeared in the office were Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Kakashi, and Hyuga Hisashi. However, at the moment, Shisui is angrily questioning Kakashi, while Kakashi remains silent. Only Hyuga Hisashi is the calmest, saying in a deep voice, Lord Yoru, the Hokage sending the Root Division to re-raise the suspicion of the Nine Tails incident is clearly a warning. Uchiha Yoru is well aware of this. He didn't expect the Hokage to react so quickly and strike back directly at the core issue. The Uchiha clan bears the suspicion of the Nine Tails incident and the death of the fourth Hokage, so once this is considered a warning. Tell the Uchiha not to fantasize about anything before clearing their name. Uchiha Yoru coldly scoffs and looks at Kakashi. Kakashi, I want to know your thoughts. Hitaki Kakashi nods calmly and says seriously, Yoru, to overthrow the corrupt upper echelons, our power is still insufficient. Do you really think Jiraiya or Tsunade will not continue the old ways of the current upper echelons? Whether it's Jiraiya or Tsunade as the fifth Hokage, there won't be any turmoil for at least a decade or two. But will they ignore the Uchiha clan's current enormous power? Kakashi's words also calm Shisui. Indeed, all these would bring turmoil to the village. To overthrow the corrupt upper echelons, they are prepared for sacrifices and turmoil, but in terms of overall strength, the Konoha upper echelons are far superior to them. The current Uchiha clan, despite being in a favorable situation, has how many ninjas? The Uchiha, Aberame, Hyuga branch family, and Orochimaru's group, plus some recently recruited civilian ninjas. At most, it's about 2,000 in number, and these are not die-hard followers. In contrast, the third Hokage's line has the Sarutobi clan, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, four major families, staunch supporters, with ANBU and Root as two major armed forces. Even with a few thousand regular ninjas in the village, the third Hokage could muster tens of thousands from across the Land of Fire to return to the village and quell a rebellion. The current third Hokage's prestige is not at its peak, but his years of political career haven't dropped to the point of losing people's hearts. In terms of high-end combat power, their side has Uchiha Yoru, Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui, all credible under the Mangekyo Sharingan, and they have more room to grow. On the Konoha's side, the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo are two, and in case of trouble, Jiraiya and Tsunade, both veteran cage-level powers, not to mention a Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As for not being fully grown? When that time comes, what does it matter? Use it first, if need be, find a new Jinchuriki later. The Konoha upper echelons have 4 cage-level powers and a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, 5 in total. They have 3 cage-level powers. In a high-end cage-level power comparison, they are completely outmatched. In terms of power balance, it's a crushing defeat. So, Kakashi, what are your thoughts? At this moment, looking at Kakashi, Uchiha Yoru is not angry but smiles instead. At this moment, Kakashi spoke with such conviction, it was clear that he was completely committed to strategizing for him. Kakashi calmly stated, currently in the village, there is a neutral power, including the Inuzuka and Hyuga main families, along with numerous smaller clans. These are all forces we can try to win over. Accumulating strength, since the fourth Hokage's demise, a fifth has not been appointed. Instead, the third Hokage, who had once resigned, took power again and has not let go. Over time, this has led to disappointment and criticism among the people, as the village is not devoid of strong individuals. Moreover, with the third's advanced age and no clear successor, the entire Sarutobi clan has shown their greed. They are trying to extract benefits from the village before the third steps down, affecting the interests of many ninjas. Kakashi, who would later become the sixth Hokage, astutely predicted the third Hokage's gradual loss of popularity. After all, the third is not alone, he has the entire Sarutobi clan behind him. Another important point is the conspiracy during the Nine Tails disturbance. Kakashi continued with a calm expression after looking at Hyuga Hisashi. Shimura Danzo is a prime suspect. He acted at a crucial moment, striking the final blow to topple the decaying tree. Moreover, the root's involvement in splitting the Hyuga clan could be a starting point to sway the Hyuga main family. Hearing Kakashi's analysis, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but applaud and smile in satisfaction. Kakashi, I was not wrong about you. Your analysis makes sense. After the Hyuga clan was divided by the root, it's impossible for the main family to side with the Sarutobi. They may seem neutral, but are they not silently licking their wounds? The branch family just opportunistically joined the police force, and their alliance with the Uchiha is simply out of necessity. Hence, there has never been any animosity between the Uchiha and the Hyuga main family. At this point, Uchiha Yoru looked at Hyuga Hisashi with a hint of apology on his face. Hyuga Hisashi, I need your help with this. Whether it's the main or the branch family, I believe the older generation like you would want to resolve this grudge in this generation. After all, the caged bird is a thing of the past, and we have a common enemy, the corrupt upper echelons of Konoha meddling with the great clans. Hyuga Hisashi, too, showed a hint of bitterness upon hearing this, sighing deeply. There may be hatred between the branch and main families, but they are still connected by blood and bone. I will personally visit the Hyuga main family. Now that he is on this path, especially with the entire branch family behind him, Hyuga Hisashi has no choice but to resolutely move forward. This is also an opportunity to shift the hatred, to transfer the internal conflict between the Hyuga main and branch families to an external one. Unified against an external enemy, the main family's hatred stems from the Konoha Hyups meddling in the Hyuga division. The branch family's motivation comes from boarding Uchiha's ship. Seeing the stern Hyuga Hisashi nod in agreement, Uchiha Yoru smiled. Once the main family joins, with the two major bloodline clans of Konoha united, Konoha would have to think twice before taking any action against them. So, I ask for your help, Hyuga Hisashi. If Hisashi agrees, I am willing to take a disciple from the main family. Of course, your talent, Niji, is also commendable. Uchiha Yoru threw out his bait, also providing reassurance to both the main and branch families. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi nodded solemnly, I understand. After Niji, Hyuga Hisashi's child, became a disciple of Uchiha Yoru, it signified a closer relationship between the branch family and the Uchiha clan. As for the main family, at this moment, Hisashi couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Niji's talent among the younger generation goes without saying, and when thinking of the main family's lineage, he couldn't help but be pleased. After Hisashi and Shizui left, only two people remained in the office. Uchiha Yoru smiled and threw the warning scroll sent by the root division into the trash bin. Yoru, are you that confident? Kakashi looked deeply at his companion, unsure how to describe him. Others who are ambitious usually hide it, but Uchiha Yoru does not. He even shows his high regard for talent. Daring to delegate power, he's even not afraid of betrayal. Uchiha Yoru looked at Kakashi and shook his head, the stronger a person, the firmer their will. So, I believe what I'm doing is right. If you all betray me, it would prove my will and philosophy are wrong. Only the strong have a say, the weak never do. It's cruel, but it's a fact. And you still don't understand one thing, power that instills fear in everyone is the foundation of everything. A firm philosophy is the direction. Saying this, Uchiha Yoru seemed like a prophet with grand ideals. Was Uchiha Madara wrong? He had great power, but his philosophy led to chaos. People of that time, having experienced too much warfare, cherished the hard-won peace, so no one followed him. But what about now? The first Hokage's will didn't end the war, it just turned the clan chaos into the great ninja village war. The ninja world suffers from war, and my philosophy is born from this world. Kakashi, what if Uchiha Madara had won back then? Would the entire ninja world be just one village now? Uchiha Yoru suddenly thought of something, showing a curious expression. Kakashi became serious. Kakashi, remembering the horrors of war and looking at his companion with grand ideals, shook his head. I don't know, but you're right about one thing, the strong make the rules, the weak follow. When the first Hokage was alive, the ninja world dared not wage war. So, I agree with your philosophy, absolute power can suppress everything. The ninja world is too far away now. It's about the village now. We both love this village and don't want it to be hurt. So, I hope you, Yoru, can suppress everything with absolute power, and overthrow the decaying tree with minimal cost. Here, Kakashi suddenly paused, involuntarily reaching for his covered left eye, and laughed. I will strive to become stronger. If the day comes, maybe my Mangekyo Sharingan can help you deal with the third. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Yoru was startled. Kakashi's path was quite wild, but he agreed with it. If that day comes, a single strike with the Mangekyo Sharingan will solve the third, reducing countless losses for the village. Killing one to save thousands, that's a cold, calculated choice. Haha, Kakashi, keep training. In the ninja world, strength is everything, just like Shinzo. Without enough strength, even great power is insufficient. The Uchiha and the police department are gradually getting on the right track, forming a new interest group. He is ready to focus on his training. Yoru, I believe in you. Kakashi, with a firm belief in the future, nodded solemnly and left the office. Big brother Yoru. After Kakashi left, Uchiha Shisui instantly appeared in the office. Shisui, your teleportation technique has improved again. Shisui looked up, his expression grave. Big brother Yoru, the third Hokage hasn't had a chance to approach us alone, and his will is too strong, making success unlikely. Shimura Danzo can't find an opportunity either, and the opponent possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and Hashirama's cells, so there's no certainty. Uchiha Shisui spoke in a way others couldn't understand. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and nodded, as expected. Shisui, although your Kota Amatsukami is the strongest genjutsu, the essence of genjutsu still lies in the will. The stronger the mental strength and will, the greater the possibility of breaking the genjutsu. What about Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado? Are those two old men viable targets? Uchiha Shisui, possessing the terrifying power of Kota Amatsukami, had already approached Uchiha Yoru in secret, intending to use it on the third Hokage. However, after testing for so long, he found the success rate too low. Acting against a village's cage is dangerous if exposed. Having Kota Amatsukami doesn't mean being foolish, but it's not as unsolvable as imagined. This made Uchiha Yoru nod inwardly, as this aligns with principles. Otherwise, the power of Kota Amatsukami would be invincible. Koharu Yudatan and Homura Mitokado are the two high-ranking members whose chakra is declining the fastest. I'm about 80% confident in using Kota Amatsukami on them. Uchiha Shisui's expression was determined. He was unsure about the third Hokage and Danzo, but he was confident about these two elders. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. The decline of chakra signifies physical weakness and a weakening of mental strength. Moreover, both have been serving as advisors. Most importantly, they lack Danzo's ambition. Ambition signifies a strong will, so it's best to target these two. Shisui, look for an opportunity in secret. Succeeding with even one of them is enough. Saying this, Uchiha Yoru's expression grew solemn. With our eyes and ears at the top of the village, we will no longer be so passive. This way, every move of the third Hokage would be under his watch, along with an insider for crucial moments. Big brother Yoru, I understand. Uchiha Shisui nodded solemnly, his expression firm. Understanding the importance of this task, he, now utterly disappointed with the village, had placed all his hopes on Uchiha Yoru. This was also a way to reduce bloodshed in the village and preserve more strength. Shisui, remember to rest well after the task, especially your Mangekyo Sharingan. I will ask teacher Orochimaru for a solution. Uchiha Shisui smiled at Uchiha Yoru's concern. For the future of the village, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his life. Even if exposed, he would take full responsibility for all crimes. Chapter 220, Deal with Orochimaru. Land of Rice Paddies. In the winding underground passageways, a vast subterranean area unfolds. Dimly lit, a group of youths can be seen, each holding a shuriken, engaging in catching and comparing exercises. The countless children below, upon seeing the figure on the high platform, all reveal fanatic expressions. Black hair, golden elongated pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the bridge of the nose, pale skin, wearing a blue-green jade-shaped earring, and often sticking out their tongue in excitement. Yoru, look, these are the children I've prepared for the new ninja village. With his uniquely hoarse laughter, Orochimaru rarely shows a smile, as if displaying his proud creation. Behind him, a white figure appears, arousing the children's curiosity. Who is this person, hidden in the shadows, capable of standing alongside the great Orochimaru? It seems the teacher is in need of funds. Looking at the children below, Uchiha Yoru meaningfully glances at Orochimaru, and they both burst into laughter. They both understand that Orochimaru prefers research over establishing a ninja village. The purpose of establishing a ninja village is actually for research. These children will become ninjas, capable of undertaking missions. Orochimaru grants these children power, and in return, they complete missions from which he extracts fees. Essentially, it's the ninja village system. After losing his support, Orochimaru needs a long-term and stable source of resources. Establishing a ninja village in a small country is the best choice. His need for live materials for research can be met by capturing them through his own ninja village. Small countries represent chaos, making them ideal for acquiring live specimens, with mercenaries, rogue ninjas, defectors, and bandits abounding. Especially the geographical location of the land of rice paddies, adjacent to the land of fire and surrounded by several small countries, not far from the lands of earth and lightning, is also a place of rampant chaos. Orochimaru's purpose in creating the ninja village is to serve his research. Since leaving, the progress of my research has slowed down. Orochimaru speaks with a hoarse smile, noting that his research progressed fastest when his disciple assisted him. Back then, he only needed to focus on research, unlike now. After leaving the Konoha, he lost support. Although wealthy, his resources are dwindling, hence the idea of establishing a ninja village. Not to dominate as a great ninja village but purely for a steady income to fund his research. Is that so? Facing his teacher, Uchiha Yoru shrugs and smiles, saying, similarly, after leaving the teacher, my troubles have been endless. Previously, with Orochimaru as a shield, he could scheme from behind. Now, he is at the forefront. Did I hear that you have activated the legendary Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan? Orochimaru, licking his lips with excitement and a desire to explore everything, turns his head slowly. Faced with Orochimaru's unabashedly desirous gaze, Uchiha Yoru helplessly shakes his head. When a powerful person covets your body, you must display equal power, otherwise, you risk becoming their plaything. Teacher Orochimaru, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. As the shadow slowly lifted its head, a demonic crimson emerged in its eyes, and 3 black tomo began to spin, transforming into the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru nodded confidently with a smile, saying, "This is the Mangekyo, what beautiful eyes." Upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru revealed a twisted smile. However, in the next moment, his body trembled suddenly, and his golden snake-like pupils showed a hint of apprehension, but then, swoosh! A drop of cold sweat slid down from the temple, and Orochimaru, with fear more evident in his snake-like pupils, looked at the disciple who had suddenly appeared behind him. First was the powerful illusion, and now this terrifying space ninjutsu. The horrifying abilities of the Mangekyo fully awakened him, but also ignited Orochimaru's desire for greater knowledge. Licking his tongue excitedly, he let out a hoarse, twisted laugh. Is this the legendary dojutsu? Space. An illusion. How interesting, this is really too interesting. A sick smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, openly displaying his envy. Is this the Kekii Genkai? Decades of practice by ordinary ninjas can't compare to the awakening and evolution of the Kekii Genkai. Orochimaru, an unparalleled genius once praised by the third Hokage, knew well that his power was achieved step by step through training, a journey filled with innumerable efforts. But what about Kekii Genkai? Unfair. Envy. These are common human feelings, part of human nature, and Orochimaru's character does not hide his desires. Thus, Orochimaru is straightforward in his ways, never hiding his motives, like his desire for Sasuke's body, which was evident from the start. In this sense, Orochimaru is a person of pure extremity. Correct, this is the power of the Mangekyo. Uchiha Yoru slowly retracted the Mangekyo, nodding indifferently under Orochimaru's greedy gaze. However, the next moment, Uchiha Yoru directly took out 2 glass tubes from his bosom and threw them over. Orochimaru caught them, showing a puzzled look. Inside one tube were 2 eyeballs, and in the other, only 1 eye. These eyes belonged to a traitor in the clan, 3 Tomo Sharingan. The other eye is from Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, a Mangeki Sharingan. As he casually uttered the last sentence, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, unable to hide his shock, which then turned into a sick smile. Haha, interesting, too interesting. Is this the confidence the Mangeki gave to you, Yoru? Or is such arrogance ingrained in the Uchiha's bones? He could accept the 3 Tomo Sharingan, but the fact that the other party was willing to give him a Mangeki Sharingan too? This required absolute confidence. There should be another Mangeki. At that moment, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, knowing well that a Sharingan missing 1 eye would not be as powerful as it should be. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru showed a helpless expression, shrugged his shoulders, and shook his head. The other one should have fallen into the hands of Shimura Denzo. Shimura Denzo. When Orochimaru said this name, he believed it, as no one understood the dark thoughts of this ninja world better than him. The power of this Mangekyo Sharingan is almost exhausted, so be careful when you study it, teacher. Seeing his disciple bring such a precious thing, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Although they were master and disciple, they were also bound by mutual interests, and he never believed his disciple would be so kind-hearted. It was a Mangekyo Sharingan handed over to him, but Orochimaru's expression was meaningfully smiling, as if implying some condition. Indeed, Uchiha Yoru nodded with a smile and said to the dark corridor in the distance, "Gurren, come out." With the sound of crisp footsteps, a girl slowly walked out of the darkness. When she saw Uchiha Yoru, her eyes shone with fanaticism, and she walked straight to her master, assuming a protective stance. "The condition is your new ninja village, teacher." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was initially stunned, then revealed an evil smile. "Hehe, Yoru, your ambition is indeed unprecedented, and you have already begun to take action." Gurren didn't understand the conversation between the two, but Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru shared a very understanding smile. The resources from the ninja village missions will all be used for the teacher's research, and the Uchiha and police force will also closely cooperate with the teacher's village in the land of rice paddies. The meaning was simple: the future Sound Village would belong to him, and Orochimaru would be a worker training ninjas for him. In return, before he officially took over Sound Village, all resources obtained would be distributed by him, and the power of Uchiha and the police force would also secretly assist in establishing his ninja village. "Hehe, Yoru, your appetite is not small, but it seems your temptation is still lacking." A Mangekyo Sharingan and help in building a ninja village were not enough to make him work for free. Orochimaru, though focused on research, was not foolish and knew how to calculate. If he couldn't, he wouldn't have been a strong contender for the position of Hokage. Seemingly understanding his teacher's intent, Uchiha Yoru slowly revealed a confident smile, raised his hand to form a seal, and the next moment, Orochimaru's smile froze. Beneath their feet, the hard soil stirred, and a tender green sprout broke through the earth, visibly growing into a small tree. Would release. Orochimaru's eyes filled with fervor as he looked at Uchiha Yoru. The combination of the Mangekyo Sharingan and wood release, incredible. His conjecture was indeed correct. Uchiha Yoru also nodded with a smile, "Teacher Orochimaru, your conjecture is indeed correct. The Sharingan and wood release can not only suppress each other but also coexist, and they are very likely to have the same origin. This was awakened during a dangerous experiment. I wonder if this temptation is enough." Another test tube was thrown over, and this time, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes stared intently at the test tube in his hand, which contained a small piece of Uchiha Yoru's living flesh. "Teacher Orochimaru, this is the secret of the power of the Senju and Uchiha. Don't you want to research it?" Under the lure of an enticing voice, Orochimaru swallowed 3 test tubes down his throat, and in this extremely bizarre scene, the two exchanged a glance and smiled. "Hehe, as expected, you, Yoru, a person capable of creating miracles." Since the deal was struck, it was time to make requests. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, "Teacher, I think Yakushi Kabuto is quite good, and I will need your help with Gurren later." Clearly, he planned to entrust the future Sound Village to Yakushi Kabuto and Gurren for joint management. There's no need to mention Yakushi Kabuto, as he was already a confidant, and he held his weaknesses tightly in his grasp. Gurren, now completely his fanatic follower, had the talent and powerful bloodline to be a leader here. Hehe, Yoru, it's a pleasure to collaborate. The two exchanged a glance and smiled. Orochimaru was very satisfied. Not only did he acquire precious research material, but he also wouldn't need to worry about funding in the future, allowing him to focus entirely on his research. Only Gurren, although reluctant, remembered that Lord Yoru needed her strength, and she resolved to not disappoint him and to become stronger. Uchiha Yoru was satisfied with Orochimaru's teaching quality, which was beyond reproach, and having such a powerful cage ninja as a cover, no one would suspect this as his external force. By the way, teacher, about the child from the Uzumaki clan I was looking for. Uchiha Yoru asked curiously, remembering the important reason for his visit. Orochimaru laughed. Uchiha, truly the oldest and strongest ninja family, impressive with your intelligence network. Leading the way, Orochimaru walked ahead, followed closely by Gurren behind her Lord Yoru. In the hidden grass village, we found a mother and daughter. The mother passed away a few days ago after being rescued, but fortunately, both mother and daughter awakened the Uzumaki bloodline, possessing rare sensory and healing talents even among the Uzumaki. Finally arriving at a room, or more accurately, a laboratory. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Yoru. Upon entering, Yakushi Kabuto respectfully greeted them, and Uchiha Yoru smiled, nodding, Kabuto, when you assist teacher, remember to take care of the children here. Although Kabuto didn't know what had happened, he smiled kindly and nodded, yes, Lord Yoru. Then they saw the Uzumaki bloodline, a small figure with red hair covering her arms, obviously just drawn blood from Lord Orochimaru, Lord Yoru. Karin, still a little girl but matured early due to harsh realities, was tense and even a bit scared, quickly bowing deeply to them. She didn't recognize the other person but called him as Kabuto did. As she looked up, a warm hand touched her red-haired head, and Uchiha Yoru said with a gentle smile, "Are you Karin?" "Indeed, a talented child." Under the gentle smile, the young and once troubled Karin was somewhat confused and dazed, watching as these adults treated her like an object in a transaction. Chapter 221, Reaper Death Seal. In the land of the rice paddies, Orochimaru's underground base, which has yet to establish a ninja village, is located. Under the rare bright lights of the laboratory, Uchiha Yoru and Orochimaru are engaged in some forbidden jutsu research. Meanwhile, outside, Gurren and Kabuto, accompanied by Karin, are getting to know each other. In the original story, Gurren and Kabuto, who didn't see eye to eye, are showing goodwill towards each other in this life. Kabuto, skilled in medical ninjutsu, now assists Lord Orochimaru and also handles some of the base's management and logistics. Gurren, a crystal release Kekii Genkai ninja, proficient in ninjutsu and a tool of Lord Yoru, will also be another manager of this base. After exchanging glances, Kabuto and Gurren nod and smile amicably, showing no signs of conflict. In fact, they will need to cooperate in the future. Pleasant cooperation. I'm Karin, possessing healing and sensory abilities, says the youngest and weakest Karin hesitantly, feeling inferior to the powerful ninjas around her. Kabuto gives Karin a friendly smile, having noticed Lord Yoru's special attention to the child from just a little information. Karin, from now on, we are all tools of Lord Yoru. Gurren, acting like a big sister, affectionately ruffles the red hair of the newcomer Karin, but her eyes sparkle with intelligence, belying her simple appearance. In the original story, Gurren was responsible for managing a base on her own. To say she lacked brains and skill would be false. Kabuto gently adjusts his glasses, his wise eyes reflecting clarity. He sees through Gurren, the new ninja, who has already revealed her intentions. She wants to prove her value and starts to win over people's hearts. Being an outsider, her first step is to unite apart and integrate into the group. A smart and cunning woman, Kabuto muses, feeling no urgency but rather a sense of ease. The more valued they are by Lord Yoru, the higher their worth. He even vaguely guesses something his dream of returning to Konoha and proudly going back to the orphanage. And he can feel the means and magnanimity of Uchiha Yoru, much like Lord Orochimaru. They don't fear ambition, they fear lack of ability. So, for him, the most important thing is to increase his own value. Now that someone is here to share the burden of managing the base, it's perfect timing. While the three outside are each scheming, Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru in the lab show a look of disappointment. Hehe, Yoru, your ambition will surely bring a storm to the entire ninja world. At this moment, Orochimaru looks thoughtful, while Uchiha Yoru doesn't hide his ambition, nodding with a light laugh, rotting roots should be dug out directly. Planting strong saplings in fertile soil will ensure robust growth. And, if I become the Hokage of Konoha, then teacher Orochimaru can return to Konoha openly. Uchiha Yoru pauses slightly, turning to his teacher with a huge temptation. With the entire village of Konoha backing us, ample and stable funding will no longer be an obstacle, and there will be a large team of research assistants to aid in your research, teacher. At this moment, Orochimaru was deeply moved. Since leaving the Konoha, he had cut off his delusions about power. His only goal was immortality and to learn all ninja techniques, to explore the true essence of this world and the essence of ninjutsu. Beneath the smiling facade of their partnership, Orochimaru looked forward to a future without worries about funding or research materials, and the assistance of countless aides. Yet, he remained mostly calm. So, I need teacher to break through the barriers as soon as possible. I need the power of Karin. The true purpose of Uchiha Yoru's visit was firstly to establish a mutually beneficial alliance with Orochimaru, and secondly, it was for Karin. Karin was his most valued trump card, even more so in the future. Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned. When it came to his research, he never made hasty decisions. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline is indeed suitable for sealing-tailed beasts. Sealing the 9 tails in Karin's body might be challenging, but with your Mangekyo Sharingan, I believe the so-called tailed beast nemesis won't disappoint me. The most critical issue now is the sealing technique. At this point, Orochimaru's expression grew serious. Using the death god mask found in the Uzumaki shrine in the land of whirlpools, I've come to understand this jutsu. This is a relic from the age of Onmiji, before the era of ninjas. It's not the death god from the underworld, but rather a shikigami cultivated and passed down by the Onmiji. The shikigami adheres to the fundamental principle of equivalent exchange of power. According to the Uchiha clan's intelligence records, the 4th Hokage, Minato, used this jutsu to seal the 9 tails, even taking half of the 9 tails into the death god's stomach. At this moment, Orochimaru let out a raspy, sinister laugh. Yoru, the cost of summoning the death god is a soul. So, what's the next step? In a single sentence, he made it clear that he, Orochimaru, did not possess such a sacrificial spirit to offer his own soul to the death god, especially considering it's an S-rank forbidden jutsu, not something just anyone could learn. Otherwise, how would the Uzumaki clan have fallen to such a state? If everyone used the dead demon-consuming seal, who would dare provoke them? An S-rank forbidden jutsu signifies not only a heavy price but also an extremely difficult learning curve. Seeing Orochimaru's evil grin, Uchiha Yoru also smiled, as if he was well prepared. Teacher, I remember your impure world reincarnation technique is almost complete. The only difficulty lies in the damage to the reincarnated souls, but now I've found something very interesting that perfectly solves the issue of soul damage. As he spoke, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and smiled, a black snake slowly crawling out from his wrist, eventually opening its mouth to spit out a corpse. Or rather, a sealed body. At this sight, Orochimaru showed a curious look. The body was pale as if not human, but there are many strange creatures in the ninja world, so he was not surprised. Without awakening the ability of wood release, I might not have noticed this person secretly monitoring the Uchiha clan. Although he ultimately escaped, he left behind several interesting clones. White Zetsu. A biologically engineered product cultivated by Kagaya Tsutsuki using the God Tree, later adopted into the Akatsuki organization as White Zetsu by Uchiha Madara's will, while Black Zetsu deceived Madara into believing he created it. A very interesting body, and more importantly, it might cleverly solve the physical difficulties you've been unable to overcome. This time, Uchiha Yoru had gone to great lengths, even hastening Orochimaru towards the right path. The physique of White Zetsu could be considered an alternative form of immortality. As Uchiha Yoru explained, Orochimaru had already approached the sealed body of White Zetsu, and after a brief examination, he revealed a twisted smile. A very interesting body. Orochimaru then looked up at Uchiha Yoru with a meaningful smile, realizing that this disciple had many secrets. Yoru, the Uchiha clan truly is one of the oldest bloodline clans. All of this was attributed by Orochimaru to the foundation of the Uchiha clan. After all, there were countless secrets and intelligence that even he had never heard of. Uchiha Yoru was either fighting on the front lines or needing to enhance his strength, and these things were not easy to investigate. It required a lot of manpower and resources to achieve this, so attributing everything to the foundation of an ancient family was the best explanation. I need to study this, prepare this ninjutsu, and keep Keirin's spirit and body in the best condition, Orochimaru said, entering a research state with a fanatic look, while Uchiha Yoru nodded with a smile. Then, I will wait for you, teacher. Tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, such powerful weapons, were revered by the ninja world as village-guarding weapons, and they were not as weak as depicted in the original story. Before the Jinchuriki's revolt, the enormous chakra of the tailed beast level could recover so absurdly, almost like an infinite ninjutsu bombing machine. The power after the explosion was also explosive, and among the cage-level powerhouses in the ninja world, few possessed ninjutsu attacks like the tailed beast bomb, which could flatten maps with a single shot. Therefore, even though Jinchuriki were so dangerous, they were still revered by various ninja villages as deterrent weapons. Knowing about the other half of the Nine Tails and how to capture it, and having an excellent vessel, it would be foolish for Uchiha Yoru not to pursue this idea. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and smiled. It seems the future will be interesting. Susanoo Nine Tails may once again appear in Konoha. As for why not seal it in himself, Uchiha Yoru had thought about it. After all, he now possessed the wood-release physique Uchiha bloodline and also obtained the Uzumaki bloodline through Nagato's blood, and also he had an excellent Jinchuriki choice. But he had a better plan. If Uzumaki Naruto could rely on half of a tailed beast to have almost unlimited chakra, then Uzumaki Karin should not be much different. In the dark underground of the ninja world, Obito, the clone monitoring Uchiha in Konoha, has disappeared. Obito, wearing a mask, glances sideways, revealing a sinister Sharingan eye coldly staring at the yin-yang person emerging halfway from the ground, displaying a disdainful cold smile. It's somewhat surprising but not unexpected that Yoru, who awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, could find you. Uchiha Yoru, a clansman who has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and is now the head of the Uchiha clan, is met with nothing but scorn from Obito. Yoru, is this your dream? It's a pity it's so naive. The idea of becoming Hokage is laughable. Only by creating another world can a true world be achieved. Obito has clearly entered a state of madness. They were classmates once, and after Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, they were the only two Uchihas in class. Obito had a good relationship with Uchiha Yoru. Since my old classmate wants to become Hokage, maybe we can give him a push. Whether he can become Hokage will depend on his abilities. Obito reveals a cruel smile, having already planned his next move. Their goal now requires the collection of tailed beasts, and any opportunity to weaken the 5 great shinobi villages will not be missed. There's an open rift between the Konoha and the Uchihas, but with the Uchihas weak and the Konoha strong, it's hard for a major conflict to erupt under mutual wariness. Therefore, what he needs is to provide some assistance to the Uchihas to destabilize the Konoha. Sell the information about the rift between the Konoha's Uchiha and the third Hokage to other villages. I don't think we need to act, others will help the Uchiha police department grow stronger. At this point, Obito suddenly pauses, then coldly adds, also, stoke the fires of the rebel forces in the Mist Village, and sell the same information to other villages. I don't think anyone will miss this opportunity. Other villages wouldn't miss the chance to exploit such sordid affairs. When a country faces a rebel force, they naturally support the weaker side in secret, then watch as both sides exhaust themselves. This has always been the tactic of all shinobi villages. Also, I am Uchiha Madara. In the dark tunnel, Uchiha Obito reveals an extremely evil Sharingan eye, filled with madness. He wants to create a world with Rin. Land of rice paddies, Orochimaru's underground base. Reaper Death Seal. Snake, boar, sheep, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. Orochimaru, with hands joined in prayer and donning a mask of the Grim Reaper, shudders and contorts in agony. The cost of using an S-class forbidden jutsu is immense. His hair stands on end as if blown by an unseen wind, followed by a cold, deathly aura. Simultaneously, a large amount of chakra is drained. Uchiha Yoru, standing in front, shows a grave expression. The Sharingan is activated, and within it, a faint shadowy outline is barely discernible. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, the caster of this jutsu, is sweating profusely. From the corner of his eye, he can clearly see the Reaper appearing behind him. The Reaper, with its emotionless purple skin, slowly extends its hand, grasping the Reaper's blade held in its mouth. It then slowly cuts open its stomach, and simultaneously, Orochimaru's body suffers a matching wound. As blood splatters from his abdomen, Orochimaru groans in pain, feeling both the physical wound and the agony of summoning the Reaper. Suddenly, a soul emerges from the Reaper's stomach. Uchiha Yoru urgently shouts, "Teacher!" The coordination between teacher and student is impeccable. Following Yoru's shout, Orochimaru hurriedly removes his mask amidst a cold sweat. Ugh! A skin-crawling retching sound follows as Orochimaru, now unmasked, reveals a ghastly pale face, resembling Zetsu. In the next moment, a phosphorus white snake is expelled from Zetsu's mouth. In front of Yoru, a body is prepared, Orochimaru's original body. The phosphorus snake swiftly enters it, causing Orochimaru's body to tremble. Ugh! A limp phosphorus snake falls to the ground, while Orochimaru's body slowly stands up. On the other side, Zetsu's body collapses, soulless. Heh. Panting, Orochimaru watches as the Reaper, having completed its task through Zetsu's body and failing to reap any soul, disappears emotionlessly. Summoning the Reaper, sealing the enemy, and then taking the caster's soul, there's a rule to it, a lack of consciousness in itself. Teacher! Yoru, watching from the side, can't help but be impressed. Uncle Snake truly is the only one who can exploit a bug in the Reaper. First reincarnating in Zetsu's body, then summoning the Reaper, and after using it, performing a molting escape back into his own body, even fooling the Reaper. It makes one wonder what the fourth Hokage would think if he knew. Teacher, it seems your impure world reincarnation technique is somewhat different. And although Yoru doesn't continue, Orochimaru lets out a hoarse, evil laugh. Yoru, as you say, there are many secrets in this world. And Zetsu's body is still usable, isn't it? Hearing this, Yoru's eyes widened in realization, looking at the limp Zetsu in the distance. It makes perfect sense. An empty shell of a body, Orochimaru can reincarnate at any time, 6 paths to ascension. Moreover, Yoru, you're right. There are many secrets to the soul. Under Orochimaru's evil grin, it's clear that the impure world reincarnation is different, or rather, he didn't bet everything on this jutsu. In the original story, Orochimaru's soul almost becomes a white snake. In this life, guided by Orochimaru, he remains calm and restrained. The white snake is just a temporary vessel for the soul, a medium for performing jutsu, not a bizarre mutation. Perhaps because of this, the jutsu is no longer limited to being used once every 3 years. Yoru narrows his eyes, pondering in his heart, wondering if this is the reason. As Yoru thinks, indeed, treating the soul as a mere vessel rather than transforming it completely into a white snake allows the impure world reincarnation to be used at any time. However, the downside is that the soul's protection becomes much weaker, so the body used for Orochimaru's reincarnation must be a weaker one, otherwise, it would suffer severe backlash. And Zetsu's body is perfect for this, as if tailor-made for Orochimaru. Chapter 222, Corruption in Konoha. In the dark base of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato, this is the latest intelligence. Seated on a strange puppet, the emaciated Nagato slowly opened his eyes. His spirits had undergone a complete change since he found his life's purpose. Upon receiving the intelligence, Nagato couldn't help but remark, although I have not yet mastered the Fire Temple's Sage Jutsu, it truly lives up to its name. Seeing this, Konan's usually cold face softened slightly. Nagato, your legs. Looking at Konan's concern, Nagato confidently replied, though I haven't mastered it yet, the Sage Chakra does have a miraculous ability to nourish the body. At least my legs won't deteriorate any further. No one wants to be crippled, especially a ninja with the power to destroy worlds. His once overtaxed body seemed to stabilize under the influence of Sage Jutsu. Upon opening the intelligence scroll, Nagato narrowed his eyes with a serious expression. Mr. Yoru has started moving towards his own path of the ninja. The report detailed recent changes in the Konoha, especially the new political system formed by the police force under Uchiha Yoru, now openly clashing with the old leaf political system. In Nagato's eyes, Uchiha Yoru was his guiding light, the person he admired most in the ninja world. Nagato, Mr. Yoru doesn't know our real identity, but recently his police force has contacted our Akatsuki organization. Konan slowly took out a mission scroll. Since the Uchiha's external businesses and trade in the Land of Fire have been suppressed by those aligned with the third Hokage, the situation has become very peculiar. Then a group of ninjas appeared to protect the Uchiha's interests. According to the intelligence, these ninjas come from the Rock and Cloud villages. It seems Mr. Yoru is wary, hiring an elite ninja squad to eliminate these attackers. Even Konan understood that other villages, seeing the Leaf's turmoil, wouldn't let them off easily. Uchiha's evil? Uchiha's division? The third Hokage secretly weakens the Uchiha's business, so they help in the shadows. In short, whatever trouble the Uchiha face, they'll intervene without being asked, hoping to incite internal strife in the leaf. Alright, the Akatsuki will take on the Uchiha's mission. There's money to be made and free help, it would be foolish not to. Also, this is a personal letter from Uchiha Yoru, sent to the location we left last time. After discussing the main issue, Konan took out an envelope. Nagato's expression became even more solemn than when he was reviewing the intelligence. Opening the envelope, looking at the contents of the letter, and a medical prescription debugging agent, Nagato's face showed an even brighter smile. Mr. Yoru, truly a man of integrity. He didn't expect that Uchiha Yoru would still remember his health, and now with his identity, he even researched and prepared a suitable medicine after a period of time. Watching Nagato so obsessed, Konan frowned with some worry. Nagato, in the future, this Mr. Yoru might become our great enemy. In the current situation, other ninja villages would obviously secretly assist Uchiha in their goal to weaken Konoha. But as long as the third Hokage can't settle things with a thunderous approach, Uchiha Yoru will only become stronger. Seeing Konan's worry, Nagato showed a confident smile. Our goals are the same, it's just that the processes are different. But in the end, who will succeed? Hehe, my eyes, I believe, can see farther. When the time comes, I'll let Mr. Yoru see. He thinks too one-sidedly, setting rules for the ninja world. As Mr. Yoru wrote in his book, the human heart is the most unpredictable. Both of them ultimately aim for peace. Nagato wants to create powerful weapons from the tailed beasts, just like how Senju and Uchiha once dominated the ninja world and no one dared to start wars. And Uchiha Yoru. Thinking of this, Nagato couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps this is a matter of perspective. If Mr. Yoru knew about this method, he might change his mind. At this moment, he could only attribute all this to Uchiha Yoru not knowing that the nine-tailed beasts could create the strongest weapon. Rock Village. In the office of the Tsuchikage, Noki looked at the intelligence from Konoha and couldn't help but show a cold smile, saying, Sarutobi, Sarutobi, you've been proud all your life, but it seems in the latter half you will tarnish your own reputation. Pass down my order. Prioritize the goods coming from the land of fire that bear the Uchiha crest. Yes. Also, keep a close watch. Any ninja, regardless of their rank, who disrupts trade with the Uchiha, eliminate them. Yes. Tsuchikage, is this really? An assistant in the office couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Noki, without even looking, knew their expressions and coldly said with a laugh, this is a godsend opportunity. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha was almost exhausted, and then suddenly the fourth Hokage emerged. How many geniuses does Konoha have? It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know how to use these talents. As he spoke, a strong hint of jealousy appeared on Noki's face, and he cursed inwardly. Not to mention a genius like the fourth Hokage, even someone slightly less talented would be treasured by him. Konoha suffered huge losses in the Third War, even experiencing the Nine Tails attack, but it's only been a few years. Not to mention the geniuses that emerged in Konoha, just the recovery of their military strength alone far exceeds ours. As he said this, Noki's jealousy was palpable. Konoha had an endless layer of geniuses, and with its fertile lands and strong economic recovery, it was rapidly regaining its strength. This is a rare opportunity. Uchiha Yoru, with his awakened Mangeki Sharingan, just give him time. As he spoke, a sinister smile of schadenfreude appeared on Noki's face. Haha, this time I must seize the opportunity, take advantage of Konoha's internal strife, and fully develop our military power. At this moment, although Noki was old, his eyes were filled with intense ambition. The mist was already in internal strife, and the sand was at the bottom, also showing signs of internal disagreement, not to mention Konoha. Now, many in the ninja world were watching. At this moment, Noki couldn't help but feel emotional. It was like the heavens had opened their eyes, giving him a chance to rise in his lifetime. Among the 5 great ninja villages, now only Kumagakure and his Uegakure were left. Taking advantage of Konoha's internal strife and fully developing military power, in the next great ninja war, he was determined to tear a chunk of flesh from the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Land of the Rice Paddies. Ah! Gurgle. Amidst a scream, followed by sounds resembling drowning, a young boy struggles painfully and fiercely inside a huge container. Numerous liquids are poured into his body, rapidly extinguishing his will. At the same time, a faint orange-red chakra drifts in the air. Watching this scene, Uchiha Yoru sneers and jests. It seems that the daimyo's domain also has its fair share of tricks. Hehe, I'm more curious about your methods, Yoru, even managing to infiltrate the fire temple. Orochimaru chuckles sinisterly. Uchiha Yoru, unconcerned, shrugs and teases. The Uchiha clan has been ostracized and isolated for so long, how could we not seek allies? If not in the village, then naturally we turn to the land of fire. But obviously, the daimyo's domain is cautious, perhaps even timid, afraid of backlash, and thus has always turned a blind eye to the Uchiha's goodwill. It's only natural that the fire temple has its informants. Orochimaru, hearing Uchiha Yoru's explanation, lets out a hoarse laugh. It all makes sense, but what does it matter to him? They are just materials for his experiments. Teacher, this child is the son of Kazuma, one of the 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo's domain. He's been implanted with part of the Nine Tails chakra since childhood, now resembling a pseudo Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I need this child to grow rapidly. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru frowns and says hoarsely, nutrient fluids can accelerate growth, but this will also impair the child's future potential. Uchiha Yoru's face then twists into a sinister smile. Given the current situation, I cannot afford to be merciful, and besides. Speaking of which, Uchiha Yoru turned his head and looked at Orochimaru, the smile on his face gradually fading. Right now, my power only allows me to protect my own people. And he is certainly not one of our own. From the beginning, Uchiha Yoru never considered the other party as one of his own, but merely as a weapon. Originally, the other party was just a weapon, only with a change of master. Hehe, Yoru, you're becoming more and more perfect. In the midst of the offbeat tone, Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru exchanged glances and smiles, both seeing ambition in each other's eyes, but their ambitions were completely aligned for cooperation. Their ambitions never conflicted. The Fire Temple's imitation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Sora sold the information to Orochimaru early on, and naturally, Orochimaru took this weapon away when he returned from the Land of Water. Hehe, I am very much looking forward to Yoru's future. For the first time, Orochimaru was filled with intense interest in a person, his golden snake pupils eager to see the other's future. First, there was the half Nine Tails of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the terrifying power of the Nine Tails. If the young girl Karin really could control it, it would be immeasurable. But all that is in the future, and the present is about this pseudo Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The future needs to be nurtured and sculpted, while the present is ready for immediate use, meaning Sora has always been a weapon in their hands. When necessary, Uchiha Yoru would directly wield it. And Uchiha Yoru did not hide his ambition and plans from Orochimaru. The pseudo Nine Tails Jinchuriki, although it could only unleash 4 tails, also possessed the destructive power of a cage level. Konoha, a tavern. Hey, life has finally gotten easier lately. Indeed, the shadow of war has finally lifted. Haha, the Mist Village is facing a rebellion, and they're too preoccupied with their own mess in the Land of Water to bother fighting us. Ninjas gather in the tavern, mostly to relax and unwind from the long-held stress, boasting, chit-chatting, and even heavy drinking as a form of relief. Why has there been no news from the 5th Hokage in the village? The 3rd Hokage was already 60 when he retired a few years ago. Why does he now seem reluctant to step down after taking the position again? Shush, don't grumble so much. What does it have to do with us? Humph, remember when we applied for a mission? Guess what? A teacher from the Ninja Academy chose a person from the Sarutobi clan. At a table, 2 ninjas openly show their displeasure, and one of them eventually sighs in resignation, just let it be, get some sleep when we return, and pretend nothing happened. We're not that fortunate. Humph, during the 3rd Great Ninja War, they said it was due to a shortage of supplies, leading to price hikes. Now what? Even though peace has been restored, look at these monopolized resources. Shut it. If you think it's too expensive, go buy it from the Uchiha clan. You think I haven't tried? The Uchiha themselves barely have enough for their own needs, let alone sell much to outsiders. In a private room, 2 figures quietly listen to the ninjas' complaints, both frowning. Kakashi, the higher UPS in Konoha, have monopolized the village's soldier pills and some precious medical resources. Uchiha Shisui frowns deeply and speaks solemnly to Kakashi, the Land of Fire is fertile, and even the ninjas of Konoha are strong, but almost half of the earnings from each mission go to medical expenses. I hadn't paid much attention before, but after Brother Yoru pointed it out, and the fact that the police department's hospital is only for internal use and not for profit, I realized. Even simple injuries, which truly cost less than 10,000 to treat, cost ninjas 10 times as much. Nearly half of what ninjas earn from risking their lives on missions goes to the medical department, and the rest is spent on various supplies. Listening to Shisui's investigation, Kakashi Hatake also sighed rarely. Shisui, the medical department was initially proposed by Lady Tsunade, but later, due to the village receiving substantial financial and material support, and with Lady Tsunade's long absence, the village indeed needed money. Money. Looking at Kakashi, Shisui showed a disdainful look, as if saying don't treat me like a fool. Clearly, injuries that could be healed with medical ninjutsu and a half-month's rest at home end up requiring a month's hospitalization in the medical department, using a bunch of highly profitable medicines. Of course, these medicines don't have any effect on the body. Saying this, Shisui showed a self-mocking, sarcastic smile. I almost forgot, the medical department is now under the control of the Sarutobi clan. Moreover, after the Nine Tails attack, only the Shimura, Inoshika Ch clans together divided the village for reconstruction. The Uchiha were marginalized, not to mention the countless ordinary ninjas. It sounds good to say it was a replanning, but in reality, their clans occupied the best lands and turned these so-called replanned areas into commercial streets. Raising the housing prices, now the central area of the village is absurdly expensive. Let's leave these aside. What about the current upper echelons? What does it mean to drink ninja blood? Shisui's eyes revealed weariness. After experiencing the manipulation of Kota Amatsukami, he learned more about the internal affairs. The ninjas who died in the Nine Tails attack, what about their properties? Even the properties of the fourth Hokage were appropriated under the pretext of rebuilding Konoha. What about the funds allocated by the daime? Haha, it's a huge irony. Kakashi, do you know? Now, the Sarutobi, Inoshika Ch clans secretly demand money for teaching advanced techniques under the guise of leading teams. The common experiences that should be taught by the team leading ninjas are now commercialized by them. And there's even more shameless acts, like certain positions in various departments, such as the prison management ninjas, some clerical positions in departments, or patrol missions. It's not enough just to meet the ninja rank and mission standards, there's also a need for transactions. After learning from the upper echelons about the major clans' methods of amassing wealth, Shisui almost collapsed. The village had become so corrupt, from top to bottom. Chapter 223, Frustrated Danzo. Konoha, Ninja School. Yo, Irika, congratulations on being admitted to the ninja school. At first sight, a white-haired Mizuki teased Irika, who then showed a displeased smile. Mizuki, didn't you also get a job? The ninjas who came from the battlefield of the Land of Whirlpools, thanks to the batch of recommendation letters from Uchiha Yoru, many of them got promoted. There were more than 10 special Jonin and 50 Chunin. Among those promoted to Chunin were Irika Umino and Mizuki. They returned to the village for a while to recuperate and, at the age of 16, they were promoted to Chunin, becoming qualified to be assistant teachers at the school. Of course, they are not yet fully qualified for their current positions. The houses in the center of the village are too expensive. I'm really envious of you, Irika. Mizuki couldn't help showing a look of envy and jealousy. Unfortunately, Irika's parents had left him a house right on the outskirts of the center. Because Mizuki met Uchiha Yoru on the front lines, his life took a strange turn. Although he still longed for power, his loyalty shifted to serving Uchiha Yoru, the inheritor of all that is Orochimaru. As seen in the original story, Mizuki eventually becomes a power-seeking fanatic who worships Orochimaru. Haha, can't help it. You can't be envious of this. Seeing Mizuki's blatant jealousy, Irika revealed a teasing smile. Who would have thought that houses would become so scarce and expensive in the village center? Many ninjas drained their family's savings just to afford a house there. In the future, Sakura still has a mortgage to pay. My talent is limited, but I'll definitely become the best teacher. After successfully enrolling, Irika was full of fighting spirit and couldn't help but take out the red-covered book My Struggle from his ninja tools bag. His eyes were filled with fervor. Mizuki, I really recommend you read this book. It almost bluntly speaks of the true will of fire. Mentioning this book, Irika's eyes shone with zeal, making Mizuki break out in a cold sweat. Mizuki said, not without annoyance, Irika, you really have a way with things. Although he became a teacher, he never gave up on training. Power is fundamental. He isn't like Irika, who, realizing his limited talent, decided to teach and nurture more talents. Mizuki, this book is so precious that even Uchiha Yoru can't put it down. What? Mizuki, who initially didn't care much, was suddenly shocked. Seeing his friend's reaction, Irika's lips slightly curved up, feeling a sense of satisfaction and pride in recommending a book he considered a classic. Haha, Mizuki, I bought 2 more copies of this book today. True Will of Fire really brings good fortune. I plan to give them away, so I'll give you one first. Irika, fulfilled and excited, handed the brand new book to Mizuki. This time Mizuki didn't refuse. Instead, he looked serious. A book even Uchiha Yoru reads was worth studying thoroughly. Maybe it held the essence of power. By the way, Irika, who were you planning to give the book to? At this moment, Mizuki showed curiosity, and Irika scratched his head awkwardly after hearing this. I gave the other book to the exam teacher of the ninja school this time, after all, we have to work under him in the future. Having been tempered by the battlefield, Irika had grown up. Although he was straightforward, he understood the ways of the world. Seeing Irika's expression, Mizuki couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in resignation, holding his forehead and sighing, Irika, when you give gifts, investigate first. This exam teacher may be a civilian ninja, but his sister is married into the Sarutobi clan. This person is extremely greedy. You give a book? It's like not giving anything substantial. Hearing Mizuki's words, Irika was shocked and his face turned pale. Damn it, Mizuki, why didn't you tell me earlier? When I gave the book, I specifically asked for future care for both of us. Suddenly, Mizuki burst into laughter, holding his stomach and waving his hand. All right, I visited this teacher's house last night. I wanted to bring you, but you weren't home. But this matter couldn't be delayed, so I went alone. Don't worry, I've delivered your part as well. Mizuki was smug, partly because of their partnership and partly out of self-interest. Both of them were average chunin and not outstanding. It was too hard for them to stand out in the future. Only by unity and networking could they make it. In future school matters, Irika would also stand up for him. It's hard to fight alone, so Mizuki didn't hesitate to spend his own money to owe Irika a favor, ensuring support in the ninja school when needed. Mizuki, you. Irika, not knowing what else to say, simply laughed and said, let's go, I'll treat you tonight. Let's go to the barbecue restaurant. With their laughter, the friendship between men can sometimes be so simple. In the ninja school office, the exam inspector was carefully reviewing the ninjas to be assessed. One file was marked excellent and another reserve, clearly indicating the ranking among the teacher assistants. Excellent meant they could participate in exams to become a teacher of a ninja class after gaining enough experience. Reserve meant they still needed observation. Hehe, lucky you. Looking at a file from the reserve, with a photo of Mizuki with his distinctive silver-white hair, the teacher shook his head and smiled, swapping it with one from the excellent pile. Originally not qualified, but Irika's assessment was flawless and was directly listed in excellent. Considering the favor, he decided to move this lucky fellow into the excellent category. Of course, he was just an examiner. The files had to be handed over to the higher UPS, but generally, there wouldn't be any changes. Hokage's office. Danzo, the threat from the Uchiha is becoming increasingly severe. The route suffered huge losses last time, and now we need to expand further to guard against the Uchiha. At this moment, Danzo's exposed eye showed intense fervor. The last loss was devastating, and the threat of the Uchiha hung over him like a sword. He would not allow the Uchiha to continue this way. Danzo, the route is asking for too much funding. Before the third Hokage could speak, Koharu Yudatan, responsible for financial affairs, showed her dissatisfaction at this scene. The route could expand because of the Uchiha's strength, but this seemed like preparation for rebellion, not expansion. Asking for so much funding was akin to declaring a revolt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sitting in the Hokage's seat, pondered over Danzo's report and then, unexpectedly, nodded in agreement. Danzo, the funding you requested will be provided. What? Hiruzen, you can't be reckless like this. Koharu Yudatan was shocked, fearing that the route's power might become uncontrolled. Even Danzo was stunned, looking at his old comrade Hiruzen. Despite getting substantial funding, he couldn't feel happy. Cough, Hiruzen, I understand the village's difficulties. Knowing Hiruzen wouldn't be so generous without a reason, Danzo felt uneasy and seemed to suggest that even less funding would suffice. However, Hiruzen then taught him a vivid lesson about what it means to be Hokage and how to use tactics. The Anbu also needs reinforcements, but there have been too many issues lately, and I suspect infiltration within the Anbu. Therefore, I have decided that the route, under the guise of this reinforcement, will establish 3 squads of elite Anbu members. Damn! Hearing this, Danzo almost cursed out loud, his eye widening in disbelief. Clever Hiruzen! He was using Danzo to train Anbu personnel. 17 members per squad, 51 in total, all elites from Danzo's route. This was Hiruzen's way of placing his people in the route. And so ruthlessly, these 3 squads would bear the route's name, but actually follow Hiruzen's commands. They would execute missions for Hiruzen, but the route would be blamed. Cough, Hiruzen's considerations are indeed thorough. After all, the Uchiha Yoro have inherited Orochimaru's power, and almost the entire village is under their surveillance, even the Anbu must be cautious. Initially opposed, Koharu Yuditen, hearing this, coughed lightly and sat down, now quite supportive of the plan. Hiruzen, seeing Danzo's wide-eyed expression, seemed somewhat embarrassed and sighed out of humanitarian concern. Danzo, don't worry. This time I will assign 3 experienced Anbu elites to oversee this. You just need to pick some people from your route. You, Hiruzen. Danzo turned green with anger at Hiruzen's shameless maneuver. 3 experienced Anbu assistants clearly meant 3 squad leaders. Moreover, he even selects from the route, it's not just saying. After he selected a batch of elites to join the route, damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen picks again from the elites he selected. This is not how you fleece a sheep. Facing Shimura Danzo's anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also quite embarrassed, seeming a bit shameless in his actions, but everything is for the village. Danzo, this time I allow you to choose from various major clans for the route. Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Inyazuka, even my own Sarutobi clan, just don't go too far. Remember to keep a measure. Knowing he has gone a bit too far this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowers his head, having to offer a significant concession to the other party. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo's angry expression slightly eases. In the end, Shimura Danzo, with a sinister look in his one eye, says in a deep voice, Hiruzen, this might be an opportunity to test the Uchiha. Danzo, you mean? Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen pretend to be confused, Shimura Danzo coldly snorts, Hiruzen, the route is an important department to protect Konoha. All clans of Konoha have the right to cooperate, even the Sarutobi clan, as Hokage, is duty-bound. As long as the Uchiha are part of Konoha, they have this obligation. After the righteous words fall, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seems like he hasn't heard anything, looking down at the report in his hands. Then, with a big wave of his hand, he signs his name and slams down his Hokage seal. Koharu, please arrange this fund from the finances as quickly as possible for the route. Turning to Koharu, she nods, showing an understanding look, don't worry Sarutobi, the village's finances are sufficient, the funds will definitely be in place within half a month. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Koharu, in their coordination, cause Shimura Danzo's forehead to throb in irritation. Finally, with a cold snort, he turns and slams the door as he leaves. In the office, the two look knowingly at each other, clearly aware of these matters, all done by Danzo's route. Shimura Danzo also understands that the route is meant to take the blame and handle unsightly matters. If something goes wrong, the Hokage will step in to resolve it. Talking nicely is to mediate, talking harshly is the 3rd Hokage's stern command to the route. At worst, it's just another demotion. He, Shimura Danzo, is still the head of the route, both up and down. Everyone knows that with the 3rd Hokage's favoritism towards Danzo, it won't be long before he is restored to his former position. Not to mention the controversial assassination in the original work, just by knowing Danzo's obsession and desire for the Hokage position, Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust in him shows the depth of their relationship. After Danzo leaves, Koharu shows a worried look, Hiruzen, Danzo's ambition can easily lead to extreme behavior, what if he provokes these clans? As Sarutobi Hiruzen, growing older and more stubborn, raises his head with a determined look. The village needs stability, this time is also an opportunity to test. As for the other clans. Saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shows the formidable presence of a past ninja, speaking indifferently, the only clans that can pose a threat to the village are the Uchiha and Hyuga, and the now divided Hyuga no longer have this capability. The strength of a clan posing a threat to the village shows the power of the Uchiha, otherwise, there wouldn't be the thought of an armed coup in the original work. The Hyuga clan has already split and no longer poses a threat. In contrast, the Uchiha clan is becoming increasingly powerful, especially after aligning the Aberme and Hyuga branch family, increasing their threat. The village's ninjas staying behind have become stronger, even the security around the Hokage building has been strengthened several times, showing the threat brought by the changes in the Uchiha. Chapter 224, The Root. Konoha, Inyazuka clan. What? That's too much. The Inyazuka clan has always been neutral. Even their investments were just gestures of goodwill, offending no one. Moreover, the clan's strength was not very strong. Among Konoha's secret technique families, the Inyazuka clan was the weakest, but they rapidly developed due to their advantage in training ninja dogs. However, they suffered during wartime. As indispensable trackers on the battlefield, they were also prime targets for enemy ninjas. Thus, before every great ninja war, the Inyazuka clan's strength would increase significantly, moving away from the bottom of the secret technique families. But after the wars, they would suffer heavy casualties. Their indispensable tracking abilities, without strong protective power, always troubled the Inyazuka clan. They had wanted to connect with the Aberme clan to see if they could further their relationship in the future. Like the Inoshika-ch alliance, a solid, long-standing alliance allowed for the complement of secret techniques. They understood the principle of huddling for warmth, but just as their relationship with the Aberme clan reached a critical point, the alliance between the Yamanaka and Uchiha clans emerged, awkwardly halting their plans. But now, in the Inyazuka clan's living room, an angry Inyazuka-tsum, radiating a wild beauty, slammed her hand on the table, furiously saying, "How great were the Inyazuka clan's losses in the 3 wars? Does the Hokage not know? And now, the root division is still so presumptuous." The most experienced and mature Jainin of the clan, Inyazuka Gaku, calmly looked at the family members, less than 10 in the living room, and couldn't help but shake his head. The root division has explained everything. The clans of Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, and even Sarutobi have had personnel drafted. Our Inyazuka clan cannot use this as an excuse. Despite this, the hot-tempered Inyazuka-tsum couldn't suppress her anger, for the village, if not for the 3rd Hokage's command errors in the 3 wars, our clan wouldn't have suffered so heavily. Inyazuka-tsum. Seeing Inyazuka-tsum bring up the past mistakes of the 3 wars, Inyazuka Gaku gravely banged the table to stop this topic. The errors made in those wars were serious enough to cause the 3rd Hokage to resign. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a Hokage stepping down. Knowing her impulsiveness, Inyazuka-tsum took a deep breath, but still couldn't suppress her anger. "My husband was seriously injured in the 3 wars and didn't survive the 2nd year after the Night of the 9 Tails. Now I only have a son and daughter. I absolutely refuse to send my children to the root division." At this, Inyazuka-tsum showed a fierce protective instinct. She was the mother of Inyazuka Hana and Inyazuka Kaiba. The other Inyazuka families also showed displeasure. Unlike other clans, the Inyazuka, though called a secret technique family, were actually more like a ninja household. Each had their own family, and when issues arose, the strongest ninja from each family would come to discuss. At its peak, the Inyazuka clan had just over 50 families and just over 100 ninjas. Now, with only 9 families, it meant that the so-called Inyazuka clan barely had 20 to 30 members left. Inyazuka Gaku, looking at everyone's grim faces, understood their pain. Who wouldn't cherish their own children, especially for a clan already facing a population shortage? "Sigh, I have 2 illegitimate children with ninja talent outside. One could join the root division, but they must return to the Inyazuka family first." Inyazuka Gaku finally sighed and proposed a solution, noting that influential and powerful members of large families often have lovers or illegitimate children outside. However, under the long-standing traditions of the ninja world, especially in the conservative noble families, illegitimate children are not acknowledged, let alone allowed to inherit the family's assets. At most, being allowed to inherit the family name is considered a favor. Most families turn a blind eye to this, as long as the bottom line is not crossed. After Inyazuka Gaku spoke, others started to think. The issue of illegitimate children is usually kept out of the public eye. As for inheriting the family's secret techniques, if you dare teach them, you could be thrown out of the family the next day. Some stricter families might even execute offenders internally. Unless acknowledged, and this time Inyazuka Gaku used the opportunity to bring back 2 illegitimate children to the Inyazuka clan. They would receive treatment like ordinary clan members and could even train in the family's secret techniques, but only the basic ones. Only after the next generation feels a sense of belonging could they be eligible to learn more advanced techniques. Route demanding 3 spots this time is too much, someone complained. Once you enter Route, there's no coming back. The main issue is that the current generation of the Inuzuka clan lacks a prodigious genius. Otherwise, Route wouldn't be demanding 3 subpar individuals but a genius. Let's draw lots, it was proposed. We all know the situation of the Inuzuka clan and what everyone's doing in private. Let's use this opportunity to bring back those outside. After all, the Inuzuka clan is at its lowest point in history. As someone who has been through it all, Inuzuka Gaku knows that population growth is crucial for the clan's development. The current state of the Inuzuka is perilous. Even though their current rules prohibit women from marrying out and only allow men to marry into the clan, having illegitimate children is the fastest way to increase the population. Allowing these people to return and bear the Inuzuka name, those with ninja talents, at most, could learn the clan's basic secret techniques. This is the fastest way to rejuvenate the clan. Moreover, the talent for being a ninja is selective. As for basic secret techniques, just the basic level is enough to reach the mid-ninja level. Mid-ninja. That's the ultimate achievement for most ninjas. I agree. Seconded. Seconded. As each family nodded in agreement, Inuzuka-tsum couldn't help but scoff. She was dissatisfied with these so-called illegitimate children being allowed to proudly bear the noble Inuzuka name, but there was no choice. This issue wasn't unique to the Inuzuka clan, other major families were also troubled. Root demanded people, either geniuses or otherwise. No one wanted to offend Root, so they reluctantly handed over a few children with ninja talents who were quite promising. These children are the future of the clans, but there's no other choice. However, this is still better than the plight of civilian ninjas, who have no choice in the matter. Once selected, regardless of how many children a family has, a direct order is issued. Families unaware of what Root is are happy, thinking it's a high-level secret department of the village. Their children are excited, dreaming of becoming legendary ninjas. But families with ninja parents who know about Root are stricken with grief. Unable to refuse Root's orders, they can only prepare a lavish last meal and give all their love to their children in their final days. Helplessly, they have to send their own children to Root. Families with 2 or more children fare slightly better, finding relief in their remaining children. Some rejoice, others grieve. Those unaware of the truth might be happy, at least they're not in despair. Those who know can only accept everything as it is. Police Department, Conference Room. In the conference room this time, there were densely packed, over 100 jonin seated on the floor, while sitting above were Hyuga Hisashi, Abarame Shibi, and the leader, Uchiha Yoru. Among the crowd below, the Uchiha clan accounted for half the number. The remaining half were mostly from the Hyuga branch family, followed by ordinary ninjas and members of the Abarame clan. However, those who could come here this time were at least of the special jonin level. It can be said that this meeting gathered 80% of the high-end combat power centered around Uchiha Yoru. In the entire Konoha, there were about 600 to 700 jonin in the combat formation, and a large part of them were special jonin. This indicated the value of a jonin status. Of course, the greatest foundation of the 5 great ninja villages, apart from these, also included some jonin who retired from combat due to injuries or old age. Although their combat strength was no longer at its peak, they had rich experience and passed on everything they knew to the next generation. They were responsible for infusing fresh blood into the new generation, which is the biggest reason why the 5 great ninja villages have stood for so many years. Everyone, you must have heard about the Root Division, Uchiha Yoru said, looking at the power he possessed, feeling a sense of pride. This power was his confidence to intimidate the old folks of the Konoha. Even though there might be hesitations and wavering if a real internal war started, the power of nearly 100 jonin was enough for him to threaten the Konoha. Even the peak-time supporters of the legendary Sunin were only about this number. Although he shamelessly borrowed the power of the clan, it was also a part of his strength. Lord Yoru, the Root Division plans to conscript 3 Byakugan boys from the Hyuga clan, said Hyuga Hisashi, the first to speak, with an expressionless face that revealed no emotions. But the anger on the faces of the jonin from the Hyuga branch family was clear to everyone. Since the caged bird incident, what they hated the most was being controlled by such cursed seals. The actions of the Root Division were like sprinkling salt on their wounds. Following that, the least noticeable Abarame Shibi slightly bowed his head and said in a deep voice, the Root Division's conscription order also includes 3 young ninjas from the Aberame clan. Uchiha Yoru, sitting at the top, showed no emotion upon hearing this. Instead, he turned to the Uchiha side, where Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and reported, "Clan head, our clan has also received the conscription order, asking to conscript 2 young ninjas. This is because the clan head has been busy at the police station recently, so we are only informing you now." Everyone understood Shisui's so-called excuse. As the clan head, Uchiha Yoru wouldn't allow himself not to be the first to know the news. However, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone with a strange smile, slowly took out a conscription letter from his chest, and joked with everyone. Interestingly, the police department also received a Root Division conscription order, crudely demanding the conscription of 5 civilian young ninjas. Instantly, the faces of the ordinary Jonin ninjas below changed. Coming from ordinary ninja backgrounds and having reached the Jonin level, they thought this matter only involved the major ninja clans and did not expect it to involve them too. Many of them joined the police department partly due to Orochimaru's influence but also for their own sake, bringing their families with them. Moreover, they had their factions within the police department. For example, small groups from their respective clans, and small civilian factions banding together. If they ignored this issue, their positions as so-called team leaders would be unstable, and their unity would dissolve. Seeing everyone's reactions, even the proudest Uchiha clan, though angry, showed frustration. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. It seemed that the long-standing prestige of the Hokage and high-ranking officials had deeply ingrained in everyone. The first reaction of all was anger, but more than that was frustration. This also confirmed one thing: though frustrated, they would accept it without significant reasons. But Uchiha Yoru did not think so. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanted to use this as a test. If they endured this time, they would only expose their vulnerability, just like the Uchiha clan had once been slowly eroded. A slow and insidious erosion, like boiling a frog in warm water. Wasn't this exactly how the Uchiha clan was brought down by the third during the original timeline? Moreover, he was not Uchiha Fugaku, who only sought to compromise with the village and find a peaceful solution. From the beginning, his goal was clear: the entirety of Konoha. Het. After looking around at everyone, Uchiha Yoru revealed a self-mocking smile. The order in his hand slowly burned in the shocked gaze of everyone present. When did the mere root have such audacity? Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a relaxed and heavily ironic smile. The Konoha police force was established during the second Hokage's reign, and its strict command was to protect Konoha, but Root. Uchiha Yoru scoffed disdainfully. If I remember correctly, Root was a department reluctantly established by the newly appointed third Hokage, Hiruzen, because he couldn't control the overall situation. Uchiha Yoru's words were actually conservative. According to official records, after Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeded as Hokage, he failed to effectively continue the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama's policy of managing the Uchiha clan. This led Denzo to bear the village's darkness, gaining the right to establish his independent organization Root under the guise of the Anbu training department. Just Root, when did they have the right to bark in the police department? Is it the third Hokage, who resigned and returned to power? Uchiha Yoru displayed the Uchiha clan's arrogance and disdain vividly. The first part of his statement made it clear he looked down on Root, as it was a department established during the third's era, whereas their police department was established during the second's. The second part was even more ruthless, directly addressing a sore point, a blatant reflection of the current Hokage. Hiss. Hearing this, the faces of the Jonin changed, and many even gasped in shock, looking at Uchiha Yoru. This was nothing short of doubting and scorning the current Hokage. It was clear he implied that the third resigned due to a major mistake, and now he wasn't preparing to step down after returning to power. However, Uchiha Yoru's attitude also ignited passionate gazes among many. These people were all martial-minded, at least proving one thing: Uchiha Yoru's ambition. Aiming for the Hokage's position. If the third was reluctant to step down, then he would openly aim for the Hokage's position. In the crowd, Shisui's face changed as he looked at the arrogant Uchiha Yoru, sighing inwardly. Yoru, knowing it was impossible, still wanted to give the village a chance, forcing them to elect the fifth Hokage. At this time, whether Tsunade or Jiraiya returned, either could become the fifth, but Uchiha Yoru's chances were the slimmest. Chapter 225, This is Uchiha Police Force. In the Hokage meeting room of Konoha. Since the chaos caused by the Nine Tails, this is the first time since the third Hokage came out of retirement that all clan heads or representatives within the Konoha have gathered. Even some well-known jonin are present, a gesture that acknowledges the status of the strong. This is also one of the third Hokage's ways of winning over people's hearts. The title of special jonin might have some ambiguity, as it encompasses various meanings. It includes those with outstanding command skills, those who have achieved great feats, and those who excel in certain areas. Essentially, it means that a ninja has surpassed the level of a chunin in at least one aspect but doesn't quite reach the level of a jonin. However, the title of jonin, especially in the 5 great shinobi countries, carries significant weight. Jonin's strength is a crucial part of the village's top-tier combat forces, and they naturally enjoy special treatment. Those in power can win over hearts with just a little effort and gain more than they lose. In the high chairs, seated are the 4 aged faces of Konoha's F4, showing significant changes compared to their appearance during the Nine Tails incident. Apart from Shimura Danzo, who is bandaged up like a rice dumpling and hard to read, the other 3 show more signs of aging. After all, they are well over 60, and it's only natural for them to show their age. Particularly, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked middle-aged with only a few strands of white hair during the Nine Tails incident, has significantly aged in just a few years. His hair has turned completely white, and signs of age spots are visible on his face. Though it's been only a few years, they have experienced a lot: the death of the 4th Hokage, the exile of Orochimaru, the unclear circumstances of his son's death, and numerous other issues in the shinobi world. Ladies and gentlemen, the aged but still formidable 3rd Hokage, despite showing signs of aging, still has a commanding presence in his eyes. His statement immediately brings everyone to a serious and attentive state. This gathering is for the development of our village. The first to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen, says in a deep, raspy voice, the disappearance of unknown forces within the Land of Fire shows our laxity. Moreover, this incident has caused severe damage to roots. So, this gathering is about 2 things: 1, the restoration of the roots' strength, and the other is about increasing surveillance on foreign ninjas within and outside the Land of Fire. As Homura Midokado, just back from another country and still showing signs of fatigue, stands up and unfolds a map of the Land of Fire, he begins to explain, we cannot monitor everything due to the vastness of our land, but we can protect important towns and strategic locations. We have some ninjas stationed there already, primarily for intelligence gathering. The difference this time is the deployment of our village ninjas. They will be stationed long-term to monitor and report on foreign ninja groups or suspicious ninjas, and to be on guard to prevent another tragedy like the one at the Fire Temple. As Homura explains, everyone begins to understand. It's not feasible to monitor everything, but protecting key towns is essential. This will increase the safety of ninjas and merchants within the Land of Fire, attracting more business and boosting the economy. However, Uchiha Yoru finds this situation ironic. The intention is good, but it also seems like a plan to dilute the Uchiha's strength. After all, a significant portion of their elite force is stationed within the village, making them somewhat anxious. In light of the Uchiha clan's unique situation, I plan to assign this particular area to the Uchiha clan and the police force. Such is the art of political language. Mentioning both the Uchiha and the police force, 2 special entities, clearly aims to isolate and discriminate. Uchiha Yoru, not one to remain silent like Fugaku, frowns and interrupts the ongoing speech with a cold snort, not showing any pleasantness to the higher UPS of Konoha. Advisor Homura Midokado. What about the Uchiha? What about the police force? A loud shout instantly attracted everyone's attention, making the faces of the Konoha's F4 look unpleasant. It was unprecedented for someone to interrupt them so brazenly while they were speaking. Especially Homura Midokado, who couldn't hide his irritation, as they were accustomed to being looked up to. However, facing everyone's gaze, Uchiha Yoru made everyone clearly and directly recognize the newly ascended head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yoru slowly stood up under everyone's astonished gaze, and walked to the spot circled by Homura Midokado, where he gestured again with his hand. The Uchiha clan and the police force have limited abilities. They can handle this area, but any more would be too much. Not only did he metaphorically slap faces with his words, but Uchiha Yoru also turned his head, revealing a scarlet light in his eyes. The Mangeki Sharingan was displayed for the first time in front of everyone, unleashing a powerful and unreserved surge of chakra. Instantly, everyone was shocked by the young Uchiha clan head. They were stunned not only by his audacity but also by his overwhelming and oppressive chakra. Chakra is so immense that its full release creates a palpable pressure, especially for ninjas with heightened sensory abilities. Many were sweating profusely, their previous contempt for Uchiha Yoru replaced by fear. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, showed a shadow of concern in his eyes. Such terrifying chakra! This kid's chakra exceeds even my prime. Although a ninja's chakra amount doesn't solely determine their overall strength, it's certainly a crucial factor. With the Manjiki Sharingan activated, Uchiha Yoru coldly smiled at everyone, warning them with his gaze. I want everyone to understand something. The Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju. If anyone has objections to the Uchiha clan's special status, first take your family and your ancestors' coffins and leave the Konoha before discussing the Uchiha special status. Homura Midokado turned green with anger at these words. Although directed at everyone, it was clearly a veiled insult to him. And the police force. It was established during the second Hokage's tenure, while the first Hokage was still alive. The Uchiha have autonomy in decision-making regarding its special status. Uchiha Yoru scoffed at this point. Although he said nothing further, his silence spoke volumes. Have an opinion? First, consult the first and second Hokages. Leaving coldly and alone, Uchiha Yoru was filled with anger. He hadn't felt it in Uchiha territory, but here, he acutely sensed everyone's isolation and exclusion. Fine. The Uchiha and the police force's special status cannot be abandoned. After years of deep-rooted perceptions, it's impossible to easily change everyone's mind. So, he decided to embrace it. I rely on my ancestors. Who are you to criticize the village they founded? If the Senju haven't complained, what right do you have? Disagree? Dislike it? Then leave Konoha. Although seemingly reckless and potentially offensive, everyone who saw Uchiha Yoru's firm stance was initially taken aback. But on reflection, they realized he had a point. Relying on ancestors is inescapable. After all, becoming ninjas benefited their descendants too. Some even thought it was only natural. Their parents were ninjas, and this connection allowed them to progress faster than others. Angry or disdainful? Come on, they're all the same. It's just that Uchiha's ancestors were more remarkable, having founded Konoha. In essence, everyone here either benefited from ancestral blessings or rose from humble beginnings. Most secretly felt this was how it should be. They envied and aspired to be like such people. Now as elite ninjas, their children and descendants will enjoy everything they've fought for. Give that up? Nonsense. People naturally aspire to such status, and once achieved, they fiercely prevent others from disrupting it. The dragon-slaying hero will eventually become the evil dragon, this is an unchanging truth. Alright, this point indeed lacks consideration. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Yoru with a benevolent face, coming forward to mediate, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. The third Hokage truly understands the situation. Uchiha Yoru smiled back at the old fox, nodding in agreement. As for the others, advisors? He never had much respect for them. This was very much like the Uchiha, drawing sidelong glances from everyone. It was the first time someone so openly challenged the higher UPS. But thinking about it, it made sense. These so-called higher UPS only appeared after the third Hokage took his position, whereas he was from one of the founding families of Konoha. At this moment, looking at Uchiha Yoru, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed internally. This young man was nothing like Fugaku. Previously, Fugaku at least tried to integrate and ease relations. But when it came to this young man, he took a more direct approach. You want to isolate me? Fine, I'll show my pride and not play this tug-of-war game with you. As a result, the Konoha higher UPS, the F4, was bewildered. Without his cooperation, how could they proceed? How dare you? At this point, Shimura Denzo, playing the bad cop, glared at Uchiha Yoru with a stern face and a cold voice, slamming his hand on the table. Uchiha Yoru. As the head of the police force and the leader of the Uchiha clan, while all other ninja families are contributing to the village, only you. Shut up. Uchiha Yoru interrupted Denzo without letting him finish, glaring straight at the third Hokage. How much blood have the Uchiha and the Senju shed in founding Konoha? How many lives were lost? How much has the police department done to maintain the village's stability? Does Shimura Denzo not see all this? Although he was confronting Denzo, Uchiha Yoru's gaze was fixed on the third Hokage. In this tense atmosphere, he suddenly changed his expression to a smile, catching everyone off guard. But his next words left everyone dumbfounded. It seems Shimura Denzo, with his age and having only one eye, naturally can only see half of the truth. This mocking and sarcastic remark instantly changed the expressions of all the ninjas present. It was so unexpected that some almost laughed out loud. Such comments, especially in a meeting chaired by the Hokage himself, which was always filled with solemnity, were unheard of. Mocking both his age and his one eye was essentially insulting Danzo. However, some also noticed that all of Uchiha Yoru's responses were directed at the third Hokage, causing them to feel a chill. Haha, the younger generation that inherits the will of fire has yet to grow, so we old folks are still needed. Sarutobi Hiruzen also stepped in to mediate, but his words were sharp, indicating to everyone that the future of the village rested with ninjas who inherit the will of fire, not those with ambitious aspirations. Uchiha Yoru's direct gaze and Sarutobi Hiruzen's smiling face showed a rising anger in his heart, a challenge to his authority as the third Hokage. Throughout the entire meeting, Uchiha Yoru disregarded all the senior advisors, fixating only on his own perspective. This exemplified the typical Uchiha pride, but it was also a response to the attitude of the others. Facing the cunning counterattack of the third Hokage, Uchiha Yoru internally cursed the old fox, noting how he gave away no weaknesses, though others might not be as careful. With a scornful laugh, Uchiha Yoru looked around at everyone, his cold mockery evident. As for the so-called support from the elderly Shimura Denzo, do you really think everyone is willingly complicit? I believe the ninjas of the village deeply love Konoha and would sacrifice everything for it, risking their lives without a second thought. This was proven in the Third Great Ninja War. However, some people's selfish desires and even their cruel and evil departments. We can allow our descendants to sacrifice themselves for the village as it's their duty and our honor. But using cruel methods, even more brutal than those used against enemy ninjas, to deal with our own people, I believe no one would be so heartless. Uchiha Yoru's righteous speech was a direct message to everyone. It was a situation of necessity, not high-minded idealism. As for the so-called will of fire, isn't the sacrifice on the battlefield enough proof? Does it still need the endorsement of the third Hokage? He also made it clear to everyone about the sacrifices of the Uchiha in the Third War. Who dares to say they don't carry the will of fire? Everyone understood at that moment that the higher UPS were using this situation to target the Uchiha clan. Of course, there were pure ninjas, brainwashed by the will of fire, who glared at Uchiha Yoru, thinking his challenge to the Hokage's authority was too much. In the Hokage's meeting room, who gave you the courage? What do you, Uchiha Yoru, think you are? Shimura Denzo, looking extremely displeased, glared at Uchiha Yoru. However, he was not foolish enough to directly involve the police force and the Uchiha clan in his accusations. It was a personal attack. Facing Shimura Denzo's difficulty, Uchiha Yoru smirked disdainfully, his aura climbing steadily as he spoke emphatically. You ask what the police force is? I'll tell you now. What you can't control, my Uchiha police force will handle. Also, listen well, what the root dares not handle, I will. In short, what the root can handle, I will handle, what they can't, I will handle even more. Having autonomy, granted by the second Hokage and acknowledged by the first Hokage. This is the Uchiha police force. Uchiha Yoru coldly informed everyone of his way of doing things, also officially declaring to everyone in the village to abandon their previous petty schemes. Shimura Denzo, infuriated, realized that Uchiha Yoru was fully representing the entire police force in his statement. The era of Uchiha Fugaku, who would retreat to broaden his horizons, was over. Now it was Uchiha Yoru's time. Chapter 226, Genius Uchiha Attacki. As the Mangeki Sharingan in Uchiha Yoru's eyes rotates within their sockets, the immense chakra pressure, comparable to that of a tailed beast, causes all the elite jonin in the meeting room to break out in cold sweat and look at him in shock. The chakra level of a tailed beast is intimidating enough, and while the biggest difference between ninja and tailed beasts is their recovery power, a tailed beast's being dozens of times greater than that of a normal ninja, it is incredibly rare for a ninja to possess chakra at this level. The combination of immense chakra and the Mangeki Sharingan leads everyone to the shocking realization that Uchiha Yoru might now possess the strength to confront even the third Hokage without fear. Uchiha Yoru. It seems even the Hokage is of no concern to you. Someone exclaims, as Shimura Denzo, with a dark and ominous expression, stares intensely at him. Uchiha Yoru knows that if he retreats, he will face the same situation as Fugaku, with the opponent steadily encroaching upon his space and even more severe consequences after revealing his Mangeki Sharingan. He must stand his ground, forcing the opponent to fear his Manjiki and the power of the Uchiha police force, even if it means just a slim chance of internal conflict. Hokage. Uchiha Yoru scoffs at Shimura Denzo, then turns to address the third Hokage. Lord Third, you established the root for the village's stability, but over the years, we have seen no help from the root in stabilizing the village, only chaos caused by its existence. He then accuses the root of oppressing and demanding elite ninja from the major clans, looking mockingly at the other clan ninjas. The Konoha, founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans along with the first Hokage, had rules: clans must not harm the village's safety, and the village must not intervene in clan affairs without cause. Now, Uchiha Yoru proclaims righteously, the root blatantly violates the rules set by the second and first Hokage, intervening in clan affairs without reason. I ask the head of the root, have all the clans acted against the village's stability? Many are shocked by his boldness, and others are secretly pleased that someone is finally confronting Danzo, who has the third Hokage's backing. By invoking the rules set by the first and second Hokage, Uchiha Yoru effectively challenges the entire higher UPS of the Konoha. The clans, long dissatisfied with the root's actions but unwilling to be the first to speak out, now unite behind Uchiha Yoru, presenting a united front. With someone leading, they are no longer a scattered force. Hokage, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, with an unreadable expression, gestures, and Danzo, with a grim face, reluctantly sits down. I think there has been a misunderstanding here, the third Hokage suggests. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen's hair had turned white, his wrist showed no signs of decline. Facing this sharp question, he calmly looked around at everyone and began to speak. The mobilization order from the root is a response to the current turbulent situation in the ninja world. It's an expansion in response to the blatant military expansion of the Rock and Cloud villages. And at this point, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a hearty laugh. The Uchiha clan head might be under some misunderstanding. The root's mobilization order has never been a command but rather a measure to stabilize and secure the Konoha. So, there was never any coercion to begin with. As for interfering in the affairs of the great ninja clans, where does that even start? With a light and smiling remark, Sarutobi Hiruzen effortlessly diffused the tense atmosphere. He repeatedly mentioned the Uchiha clan head, seemingly implying that the Uchiha alone couldn't represent everyone. Today, Uchiha Yoru's questioning of the root is, frankly, a questioning of the third Hokage, as the root was established during his tenure to consolidate his regime. Now, the third Hokage's counterattack was sharp, directly resolving the intent to kidnap all clans, and even lightly hinted at something more. Indeed, the third Hokage is wise in his words. The Hokage is right. We are helpless against the root, but our clan can contribute 5 million in funds. At this moment, the great ninja clans crumbled. Uchiha Yoru took the lead, and then none of them wanted to offend anyone else. Grateful yet ashamed, they first spoke of their family's difficulties in striking while the iron was hot, then offered funds, not wanting to offend either the third Hokage or the root. The only one who ended up offending others was Uchiha Yoru. Contrary to expectations of anger, Uchiha Yoru smiled calmly, a relief to some clans who were still watching and hesitating. They didn't want to offend the Uchiha either. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Yoru, the young man, with a relaxed expression, but his heart grew increasingly wary. Perhaps I misunderstood. To the third Hokage's veiled attack, Uchiha Yoru responded unhurriedly and lightly, without a hint of apology on his face, but rather with an amused smile. But I can understand, the root is just a temporary organization formed during the Great Ninja War to stabilize the village. It's clearly a failure, unpopular with the people. You, the third Hokage, are remarkable, precisely understanding the public's heart, directly resolving the situation of kidnapping all ninja clans. But the same resentment towards the root has been suppressed by the village's ninjas for a long time. Uchiha Yoru's light words imply nothing less than a critique of the third Hokage's failed governance. Otherwise, why would he have resigned? After the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original story, the root was officially dissolved amidst the opposition of the Konoha's people. From this, it can be seen that although the root division is notorious in the ninja world, within the village, most people still feel disgust and fear towards it. Hee. Faced with such sarcasm, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't get angry but instead laughed heartily, as if he didn't mind at all. I, Hiruzen, am just an ordinary person, how can I compare with the first and second Hokages? Bringing up the first and second Hokages every now and then, I might as well admit my inferiority, what can you do about it? Under Hiruzen's relaxed laughter, the oppressive atmosphere in the meeting dissipated, and everyone smiled. This time, it was a classic case of when the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits. The third Hokage's top officials, the F4, and the Uchiha clan had their first official confrontation in front of everyone. It was evenly matched. But those who benefited were them. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief, feeling oddly reassured. It seemed that the Uchiha weren't so detestable after all. Having such a tough character daring to speak what others only dared to think was quite advantageous for them. Obviously, everyone, including the ninja clans, were planning to use the Uchiha clan as a tool. The changes in the hearts of the ninja clans were invisible and intangible, but Hiruzen saw through the hint of wariness in their eyes. This event marked a subtle shift in the attitude of the ninja clans from their previous tolerance. They realized that as long as someone stands up, the high officials of the Hokage can't be too oppressive. Human nature is just like that. Before taking action, everyone is afraid and unwilling to be the first to act. But once someone does, they secretly rejoice. The once undeniable pressure from the Root Division changed at this moment. The Root Division wasn't as unyielding as imagined, and their orders didn't necessarily have to be obeyed. This kid is tough to deal with. The third Hokage thought deeply. Although it seemed evenly matched, his control over the village had loosened considerably. From not daring to resist to realizing that resistance wasn't that bad, this was the change in the mindset of the ninja clans. Similarly, the Uchiha clan, by standing in front of everyone, also exposed their ambition. Directly opposing the third Hokage's regime, it was clear that they aspired to become the next Hokage. In such a situation, the neutral major clans would naturally stay vigilant and not get involved. At this moment, apart from their previous allies, it was almost impossible for the Uchiha clan to gain more support. After all, with such overt ambition, allying with them would be openly opposing the third Hokage's regime and preparing for a rebellion. This was also the third Hokage's blind confidence. He never believed his political beliefs were wrong. He even stubbornly thought that only under his rule would the village be stable. He didn't trust anyone else. The third Hokage, still in his prime and with residual influence, held the hearts of the people. He wasn't the same as during the Chunin exams, where his influence seemed to be waning. In the original story, Orochimaru's ability to lead so many ninjas into the land of fire was full of mysteries. The struggle within the barrier with the third Hokage was inexplicable, with only a few Anbu around him wanting to fight to the death to save him, while others were busy with their own affairs. Jiraiya not going after Orochimaru but instead cleaning up the minions? After the third Hokage's death, during the Battle of the Sunin at Short Book Street, it was strange that no one mentioned revenge for their master. Even Jiraiya ignored it, raising many questions. Perhaps all of this was related to the third Hokage's own realization of his waning influence and his choice of such an end. However, it's undeniable that as people age, their thoughts change. Even the so-called great rulers become confused in their old age, let alone the third Hokage. And these people share a common problem: the older they get, the more stubborn and biased their thinking becomes. The biggest difference between the third Hokage now and in his youth is his obsession with his own idea of the will of fire, which has even become somewhat pathological. The thought became increasingly dictatorial, unable to tolerate even a slight difference of opinion from others. In his biased philosophy, only his ideas were deemed essential for the stability of the village, others would only bring turmoil. Regarding the current turmoil in the ninja world, I believe what our village needs first is economic recovery. Does anyone disagree? Said the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a benevolent smile, yet no one underestimated this elderly man. Uchiha Yora nodded slightly, speaking solemnly, the Uchiha and the police force have no objections, as long as there are no future instances of being ordered around under false pretenses. After all, during the reign of the first Hokage, the authority of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, as founders of the village, was unquestionable. With a mocking smile, Uchiha Yora revealed a meaningful grin. Everyone could see the discomfort on the faces of the village's high-ranking F4 members, especially Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Yora's message was clear: no one had the right to meddle in the affairs of the Uchiha and the police force. What right did you have to intervene? Likewise, his constant reference to past glories was a reminder that he had activated the powerful Manjiki Sharingan, emphasizing that power is the source of a ninja's status. The third Hokage, unfazed by the challenge, replied with a relaxed laugh, "It seems this misunderstanding has upset our young Uchiha clan head. Let me mediate this matter. I will ensure no future interference. How does that sound?" It appeared Uchiha Yori was not yet ready to let go of his youthful vigor. Before he could respond, Hiruzen continued, "The village is prospering, and my Anbu is short-staffed. The Uchiha clan is known for its geniuses. I've heard Fugaku's eldest son, Itaki, is exceptionally talented, having awakened the Sharingan at a young age." This comment from the smiling third Hokage was a subtle manipulation in front of everyone. The son of the former clan head, once grown, could be a threat to the current head, just as a young cub might threaten an adult lion. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yori narrowed his eyes, and the faces of the surrounding jonin also changed. Such dynamics were not uncommon among the major clans. However, Uchiha Yori inwardly sneered, showing no emotion. He calmly said, "Uchiha Itaki, though only a genin at 9, has evolved his Sharingan to 3 tomo following the assassination of the former clan head. Whether he joins the Anbu is up to Itaki himself." As Uchiha Yori spoke indifferently, the faces of the jonin present changed. Although they had heard rumors, hearing this information firsthand left them in awe of the Uchiha's talent. A 3-tomo Sharingan at 9 years old? If this child survives, he is bound to become a powerful jonin. A genius. Everyone looked at Uchiha Yoru, the youngest clan head. With this revelation, the previous clan head's eldest son already showed signs of being a threat. Hiruzen's benevolent smile now took on a different meaning in everyone's minds. Inviting Uchiha Itaki into the Anbu might seem like protection and kindness from the third Hokage, but its implications for the future were uncertain. A genius, once grown, can become a sharp weapon. And Uchiha Itaki's status, once fully realized, could indeed pose a threat to Uchiha Yoru himself. Chapter 227, Mist Ninja Rebels. Town in the Land of Whirlpools. With the covert support of the major ninja villages, this chaotic town, intermingled with multiple forces, strangely became the territory of the Mist Ninja Rebel Army. Of course, Rebel Army is what the Mist Ninja call it, they proclaim themselves as the Revolutionary Ninja Legion. Interestingly, this title went unchallenged within the ninja world. This was because the leading villages, Cloud, Rock, Leaf, and Sand, 4 of the 5 great ninja villages, acknowledged it. It was clear to any astute observer that this was to further intensify the internal strife within the Mist Village. On the streets, Mist Ninja were seen patrolling everywhere. The biggest difference between them and the Mist Ninja in the Land of Water was the red armbands they all wore. Under the banner of the Revolutionary Army, this place gathered countless resisting forces from the Mist Ninja, especially those bloodline ninja who were homeless and oppressed. Even the current leader of the Revolutionary Army, Terumi Mei, publicly announced a call to recall the Mist Ninja who had defected due to the Bloody Mist policies, causing a stir in the ninja world. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Mist Village had the most defectors. They had either been forced by the village or couldn't tolerate its policies. In the highest building, Terumi Mei, rubbing her forehead, looked at the current intelligence of the Ninja Legion and couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. "Everyone, the situation is very favorable. There are occasional disturbances among the ninjas in the villages of the Land of Water, especially those oppressed bloodline ninjas who are continuously joining us." In the room stood Kisame Hashigaki, Zabuza Mamakai, Jozubiwa, and Ringo Ame Arai, the 4 ninjas who now served as her right and left hands. Kisame Hashigaki, with a shark-like face, showed a ferocious smile. "When can I meet Mr. Yoru?" Holding a red book, which seemed ordinary but was treasured by him, he often mentioned, "Mr. Yoru's book has shown me the true meaning of life. It's his book that rescued me from my void of suffering. I want to achieve Mr. Yoru's vision of an ideal world." Kisame's face showed a fanatic admiration, but Jozubiwa snorted coldly, "Kisame, do you even understand the philosophy in Mr. Yoru's book? Every time I read it, I gain new insights. Do you even know what an ideal world is?" Instantly, Kisame Hashigaki and Jozubiwa stood opposed to each other, neither willing to back down. Zabuza Mamakai, unconvinced, scoffed in his heart. In his opinion, only power could change the situation in the Bloody Mist, not a mere book. Among them, only Ringo Ame Arai, looking somewhat pale and coughing, observed this scene, causing Terumi Mei to snort coldly and immediately stopping the argument in the office. Kisame Hashigaki, currently rebelling in the Mist Village, although not yet successful, has caused unprecedented turmoil. If not careful, the Mist Village may fall from its pedestal among the 5 great ninja villages. Since Terumi Mei declared her intention to overthrow the 4th Mizukage's Bloody Mist regime, she had gained a lot of support, especially from Zabuza Mamakai, who was already extremely dissatisfied with the village. Upon hearing the news, Jozubiwa, a wandering defector, silently turned towards his long-estranged village. Kisame Hoshigaki, purely because he was betrayed by Sukazan Fugyuki and subsequently recruited by Terumi Mei, found a new life goal after reading my struggle during his recovery. Ringo Aimeirai joined Terumi Mei's team purely because of her former master, but her expression was visibly off. Numerous people in the ninja world are watching the Mist Village. Although we have used these people's strength, others want to see the village's decline. However, we never thought that way. We want to save and change this crying country. Terumi Mei looked at the four, speaking righteously, with a copy of my struggle also on her desk. At this moment, Terumi Mei felt a sense of awe towards this book. Uchiha Yura was indeed a genius, perhaps even a genius who could lead the era. My struggle creates an ideal world, filled with the supremacy of Kekkai Genkai ninjas in a fanatical ninja system with an orderly hierarchy. This book made Terumi Mei feel fear. She saw Uchiha Yura's ambition in it, yet she found herself unable to part with the book. Her rebellion against the Mist Village's bloody policies lacked a crucial element, spirit. This book provided that spirit, giving her followers a direction. Because of her proposals based on the book for the future direction of the Mist Village, many ninjas secretly defected and joined her, or had already covertly switched sides. The ninja class system elevated ninjas to the position of world controllers. Fervor. Terumi Mei saw the zeal in her subordinates from the Mist Village and even felt a secret fear herself, sensing she was almost becoming bewitched. Ringo Aimeirai, you can't delay treating your illness any longer. Shaking off her chaotic thoughts, Terumi Mei sighed to herself, realizing she too was a beneficiary of the book. She was a pure Kekkai Genkai ninja, with dual bloodlines. Looking up at Ringo Aimeirai, Terumi Mei expressed her concern seriously. Aimeirai jokingly responded, my illness isn't something ordinary medical ninjas can treat. Humph. Seeing Aimeirai stubbornness, Terumi Mei, not wanting to lose a great general, said coldly, this time is different. I've gone to great lengths to invite someone. Tsunade, the legendary Sunin of Konoha. If such a medical ninja can't treat your illness, then you're truly beyond help. Upon hearing that the medical ninja was Tsunade of the legendary Sunin, Aimeirai, who initially didn't care, suddenly widened her eyes in surprise, eager to live. Where is she? At the border of the Land of Fire, I permit you to leave temporarily. Aimeirai was a rare elite among Jonin, and Terumi Mei, knowing the importance of talent, was grateful she had a past with Tsunade, otherwise, she couldn't have managed this. Hearing this, excitement shone in Aimeirai eyes. Everyone wants to live healthily, and she was no exception. Haha, I'll set off right away. Finally, Terumi Mei turned her attention to Zabuza Mamakai, speaking gravely, go down and get a book. Read it carefully, understand it. This book contains the future direction of the Mist Village. Terumi Mei had to admit, this book was a guide full of spiritual leadership, exactly what her revolution army, lacking in faith, needed the most. Zabuza Mamakai, despite his cold expression, was curious as he observed people holding a book each. Kisame Hoshigaki and Jozubiwa, these two books have the author's personal signature, along with some annotated insights. Casually tossing an old book to each of the two, Kisame Hoshigaki and Jozubiwa, usually indifferent, carefully caught the books, treating them like treasures, placing them against their chests instead of in their tool pouches. As everyone left, Terumi Mei stood tiredly at the window, looking out at the bustling streets filled with mist ninjas, noticing the fear once seen in the villagers' eyes towards ninjas had vanished. Even the life of bloodline ninjas in Mist Village, who had to hide and live like rats, had disappeared. Here, after the dissolution of the mist, it had become a guardian deity maintaining peace. The strict system, rather than causing resentment, showed a scene she longed for. Come out! A hissing sound of a spitting snake followed, and a figure slowly appeared, then stood beside Terumi Mei at the window, looking out at the revitalized town. Although it's a shadow clone, I must say this jutsu is really disgusting. Terumi Mei, looking at the peaceful atmosphere in the town, relaxed a bit and teased the figure beside her. Uchiha Yura shrugged his shoulders, laughing, have you ever thought that the Mist Village would turn out like this? Looking meaningfully at the town, Terumi Mei sneered, you've been encountering quite some trouble recently. Sympathy for a fellow sufferer, helping each other. You want to change your village, and I want to overthrow the corruption. After exchanging glances, they began discussing official matters. The resources owned by Uchiha can be managed by you, but the division of benefits will follow the usual rules. Also, we need the special products from the Mist Village, mutual assistance for mutual benefit. Some unsold goods, we can jointly deal with the Cloud and Rock ninjas, they would likely be willing to handle these goods. Uchiha Yoru and Terumi Mei began discussing their mutual interests. Although we both want to change our villages, the Cloud, Rock, Sand, and even various other ninja villages in the ninja world won't just watch us easily overthrow our villages. Currently, we're at a disadvantage, so they're naturally helping us from behind. But once we have the upper hand, these people will also turn against us. In the ninja villages, there's only interest, no true friendship. In just half a year, Terumi Mei had rapidly grown to become a strong contender for Mizukage. Looking at Terumi Mei, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but narrow his eyes and smile, saying, "So, what we need now is to continue to build strength, presenting ourselves as a seemingly aggressive but actually disadvantaged existence. We wait for the right moment, and then with the force of a thunderbolt, we sweep away the turmoil to end the chaos." The two exchanged glances, each showing their firm will. "Then, about your ambition, the legendary Sharingan is indeed powerful, but your eye power is also your weakness." Terumi Mei, who had only this much understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan, narrowed her eyes. She didn't believe that Uchiha Yoru, capable of writing this book, would be someone whose ambition was limited to becoming the Hokage of Konoha. Facing Terumi Mei, Uchiha Yoru did not reveal his true intentions but instead said with a smile, "The iron and other metals mined by the land of whirlpools can be used to arm ninjas, but I want to trade for some chakra metal. Of course, the trade would be for an equivalent value. The Uchiha clan provides a large number of explosive tags in exchange for your precious chakra metal." Hearing this request, Terumi Mei shook her head and chuckled, "You yourself said it's precious. Chakra metal is invaluable to the Mist Ninja." "It's different," Uchiha Yoru said, knowing he had to think of a fair trade rather than just seeking an advantage. Given the current situation in Konoha, the ninja world would love to see the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage at odds. So, if we start buying a lot of chakra metal now, it might cause conflicts. That's why I need you to step in." When Terumi Mei heard the real purpose, she was not surprised but instead narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "A large number of explosive tags, it seems the Uchiha clan has some skilled seal ninjas. The production of explosive tags is a seal ninja's job, so anyone who can produce and sell them in large quantities must have such a force." However, Uchiha Yoru just smiled without saying anything. Although he had some seal ninjas, he didn't have many. He wouldn't reveal that he bought so many explosive tags from the Akatsuki organization. Konan's paper ninjutsu, perfect for mass-producing explosive tags, was like a printing press for money. Each of the 5 great nations has its own resources, so they don't lack explosive tags. In fact, the entire ninja world's explosive tags are mostly their business. Konan of the Akatsuki, although she has a large number of explosive tags, couldn't get involved in this trade because once exposed, it would alert the 5 great ninja villages and lead them straight to the Akatsuki. Therefore, the explosive tags Uchiha Yoru has are extremely cheap. Even now, buying in bulk from the Akatsuki and reselling them would bring in a considerable profit. But the origin of these explosive tags is a hot potato for Uchiha Yoru. Although he seems strong in Konoha, it's more of a bluff. If he really starts to prepare a large number of weapons and war materials, it might provoke the third Hokage. So, he needs a channel for the explosive tags he's hoarded, and Terumi Mei is the best choice. Using explosive tags to trade for materials, the other great ninja villages might see the impact on the explosive tag market but would endure it. After all, losing some money is worth it to destabilize the Mist Village. And the origin of the explosive tags? It's reasonable for Terumi Mei, as a rebel, to have a group of seal ninjas at her disposal. "I'm taking the risk, so we'll split the profits 50-50. "That's impossible. The production and raw materials of explosive tags are strategic resources. I can only give you a 20% share of the profits." "No way, at least 40%. 30%. That's the most I can offer, and it's conditional." After some dispute, they finally decided on this trade. Then, they separately negotiated various other material trades. After all, the land of whirlpools is the center of chaos in the ninja world, with the richest material trade market. Even goods that are unsuitable for public view can be traded or even sourced from there. Similarly, the resources provided by the Uchiha clan are exactly what Terumi Mei needs. The two reached a secret trade agreement in the office for future operations. Chapter 228, my struggle is popular. Konoha, Uchiha. Itaki, you must believe in Big Brother Yoru. If he wanted to harm you, he would have done so long ago. Today in the village of Konoha, there are rumors that Uchiha Itaki, as the son of the former clan head and blessed with exceptional talent, is feared by the current new clan head, Uchiha Yoru, who plans to harm him in secret. Such rumors are convincing and realistic, leading most people to believe them. After all, the power struggles within major clans are always extremely cruel. How could Uchiha Yoru, who became the clan head at a young age, tolerate any threat? Inside the house, watching Shisui's explanation, the 9-year-old Uchiha Itaka shows a rare relaxed smile and nods. I certainly know of Teacher Yoru's magnanimity, but I want to help Teacher Yoru. At this point, his eyes show a fervent determination. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui shakes his head and solemnly says, Itaki, you are still young, wait until you are older. However, before Shisui could finish, Itaki slowly raised a red-covered book in his hand, with a relaxed smile. The Uchiha clan has finally produced a child of destiny like Teacher Yoru after so many years. I cannot let down my father's hopes, I want to help Teacher Yoru. Also, my father's death is a mystery I must solve myself. When Itaka mentions his father's revenge, Shisui opens his mouth to speak but stops, struggling to respond at this point. Itaki, the Anbu is different from the police force, and you are alone. Seeing Shisui's concern, Itaka shows a smile and bows respectfully at 90 degrees, Big Brother Shisui, when I am not here, please take care of Suzuki. Seeing the determined will of Uchiha Itaki, Shisui wants to say something but stops, eventually letting out a deep, long sigh. In the ancient scented courtyard, Uchiha Yoru sits peacefully, sipping tea and watching the breeze sway the surroundings. This moment contrasts with his unyielding demeanor when facing the village of Konoha. Suddenly sensing something, the stable natural energy within him begins to dissipate, and a hint of red light in Uchiha Yoru's eyes fades away. Teacher Yoru, a voice calls. A shadow flashes by, and a young Uchiha Itaki, clad in black ninja garb, kneels before him. Uchiha Yoru frowns at this sight and shakes his head. Itaki, you are young, and being too hasty is not always good. Teacher Yoru, will the village give our clan more time? Itaki asks without hesitation, expressing his doubts about the village that dared to oppose the Uchiha clan head and his desire to uncover the truth behind his father's death. Itaki, a mature and calm ninja with his political acumen, is different from Shisui and possesses a mindset of attributing his achievements to his subordinates, unlike Kakashi's political thinking. Uchiha Yoru, seeing Itaki's resolve, eventually nods. The third Hokage's intentions are clear, one is to incite internal strife within the Uchiha clan, and the other is to make you an informant within the clan. Teacher Yoru, rest assured, I will not betray the clan, Itaki asserts, but Uchiha Yoru interrupts him. No. If the third Hokage wants to nurture talent in the Uchiha clan, I'm grateful. As for the intelligence, Uchiha Yoru smiles arrogantly, since when did I, Uchiha Yoru, need to hide my ambitions? So, Itaki, your duty is to accurately convey my actions to Konoha's higher UPS and all its ninjas. I, Uchiha Yoru, am the future of Konoha. His ambition now unhidden, Uchiha Yoru no longer feels the need to conceal his plans for future governance within the Uchiha territory. He just wanted to openly tell the entire Konoha that he, Uchiha Yoru, was dissatisfied with the current governance of the third Hokage and the high-level officials of Konoha. His ambition was not without foundation, he had his own ideals. Teacher Yoru. Watching his teacher so unreservedly express his ambition, Uchiha Itaka's eyes also lit up with fervor. Those with mere ambition bring disaster, but an ambition built on great ideals brings change. This ninjutsu scroll is a gift from me, your irresponsible teacher. A ninjutsu scroll was tossed over. Uchiha Itaka looked on in confusion as Uchiha Yoru solemnly said, this is the training method for the Fire Temple's senjutsu. Don't overthink it. There might be more to the Fire Temple's issues, and this ninjutsu scroll was obtained through an exchange with a mysterious mercenary group in the ninja world. The situation with the Fire Temple was already full of doubts. With Uchiha Itaka's intelligence, he would eventually realize that the village wasn't behind it, or at most, indirectly involved. Uchiha Yoru always preferred to use straightforward and open strategies, so he clarified this beforehand. The senjutsu of the Fire Temple is different. The senjutsu of the three great holy lands requires a vast amount of chakra as a foundation for cultivation, while the Fire Temple's senjutsu focuses on calm meditation. One can practice it with chakra above the level of an elite ninja. Of course, although the Fire Temple's senjutsu has lower chakra requirements, it demands a high level of mental strength. There's no saying which is stronger or weaker. But as for mental strength, well. Uchiha Yoru smiled at this point. What can compare to our Uchiha clan? Every evolution of the Sharingan is a further development of the mind, and with your talent, Itaki, I believe you can do it. Thank you, Teacher Yoru. Uchiha Itaka gratefully stored the scroll. He was aware of the preciousness of senjutsu. Even the Uchiha clan didn't possess it, yet his teacher generously bestowed it upon him. Don't worry about little Sasuke. I will personally teach him in the future. At the very least, becoming a happy secondary pillar shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, the tone changed, and Uchiha Yoru laughed heartily. Uchiha Itaki also smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, Sasuke could live a happy life. However, in his heart, Uchiha Yoru was pondering. The secondary pillar needed to be well cultivated as it would be his future trump card and his right-hand man. The book My Struggle was initially obscure, but later gained fame throughout the ninja world when it was revealed to be written by Uchiha Yoru, the youngest clan head of the Uchiha clan in the Land of Fire. The first to bear the brunt was the Land of Fire's Konoha, particularly the ninjas in the police force. Whether to please their superiors or out of curiosity, almost everyone had a copy of the book. This book can't be said to be extremely charming, it simply exposed the once obvious class issues that the higher UPS propagated as hollow and non-existent. This book directly revealed Uchiha Yoru's political ideology. Some hated it, others loved it. Those who liked it were naturally the powerful ninjas, especially those who joined the police force and began to enjoy treatment that didn't fit in with the village. The majority who hated it were the commoners, as Uchiha Yoru's ideology completely tore apart the facts they didn't want to acknowledge under the third Hokage's many years of governance. Similarly, the book also displayed Uchiha Yoru's hawkish and ambitious aspirations. Despite this, it strangely became a bestseller in the 4 major ninja villages of the ninja world. Although some wanted to create momentum for Uchiha Yoru, after all, they were happy to see turmoil in Konoha, it was just a few books, and they could just buy them all and use them for whatever they wanted. The Rock Village. The third Tsuchikage, Oniki, frowned as he carefully read this red-covered book for at least the 10th time, his brows furrowing more with each read. Old man, every time I come, you're always reading this broken book, hey hey. Upon seeing his granddaughter Kuratsuki, Oniki couldn't help but sigh deeply. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. Before and after the Third War, there were the White Fang, the 3 Sunin, and the Yellow Flash. I thought Konoha would decline after they were gone, but then another genius emerged. But at this point, Oniki revealed a cunning smile, closed the book slowly, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, fortunately, this time the genius is from the Uchiha clan, and he even awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. What's more, at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't have anyone useful under his command. At this moment, Oniki appeared to be taking pleasure in the misfortune of others, while Kuratsuki pouted and said, "Old man, I feel like you're a bit jealous." Her words hit the nail on the head, immediately stiffening the smile on Oniki's face, causing the prideful old man to sigh in frustration. Hiruzen is not short of people, he just dares not use them. If only he called back the 3 Sunin, no matter what Mangeki Uchiha, hey. Speaking of this, Oniki couldn't help but express his jealousy, shaking his head and sighing, Hiruzen really doesn't know how blessed he is. If it were me, I'd be happy with just one of them. Even if his political ideology completely contradicts mine, I would have no complaints. Jealous Oniki, in his heart, only one thought prevailed, having choices and having no choices are 2 different feelings. Sarutobi Hiruzen had too many choices, yet none suited him, as he thought they couldn't carry on his ideology and would only bring turmoil to the village. He wanted a peaceful and stable transition. Oniki, purely without a choice, would have accepted any risk at his age, he didn't have the time to wait and train someone new. Pfft, is Uchiha Yoru's Mangeki really that impressive? I see you, old man, treating it so seriously every time you mention it. Kuratsuka has not yet experienced the true terror of the Mangeki Sharingan and naturally does not know of its existence. However, Noki is well aware of it, and at this moment, he revealed a cunning smile, proudly raising the book in his hand. With this book, and a pair of Mangeki Sharingan, Konoha will sooner or later be thrown into chaos. At this moment, he was as smug as he could be, which made Kuratsuki even more puzzled. Noki rarely showed such a cheerful smile. This book reveals the true ambition of Uchiha Yoru, not a purposeless ambition, but one with substantial and grand ideals. So, whether many people like to read this book or not, I don't care. In a word, Iwagakure has not yet become so poor that it cannot afford a few tattered books. Buy them in large quantities for me, and at the same time, hype it up, to place this book on the pedestal of the ninja world. Noki's face showed a schadenfreude smile, knowing that he only needed to spend a little on buying books. This was nothing compared to the cost of medicines and shurikens, and then he would vigorously promote it. He could imagine that other ninja villages were not fools. Even if some did not like this book, they would not miss this excellent opportunity. When faced with the hype from the entire ninja world, this book would be exalted, tisk tisk, then the fun for Konoha would be great. The more famous this book becomes, the higher Uchiha Yoru's momentum in Konoha will rise. When it reaches a certain level and becomes a kind of belief, a kind of symbol, it will change its flavor. Especially under the governance of the third Hokage of Konoha, with the political conflicts between the two ideologies, there is no room for maneuver. Internal strife is inevitable, it's just a matter of time. Issue an order. In future trades with the Land of Fire, prioritize the Uchiha police force for any materials. Forget about the other clans like the Daimyo's office and the Inoshika Ch. Yes. Also, spread some rumors in the ninja world for me. Say that the Uchiha clan's products are of excellent quality, rare treasures, and that Iwagakure's Jainin are preparing to use products made by the Uchiha clan first. Yes. The old and cunning Noki, with just a few seemingly insignificant orders, did not affect himself much, but it started causing problems for Konoha. In the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, the fourth Raikage, who is known for his volatile temper, couldn't help but burst into laughter after reading the report. Haha, Noki is indeed cunning enough. Although it's a bit uncomfortable to drag me into this, as long as it annoys Konoha, we'll do it. Issue an order, cooperate with the third Tsuchikage Noki's actions. It's just about creating a hype, hey. At this moment, the fourth Raikage's eyes gleamed with excitement. He seemed to be already looking forward to seeing the Konoha erupt in a civil war. In the Land of Wind, the Sand Village. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, looked at the intelligence report indifferently and said coldly, Baki, the Sand Village is an ally of the Konoha. I don't want to see any documents that would damage the alliance between the Sand and the Leaf. However, what the elite ninja of the Sand Village do privately is beyond even my control as the Kazekage. After all, these actions don't constitute a violation of the rules. These meaningful words suddenly made Baki, the confidant of the fourth Kazekage, realize the implication, and he respectfully bowed his head and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Lord Kazekage. I will handle these matters well. Meanwhile, in the Land of Water, the Mist Village, this book was completely banned. The reason is that this book advocates a ninja supremacy and bloodline theory, which is exactly what the Land of Water, with its disdain for bloodline limits, despises, naturally leading to its ban. But precisely because of this, it became even more popular. There's no such thing as bad publicity. With such negative attention, being labeled a banned book by one of the 5 great nations like the Land of Water naturally piqued a lot of people's curiosity. No one expected that what other villages couldn't achieve even with their full support, the Land of Water did inadvertently, making the book incredibly popular outside its usual circle. Chapter 229, Tavern Speech. Konoha. In a luxurious and upscale tavern, under the clear sky and bright sun, it was surprisingly full. Inside, there were serious-looking ninjas, including those from other countries and merchants. But without exception, everyone here was either rich or noble, with the lowest-ranked ninja from the Konoha being at least a chunin. The tavern's wide-open doors seemed unafraid of any information leaks. Inside the luxurious tavern, Uchiha Yoru, dressed in opulent clothes, held a red-covered book titled My Struggle, passionately delivering a speech. What kind of world do we live in? A world with powerful ninjas, yet they are poor. Ninjas suffer in poverty in their old age. They don't understand production, but they chose to become tools like ninjas to protect the village, to protect their families. Among you are ninjas from other countries on missions, and merchants, but without exception, why does the ninja world's warfare never cease? Civilians cannot live in peace, merchants fear being attacked on the road. Under Uchiha Yoru's passionate speech, many foreign ninjas who came admiringly took fervent notes, as if wanting to memorize every word to recite them back home. Even as merchants, many showed excitement and fervor. In this chaotic world, every merchant lives in fear, with their lives hanging by a thread. Many of them didn't even graduate from ninja school, while others were disabled retired ninjas. Merchants, while engaging in trade, often convey more intelligence, making their position somewhat awkward. As major sources of missions, they are favored by the great ninja villages, but also hated for possibly spying on their own villages. In times of war, it goes without saying, wealth moves hearts. Moreover, these merchants are under the control of nobles from various countries, even the daimyo's office. So, the so-called immense wealth, they are merely representatives, the true wealthy ones are always those in higher positions. As escorts, ninjas respect merchants, while as assailants, they prioritize killing merchants. Unless the cargo contains something extremely important, they aim to seize it. In a private room on the second floor of the tavern, a white-haired figure looked increasingly solemn at the young man's speech below, saying in a deep voice, "This kid's thoughts are too dangerous, he will only bring disaster." Tsunade. This person was Jiraiya, who had disguised himself to blend into the tavern unnoticed. Tsunade, sitting at the table emanating a noble aura, didn't even raise an eyebrow but calmly lifted her cup. "Lady Tsunade." Shizune respectfully poured wine on the side, making Jiraiya's pupils constrict, feeling a headache coming on. Tsunade had changed so much in just a few years. In the past, although known as the Princess of the Land of Fire, she was more hardy, maybe just a bit quick-tempered. Now, Tsunade from head to toe was a completely different person. The somewhat old-looking green robe was replaced by an elegant, wide kimono. The white kimono fluttered with hexagonal plum patterns, the wide sleeves edged in red, also adorned with hexagonal plum designs, and a snow-white fluffy shawl draped around her proud neck and shoulders. Her flowing blonde hair shone brightly. If Tsunade was once valiant, she now exuded an intimidating nobility. Like a high and mighty noble empress, especially with her innate arrogance and noble demeanor. Even her footwear changed. The once old-fashioned black high heels were gone, replaced by crystal fish-mouth high heels, elegant and noble, with crystal ribbons winding around her legs, adding to her nobility. Calmly sipping her sake, Tsunade calmly said, "Jiraiya, calmness is a ninja's principle. Besides, has the disaster you talk about really happened over these years?" Tsunade scoffed disdainfully, mocking Jiraiya, "It seems those fools who inherit the will of fire you talk about have always been bringing disaster, haven't they?" Jiraiya was left speechless by a sharp comment, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had thought Tsunade was seizing the opportunity to mock the village for its past actions. Cough cough, Tsunade, this time the old man probably really has no idea what to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called both of us back. Jiraiya directly revealed the reason for their return, and Tsunade, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully. Can't clean up their own mess, huh? Now they remember to call for help. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Why not let Orochimaru, the old man's most favored disciple, discipline his own student? That would be the simplest solution. Cough cough. Although Tsunade had changed a lot, her temper hadn't changed at all. Jiraiya, who hadn't even finished his drink, choked and coughed continuously, a bitter smile on his face. Tsunade hadn't changed at all. Bringing up Orochimaru at a time like this was like asking for trouble. Tsunade, I don't mind the kid being ambitious. After all, every ninja in Konoha wants to become Hokage, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you might not have read the kid's book, but at least you've heard of it, right? And his recent speeches. If this kid really becomes Hokage, it could bring disaster to the entire ninja world, not just Konoha. Speaking of serious matters, Jiraiya became more focused, looking intently at Tsunade. However, Tsunade still had an air of nobility, sipping her drink calmly and eating gracefully, nothing like her former impulsiveness. This left Jiraiya feeling somewhat helpless. Tsunade, this is information from the years after the kid became the head of the Uchiha clan. With such speeches, this kid has not only influenced Konoha but also several important towns in the Land of Fire, and even made speeches when visiting other countries. Do you know how obsessed ninjas from other countries are with this kid's radical ideas? At this point, Jiraiya showed a rare look of deep concern, speaking slowly and gravely, more than half of the rogue and mercenary ninjas in the ninja world are fanatically obsessed with his ideas, Tsunade. You should realize how terrifying this data is. And in the Land of Sky, Land of Bears, Land of Stars, Land of Rivers, and so on, these smaller countries have seen a surge of fanatical zealots, almost like followers of a cult. Only the 4 great nations are still stable. But with the current situation in the ninja world, this kid's terrifying ambition, and the leaders of the various nations just waiting for a civil war in Konoha, all this could even become the catalyst for the 4th Great Ninja War. Was Jiraiya exaggerating? No. Otherwise, why would Tsunade have returned? Jiraiya's words also caused a ripple on Tsunade's calm face. She glanced through the gap in the partition at the handsome man below, who was giving an impassioned speech, a complex look in her eyes. Finally, she turned to Jiraiya, her expression solemn, showing a self-mocking smile. Jiraiya, as you said, this kid is now too powerful to control. Just looking at his popularity, it's likely that no one in Konoha can match him. And under his command, he has the entire Uchiha clan, as well as the Hyuga branch family, the Abarame, and the remnants of Orochimaru's followers. The situation is set. The 4th Hokage died, and the 3rd Hokage came out of retirement, temporarily taking the position of Hokage. But over the years, Tsunade said with a mocking shake of her head and a cold laugh, the older the 3rd gets, the more stubborn he becomes. But at the same time, his methods and courage are getting worse, yet he stubbornly believes that only he can save Konoha. And now? He can't even handle a kid. Jiraiya naturally understood what Tsunade meant, and couldn't help but bow his head in silence. In his youth, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was indeed a formidable ninja, but as he aged, his stubborn and paranoid ways led to a big mess. Most of the Jonin in the village were dissatisfied with the 3rd Hokage's regime, or rather, with the regime of the Hokage's clan at the top. Good positions and missions were given priority to ninjas from clans like Sarutobi, Yamanaka, and Nara, related to the Hokage lineage, leaving others feeling stagnant. At first, it wasn't a big deal, but over time, resentment built up, and the 3rd Hokage's regime began to lose its cohesion and loyalty. Had it not been for the power, strength, held by the high-level clans of the Hokage, they would have been overthrown already. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, who spent years outside the village, were aware of this and shared the dissatisfaction. Otherwise, during the Chunin exam in the original story, when the 3rd Hokage was trapped in the barrier, apart from his Anbu, no one came to rescue. Might Guy, hot-blooded as he was, stopped in his tracks, hesitating to act, when Kakashi said to trust the 3rd Hokage. Could it be that Guy, now a Jonin, didn't understand? He had the ability to break the barrier by opening 6 or 7 gates, if not all 8. Even the route didn't appear, nor did the 2 advisors, making the whole situation very strange. Even Jiraiya, strangely, was idling in the village, as if at that moment, everyone had abandoned the 3rd Hokage, or rather, everyone chose to give the longest-serving 3rd Hokage a dignified end. Indeed, the old man has aged, Jiraiya sighed and shook his head, drinking his sake, but he still voiced his reasoning. The old and new powers are bound to clash. This brat's extreme ambition, and the 3rd Hokage's stubbornness, clearly neither will back down, and the entire ninja world is watching Konoha. Everyone fears Konoha won't fight. If there's a chance, they'd love to see a civil war in Konoha. So, Tsunade, this isn't me being alarmist. At this moment, Jiraiya spoke very seriously, once a civil war breaks out in Konoha, do you think the military forces of Uegakuer, Kumigakuer, who have been expanding their military power in recent years, and even Tsunagakuer will miss this opportunity? So, what then? Tsunade, facing such a grave topic, simply smirked in disdain, toying with her glass. Help the 3rd Hokage and his old guards? Suppress this brat? Start a civil war prematurely? Or are you planning to involve me, using the name of the 3 Sunin to intimidate with power, and then use Danzo's dirty tricks to dismantle this brat's power? Just like the tactics used against Sakumo Hatake and Orochimaru, those 2 fools. Tsunade's face showed a scornful smile as she bluntly and nakedly exposed these political ugliness. She hated such tactics, preferring to solve problems with her fists. Maybe her identity didn't allow it, so she had to rely on violent means to vent her frustration and anger. Cough cough. After being so bluntly confronted by Tsunade, Jiraiya's old face showed embarrassment. Tsunade, we should just keep this conversation between us, definitely not in front of the old man. How so? A bunch of old-timers who should have been in the ground a long time ago are shamelessly clinging to their positions, still claiming to do it for the sake of Konoha. Maybe it was for Konoha in the past, but now. Tsunade said disdainfully with a cold sneer, contempt evident in her eyes. Shizuan, standing aside, was so frightened by their conversation that she kept her head down and obediently played the role of pouring the drinks, not daring to interject. Tsunade and Jiraiya, given their status, could make such remarks without issue. Even if Tsunade pointed fingers and cursed at the higher UPS, they had to tolerate it, but she couldn't do that. Lady Tsunade. Seeing that her cup was only half full, Tsunade turned with a look of dissatisfaction. Shizuan, noticing this, showed an awkward, habitual smile, as if hinting at something. In fact, even Shizuan didn't know that since an event a few years ago, Tsunade's personality had drastically changed, even her drinking habits had become more regulated. Humph! Is that all for today? How stingy! Tsunade grumbled and cursed under her breath. To Jiraiya's astonishment, she didn't ask for more alcohol but gently sipped from her half-full cup, as if it was her last drink for the day. This surprised Jiraiya, who exclaimed in shock, "Tsunade, have you lost your mind, you actually?" However, before he could finish, he was met with Tsunade's cold gaze. Instantly recalling her formidable strength, his expression froze, and he swallowed the rest of his words. "Hehe, very good, Tsunade." Jiraiya forced a bright smile, raised his glass for a toast, and they clinked glasses in a somewhat tense atmosphere. Tsunade. As a ninja, Jiraiya had long noticed something was off. He wanted to ask for clarification, but before he could finish, Tsunade, as if knowing what he was about to ask, replied indifferently. "I've found someone younger, wealthy, but a bit disobedient," Tsunade said impatiently, waving her hand. After all these years, she clearly understood Jiraiya's intentions and wanted to dissuade him directly. Hearing this, Jiraiya trembled imperceptibly, then widened his eyes in shock, his mouth agape. After a long pause, he exclaimed in a teasing tone, "Tsunade, you're robbing the cradle." Jiraiya. Tsunade's angry voice rang out, and the relationship among the three Sunin returned to its previous state, marked only by a lonely, white-haired soul and sorrow. Shizuan, hearing this, thought to herself, indeed, no wonder Lady Tsunade has changed so much over these years. Chapter 230, Jiraiya's Sage Mode vs Uchiha Yoru. Konoha. After walking out of the tavern, the biggest change in Uchiha Yoru compared to 3 years ago is his temperament. His once gentle smile is still there, but now it carries an added touch of nobility and a more undeniable aura of dominance, perhaps a gift of his increased strength. In the dense forest, shadows flicker and Jiraiya can't help but frown, saying, "It seems this kid has greatly improved his strength in these past few years, deliberately luring us here." Nonchalantly, Tsunade teases, "Jiraiya, underestimating this kid's strength could be fatal." After saying this, Tsunade signals with her eyes to silently observe, with no intention of getting involved. Jiraiya, seeing this, widens his eyes in surprise and exclaims, "Tsunade, do you have information about this kid?" However, Tsunade doesn't respond, and Jiraiya is internally shocked. Tsunade's warning about the danger of underestimating this kid indicates his formidable strength. Even Jiraiya wonders if this might be a secret of the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan, as Tsunade's ancestors were from the Senju clan, who had access to more detailed information than others. In the dark forest, a white figure slowly stops, and the forest falls silent. Uchiha Yoru casually stands on a thick tree trunk, scanning his surroundings with a smile. "Ha, I smelled that stinky toad back in the tavern. You followed me for so long, come out now." Uchiha Yoru's laughter echoes in the quiet forest, followed by the sound of wooden clogs. A figure slowly emerges from the darkness. "Ha, the kids these days are not cute at all." Jiraiya, though shocked by the great change in Uchiha Yoru, doesn't show it on his face. Instead, he laughs heartily, "I am Jiraiya, the great sage." Sage. Uchiha Yoru mocks, 3 years ago, I remember sending a letter to the sage through Kakashi, and you, Lord Jiraiya, said you didn't want to get involved in village affairs. Yet now you appear in Konoha. Seems the third Hokage is getting anxious. 3 years ago." Hearing this, Jiraiya claps his hands and strikes a humorous pose, laughing, "Haha, kid, you've improved a lot in these 3 years. Today, let the Toad Sage Jiraiya teach you how to respect your elders." Boom. As soon as the words fall, Jiraiya's pupils contract. Instinctively, he rolls to the side, sliding tens of meters along the ground. The earth cracks where he stood, a kusanagi sword with its sheath thrust into it. Uchiha Yoru, still on the other side, watches this scene. A drop of cold sweat slides down Jiraiya's temple as he inwardly exclaims, "Damn it, this kid hasn't even activated his Manjiki yet. How did he train these 3 years? Just with wrist strength, he achieved this level. His physical skills must be frightening." Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru, with a smile on his face, stretches his muscles and says, "Since Lord Jiraiya wants to test my strength on behalf of the third Hokage, and to prevent accusations of bullying you, I won't use the Kusanagi sword this time. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Fire release, great fireball technique." Instantly, both prepare to take the initiative, simultaneously using B-rank fire release techniques. The difference is, upon seeing the opponent's technique, Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, cursing internally, "This kid's chakra is monstrous, I can't compete in terms of stamina." The two massive fireballs collide in the forest, and in an instant, the great fireball is engulfed. Summoning technique. In a forest ablaze with a huge fire, suddenly a barrier opens. Uchiha Yoru smiles upon seeing this scene. It seems that Jiraiya doesn't want anyone to disturb this fight, or maybe he doesn't want to create a spectacle for me. Uchiha Yoru certainly understands Jiraiya's intentions. 3 years ago, he had given Kakashi a chance, to invite one of the Sunin, Jiraiya or Tsunade, back to the village. If they returned, he would lead the Uchiha clan to support them as the 5th Hokage. As a result, Kakashi firmly sided with him, which revealed the response he got at that time. And now, Jiraiya chose to return to the village. Over 3 years, his discord with the 3rd Hokage's administration had become apparent. Returning at this time was clearly a move orchestrated by the 3rd Hokage for reinforcement. You had the chance to resolve the conflict, but you didn't seize it. And now you come back. Under the vast barrier, Uchiha Yoru's eyes reveal the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He carefully scans the sky, and indeed, through the Sharingan, he sees the mysterious ceiling barrier. "Brat, let this old man witness the strongest power of the Uchiha clan." The crisp sound of wooden sandals echoes as Jiraiya slowly walks out of the sea of fire, his face filled with solemnity. His barrier can't hold for too long, so he needs to end the battle quickly. This young man is cunning. The last time Orochimaru was driven away, it was this youngster who used him to establish his power. Now, he doesn't want to be exploited by him again. Messy lion mane technique. Jiraiya's white hair parts, revealing his figure, even surprising Uchiha Yoru in the distance. "I didn't expect even the 2 old toads of Mount Myaboku to be summoned." It seems Jiraiya is serious this time. The dispersing white hair of Jiraiya reveals the 2 old toads on his shoulders, the sages of Mount Myaboku, Shima and Fukasaku. Old toads. The 2 sages, just summoned, are immediately incensed by the taunt. Especially Shima, who glares angrily, "Brat, you're so rude, and you reek of snakes. You wouldn't happen to be Orochimaru's disciple, would you? Little Jiraiya, have you encountered Orochimaru?" The usually calm Fukasaku is on high alert. Jiraiya, a bit embarrassed, scratches his head and laughs awkwardly, "Well, it's this kid. Little Jiraiya? You summoned us to use sage jutsu against this kid." The 2 toad sages are incredulous, as if to say, "Are you joking? If it were against Orochimaru, another Sunin, they would understand. But against Orochimaru's disciple? A mere kid, and the battle has just begun with no sign of difficulty. Don't underestimate him, sages. This kid has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and is even more dangerous than Orochimaru." When Jiraiya mentioned this, a serious expression appeared on his face. Seeing this, the 2 sages also showed deep concern. It was rare for Jiraiya to treat someone with such gravity. As Jiraiya put his hands together and began entering sage mode, Uchiha Yoru did not interrupt. Instead, the 3 Tomo in his eyes spun, transforming into a Manjiki Sharingan within the reflection of the other's 3 pairs of eyes. Dangerous? According to the 37th rule of the Ninja Academy, anyone can pose a danger, whether a civilian, child, or even the elderly and infirm. Isn't Lord Jiraiya himself a dangerous person? Facing Jiraiya, Uchiha Yoru retorted mercilessly, his face full of mockery. "Brat." Jiraiya, somewhat angered yet more shocked by Uchiha Yoru's calm waiting for him to activate sage mode, found the boy's character overly cautious. But speaking of danger, his eyes conveyed deep seriousness. "Brat, you have blatantly revealed your ambitions in your writings, and your actions over these 3 years. Your ambition is too great, and it could bring disaster to the village and the ninja world. Hearing Jiraiya's lengthy speech, Uchiha Yora's face turned sour. In 3 years, he had grown more powerful, and his friction with the third Hokage and the higher UPS had reached a critical point. At this moment, neither side wanted to back down, as stepping back meant losing more benefits. Furthermore, with Uchiha Yora's current strength and foundation, he no longer hid his ambition and attitude, his gaze growing colder. Lord Jiraiya, I can understand bringing disaster to the ninja world, since you place your hope in so-called fate. But bringing disaster to the village. At this point, Uchiha Yora raised his eyebrows, his chakra bursting forth as he spoke authoritatively. Apart from the Senju clan, who else in the entire Konoha has the right to say that the Uchiha will bring disaster to the village? What are you all? Konoha was established jointly by the Uchiha and Senju. Do you think you have the right just because you are a disciple of the third Hokage or because of the name of the Sunin? After his outburst, Jiraiya, though embarrassed, inwardly cursed the old man for his actions, which had changed Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru, who used to step back for compromise, was now aggressively pushed to the edge. Now Uchiha Yora frequently claimed to be the founder of Konoha, asserting his status as the village's master. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya, still in his hands together pose, spoke gravely, "Brat, setting aside your ambition for now, do you know that the Rock and Cloud villages are already preparing for war? Many villages in the ninja world are watching Konoha, eager to see the Uchiha in the village erupt in civil war, which would lead to war in their weakened state. The internal struggle between the Uchiha and the village could even spark the fourth great ninja war. Am I wrong to say you could bring disaster to the village and the ninja world?" Facing Jiraiya's pointed question, Uchiha Yora was well aware. His powerful faction could easily start a civil war, which was the crux of the issue. However, Uchiha Yora responded with a cold, mocking laugh, "Then why don't you say the third Hokage brought disaster to the village and the ninja world? Don't forget, he should have stepped down due to his failure in commanding the third war. Yet he's back again, holding his position. 3 years ago, you, Lord Jiraiya, had the chance to resolve all this but personally chose not to." In response to these words, Jiraiya was so embarrassed and frustrated. Who would have thought that in less than 3 years, you, a brat, would gain such immense fame through continuous speeches, almost surpassing the prestige of the 3 legendary Sunin. Back then, his composure mostly stemmed from the fact that it was a time of peace, and without war achievements, how could one establish prestige? Moreover, he was always tied to the village, and in case of any trouble, he could always come back to help. However, Jiraiya clearly underestimated the opponent. In 3 years, this brat established a prestige with his mouth and tactics that was enough to shake the competition for the position of Hokage, even competing on the same stage as the 3 Sunin. Stop talking nonsense, Lord Jiraiya. You have your convictions, and I have my ideals. Last 10 seconds. At this moment, Uchiha Yora directly interrupted Jiraiya's nonsense, a look of excitement on his face. Jiraiya in Sage mode was undoubtedly a strong contender among the cage-level ninjas, a perfect opportunity for him to achieve his goal. One was to test his current strength, and the other was to use Jiraiya to intimidate the higher UPS of Konoha. Sage mode. In an instant, Uchiha Yora's Manjiki Sharingan focused, and the curse mark on his neck released its power, spreading patterns all over his body in an instant, while Jiraiya also underwent a significant transformation. Red eye shadow patterns, a big nose, a white beard growing from his chin, but what was different was the massive increase in aura, even the feel of the chakra was dramatically altered. A pair of eyes hiding in the shadows was shocked at this scene. Tsunade, watching everything, was astonished. Jiraiya had already reached this stage. Sage mode. And this brat too. Since it's a member of the Uchiha clan, kiddo, use fire release. Clearly, Jiraiya the sage was still annoyed by Uchiha Yora's words. The Uchiha are best at using fire release, and ironically, they were now using it against them. Sage art, Gomen. In an instant, as Jiraiya spat oil and 2 toads spat wind and fire, a combined sage art fire release appeared. The fire and oil, like a tsunami, came rushing in. Even though Uchiha Yora was aware of it, seeing this ninjutsu with his own eyes still made him exclaim in amazement. Sage art earth release, core movement. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Yora slammed his hands on the ground, causing the earth to shake and rumble. At this time, Uchiha Yora slowly curved his lips into a smile, looking at Jiraiya from afar. As the two looked at each other, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown and reflect, has this brat grown to this extent? Between them was a raging river of fire, or rather, Uchiha Yoru's core movement ninjutsu had caused the ground to collapse, creating a deep ravine. As a result, the overwhelming fire and oil poured into it, turning into a sea of fire between them. With the fire's enhancement, it blazed fiercely. Fukasaku, watching this scene, spoke gravely, Jiraiya, be careful. This brat is very quick in grasping the timing and response of ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, now in sage mode, couldn't help but grin broadly, saying, haha, to be underestimated by a brat, Orochimaru would laugh himself to death if he knew. But how much has this brat changed in these years? In an instant, while Jiraiya's voice was still echoing, his figure had already disappeared. Chapter 231, What's Going On with Lady Tsunade? Boom! Under a cloud of dust and broken trees, Jiraiya in sage mode was seen with wide eyes, trembling and rubbing his shoulders as he got up. The soreness in his body made him gasp in pain. This brat's speed and strength are simply unbelievable. At this moment, Jiraiya's face was swollen and bruised, and breathing in causes blood to flow from his nostrils. The two old toads on his shoulders were also in a sorry state. Be careful, Jiraiya. Without needing further warning from the sage, a flash of lightning appeared, and Jiraiya roared in anger, spewing a great fire from his mouth. Fire release, great flame bomb. With a loud boom, the lightning tore through the massive fireball, but by then Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Got you! Suddenly, a dark shadow sprang from underfoot. It was the tongue of the toad belonging to Sage Fukasaku, wrapping around his leg. Then, with a great force, he was smashed hard onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, Uchiha Yoru in his Thunder God armor revealed a calm smile. Lord Jiraiya, it seems this is as far as you go. However, just then, the toad on Jiraiya's shoulder, Sage Fukasaku, suddenly gathered a water gun and swiftly attacked. Facing this strike, he quickly dodged, not daring to be careless. The Thunder God armor is powerful, but he wasn't reckless enough to resist every ninjutsu head-on. It wasn't a matter of fear, but rather a waste of chakra. Sage Art, Chidori. Sage Art, Massive Raise Nan. The collision of solid chakra shattered the surrounding land, and after a final roaring explosion, two figures were thrown out in disarray. Boom, boom. As the two exchanged blows in the forest, only after images flickered, with tree stumps breaking and deep pits forming in the ground. The collision of taijutsu was giving Jiraiya a headache. This brat, with his Thunder God armor, was like wearing a turtle shell, making ordinary taijutsu and ninjutsu attacks completely useless. Little Jiraiya, you won't get anywhere with taijutsu against this brat. Change tactics. The toad on his shoulder couldn't help but hurriedly speak, and Jiraiya was also frustrated. He wanted to change tactics, but the problem was this brat didn't give him a chance. Boom, boom. In the treetops of the forest, Shizun was watching the scene from afar, dumbfounded and muttering, Lady Tsunade, is that really my classmate Uchiha Yoru? They were classmates at one point, but now the gap between them was hard for him to believe. TCH, this brat. Tsunade couldn't help but snort coldly, turning to Shizun and saying, let's go, Shizun. After calling Shizun, Tsunade stepped out of the barrier, with Shizun following closely. However, as they emerged, they saw several dark figures flickering in the forest. Lady Tsunade! Shizun exclaimed in surprise at this scene, but Tsunade disdainfully said, this brat really doesn't take any losses. It turned out that Tsunade had realized something when she saw someone approaching, and that was that this brat had his own plan from the beginning. The barrier only has soundproofing effects, and while in Sage mode, Jiraiya's sensory abilities greatly increased. He naturally also noticed someone approaching, and his face changed immediately. Brag, you! Gasping for breath, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a smile. Although he had no injuries, Jiraiya in Sage mode, whether it's in physical or ninja skills, is no longer at the level of an average cage-level ninja. More importantly, he was relying on the defense of the Thunder God armor. Lord Jiraiya, since you said you don't want me to use you to establish my reputation, out of respect for the Sunin, I didn't notify anyone else. Uchiha Yoru said casually, as the forest where the two were fighting was in a state of disarray. Their exchange was more of a probe than a real fight. Jiraiya wanted to test out the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, while Uchiha Yoru wanted to gauge the strength of Jiraiya in Sage mode. Although they didn't use their full strength, they both got a sense of each other's abilities. Uchiha Yoru was secretly shocked. Jiraiya in Sage mode was indeed strong. In the original story, he was able to fight on par with the 6 paths of pain, even without knowing the information beforehand. He indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. Jiraiya was even more astonished inside. This brat's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities weren't exposed at all, but his current strength was already troublesome. If they were enemies in a life and death battle, the outcome would probably be 50-50. If the opponent revealed the ocular jutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be unpredictable. Little Jiraiya, this evil Uchiha brat is very strong. The toad sage on his shoulder couldn't help but show a serious expression. Fighting with this brat, they already faced the risk of death. Jiraiya looked helplessly at the brat, and with no other choice, he clapped his hands, causing the 2 toads on his shoulder to disappear, and the barrier around them began to slowly dissipate. Uchiha Yoru also smiled and put away his overwhelming Thunder God armor. After all, I am now the head of the police department. The incident with the former head Fugaku has always been taken seriously. I haven't left for long, and my subordinates are already worried. He looked as if it had nothing to do with him, and it was just his subordinates being worried. This scene made Jiraiya feel both helpless and resigned. Brat, I don't mind if you want to run for Hokage, but Konoha really can't withstand another war. After the probing, realizing that Uchiha Yoru's strength was enough to shake the village, Jiraiya finally sighed and chose to persuade. Facing Jiraiya, Uchiha Yoru just sneered and taunted, Lord Jiraiya, you got it wrong. It has always been the Uchiha taking a step back, but some people keep pushing forward. Now you're saying I will bring war to the village. Why don't you say that some people are already preparing to bring war to the village? With this last sentence, Jiraiya's face changed. He was not a fool, he understood the implication of these words. The village said the Uchiha already had tendencies of a coup, but now the Uchiha are saying the village is preparing to make the first move. Yoru. Clan head. Big brother Yoru. Just then, shouts were heard from the distance. Uchiha Yoru slowly sheathed the Kusanagi sword at his waist, while at this moment, the figure of Jiraiya had already disappeared. Looking at the approaching group, Uchiha Yoru smiled and casually waved his hand to indicate, erase the traces of the ninjutsu. Although the people said nothing, the seriousness in their eyes could not be hidden. Such a big commotion, not to mention the familiar traces of ninjutsu. The fire-release ninjutsu using toad oil was not unfamiliar to these high-level ninjas, especially since it had only been a few years since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. The name of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunin, weighed heavily on their hearts. Uchiha Yoru clearly understood what this scene meant. Or rather, from the beginning, Jiraiya deliberately used this signature ninjutsu to tell everyone that he, Jiraiya, had returned, and at the same time, to deter the Uchiha from acting rashly. Hokage's office. Old man. Is this what you've done? After returning to the village, Jiraiya naturally conducted an investigation. He angrily threw the scroll he had researched onto the desk, glaring at his teacher, the third Hokage. Jiraiya. The once formidable third Hokage, now already aged with white hair and clear age spots on his face, his frail and hunched figure disappointed Jiraiya even more. Jiraiya, as a member of the Konoha, and now the evil Uchiha. Denzo, standing by, continued to speak ominously, but Jiraiya interrupted him without hesitation. Humph! Evil Uchiha? What about the root? Jiraiya, with eyes full of rage, stared at Denzo. Root did not appear during the Nine Tails incident, and his close friend Orochimaru was expelled, who also had connections to Root. He was already filled with anger. Facing the furious Jiraiya, Shimura Denzo, who also needed people at this time, scoffed coldly and stopped speaking. If he couldn't provoke Jiraiya, he could at least avoid him. The aged Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the annoyed Jiraiya and sighed deeply, his voice low and sad. Jiraiya, you have seen the development of the police force, especially the support Uchiha Yoru has gained from various ninja villages. As he spoke, fear was evident in Hiruzen's eyes, while Denzo angrily said, this is betrayal. Uchiha Yoru has even accepted various weapons from the Cloud and Rock villages. Mentioning this only fueled Jiraiya's anger. He slammed the table hard. He didn't want to confront the third Hokage, but he wasn't afraid to confront Denzo. Denzo! Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for you pushing them too hard, would the Uchiha clan be like this? And about accepting support from the enemy, so far, I haven't seen the Uchiha do anything detrimental to the village. Jiraiya wasn't a fool. The village called him back, obviously wanting a helper, but he didn't want to be a tool in a power struggle, so he warned both sides. Whoever thinks of starting a war, I'll confront them. Jiraiya made his stance clear, causing Danzo to snort in dissatisfaction. If he didn't need Jiraiya right now, he would have already confronted him. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, looked at his student with complex emotions. He knew his student was disappointed in him, but for his own steadfast beliefs and the will of fire, he would not compromise. Jiraiya, spend the next few days investigating in the village, walk around and see. In the end, Hiruzen handled the situation delicately. With his student's return, the burden on his shoulders was somewhat lightened. Where's Tsunade? Cut it out, old man. You know Tsunade's temper. If it were her, Danzo might have lost his other eye. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya mocked Danzo, causing Danzo to widen his eyes in anger, snorting coldly before slamming the door and leaving. Hiruzen laughed hoarsely at this scene. Tsunade's temper might indeed be able to blow off the doors of the Hokage's office. On the other side, inside the tavern, Shizuan was shockingly looking at Lady Tsunade, as if seeing her for the first time, filled with astonishment. Although Lady Tsunade still carried her usual air of arrogance, this time it was clearly different. She actually accepted a pour of sake from Uchiha Yoru. It was known that since 3 years ago, she had been moderate in her drinking and had not indulged in heavy drinking. Lady Tsunade, this is the best sake. Uchiha Yoru, with a smile on his face, gently filled a cup with sake. Tsunade, seeing this, casually raised her cup, first bringing it to her nose for a light sniff, and then scoffed disdainfully. Brat, what best sake, it's clearly fruit wine. Uchiha Yoru, not the least bit embarrassed by Tsunade's scolding, nodded with a grin, that's right, the best fruit wine, beautifying and not harmful to health. With a light sip, Tsunade narrowed her eyes. As a princess of the Senju clan, she had tasted many fine wines. She was not savoring the taste, but rather scrutinizing the young man before her. The sake is good, but this person. Tsunade teased with narrowed eyes. However, before she could finish, Uchiha Yoru laughed and took over, gently holding her cupped hand and pouring more sake. Of course, the person is also the most beautiful. Looking at the refilled cup, Tsunade internally cursed the shameless brat, thinking he was avoiding her words. Brat, the commotion you've caused in these 3 years is not small. Now, the entire ninja world is spreading your name. And your speech, your thoughts are too dangerous. Tsunade went on a tirade of criticism, while Uchiha Yoru sat to one side, maintaining a smile, not showing any anger, occasionally pouring her more sake. After a long while, Tsunade, her throat dry from talking, couldn't help but snort, "Hey, brat, I've been talking for so long, are you not listening at all or just not taking it seriously?" Tsunade, as if trying to provoke Uchiha Yoru, but he just shrugged casually, laughing, "I'm listening, but if I don't do this, what should I do?" "What should you do?" Tsunade was stunned by the direct question, her mind racing with various intelligence reports. Finally, she lowered her voice, "Then why did you accept help from Cloud and Rock?" "Help?" Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's face suddenly showed a realization, smiling at Tsunade as if to say, "No wonder you came. Lady Tsunade, is it illegal to accept help from the villages of Cloud and Rock?" Uchiha Yoru looked over with such an easygoing smile, causing Tsunade to narrow her beautiful eyes, and then she burst into laughter the next moment. "Brat, you really are shameless." Tsunade instantly understood Uchiha Yoru's meaning, "I'm not breaking the law, others want to help me, why shouldn't I accept it?" The two exchanged cryptic words, laughing in the private room. Shizuan, accompanying them, was awkwardly at a loss for the first time, burying her head and quietly playing the role of a mascot. It seemed that Lady Tsunade and Uchiha Yoru had known each other for a long time, and quite well at that, even hinting at a sense of overfamiliarity. Shizuan was shocked by her own speculation, shaking her head internally, thinking how she could be so fanciful. How could Lady Tsunade have any relation with her classmate Uchiha Yoru? Chapter 232, Double Agent. Uchiha Clan Grounds. "Teacher Yoru, I've scored first place again." A young Sasuke excitedly held a paper, chattering away with a flush on his face that seemed to scream, "Praise me now." Just returning, Uchiha Yoru saw the excited Sasuke and immediately smiled, carefully reviewing the paper in his hand and nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, Sasuke, but this only mistake you made shouldn't have happened. Uchiha Yoru said with a smile, and Uchiha Sasuke showed a hint of embarrassment. His only mistake was due to carelessness. Teacher Yoru, I won't make any mistakes next time. Sasuke. Just then, a calm voice sounded, and Sasuke's expression stiffened. His brother, Uchiha Itachi, had returned unexpectedly. In these 3 years, even Sasuke felt the clan's atmosphere, especially after his brother Itachi joined the Anbu, creating whispers and rumors in the clan. Some said Uchiha Itachi was a traitor, betraying the Uchiha's beliefs. Others said it was for self-preservation. Opinions varied. Watching Itachi, who had just returned from an Anbu mission, Uchiha Yoru smiled. Itachi, how are you finding the Anbu missions? Why not come back to the police force? Each meeting between the two was like this. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, while Yoru would invite him to join the police force. Watching the silent Itachi, Uchiha Yoru smiled, handed the paper back to Sasuke, and ruffled his hair. Little Sasuke, go back with Itachi for now. Although Sasuke disliked having his hair ruffled, in such an awkward situation, he showed gratitude and quickly turned to run towards his brother. Sasuke. Watching Sasuke follow Itachi, Uchiha Yoru also turned to enter his house. Creak. As the door closed, a pair of eyes appeared in the shadow of the door gap, revealing Itachi's cold gaze. Uchiha Yoru, slightly headache-ridden, rubbed his forehead. Itachi, you always look so cold, it's not a good look. Plus, hiding in the shadows can easily scare people. Uchiha Yoru joked casually, but Itachi remained silent, reporting, Teacher Yoru, there's been frequent movement in the village's Anbu, even the route is preparing, and the elite ninja of the Sarutobi clan are quietly returning to the village. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's report, Uchiha Yoru chuckled. Itachi, you should take better care of yourself. Without certainty, the third Hokage wouldn't dare start a war. Teacher Yoru. Uchiha Itachi frowned anxiously at Uchiha Yoru's confidence and finally said in a deep voice, there is intelligence confirming that the civil war in the Mist Village has reached a critical moment. Once it ends, the attention of the ninja world will turn to Konoha, so the third Hokage wants to act before that happens. Upon hearing this intelligence, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and said, no wonder the third Hokage is in such a hurry, even summoning Jiraiya and Tsunade back. It turns out it's because the civil war in the Mist Village is about to end. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the situation in the Mist Village is the most tense, with the civil war having gone on for several years, and other countries secretly supporting the rebels. But once the Mist Village war ends, it means that Konoha will become the next target, as currently, only Konoha is likely to erupt in a civil war in the ninja world. After so many years, it's lucky that a Mist Ninja hasn't been completely destroyed. Anyway, the current Mist Village has already been greatly weakened, ranking at the bottom among the 5 great countries' ninja villages, and it won't have the power to wage war for the next 10 years. Itachi, take care of yourself. As Uchiha Yoru's voice echoed, the figure in the shadow corner turned into a puff of white smoke. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes at this scene. It seems that the third Hokage is ready to make a move. Although he doesn't know the specifics, he knows that given the old man's conservative attitude, any action will be swift and decisive. Walking into the house and looking at the Uchiha clan's land, which is more prosperous than 3 years ago, Uchiha Yoru showed a satisfied smile. Brother Yoru. The figure of Shisui appeared respectfully on the balcony outside. Uchiha Yoru didn't turn around but looked down at the entire clan area indifferently. Shisui then reported in a solemn voice, Brother Yoru, there's movement among the village elders, but the specific intelligence is unclear. It seems the third Hokage is preparing something. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru remained calm, without a ripple in his expression. The third has aged. Since he has summoned Tsunade and Jiraiya back, he must be confident. At this point, Uchiha Yoru turned to Shisui with a smile, perhaps having the confidence to summon the 3 Sunin, Jiraiya and Tsunade, he believes that a pair of Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan poses too great a threat. Hearing this, Shisui smiled and nodded, I understand, Brother Yoru. As they raised their heads, the Mangekyo Sharingan also appeared in the eyes of Uchiha Shisui. The two exchanged smiles. If 1 pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan is not enough, what about 2 pairs? And if there's a second pair, could there be a third? Land of Whirlpools. Under the moonlight, a venomous snake slowly crawled out of a room, followed by the snake opening its mouth and a figure slowly descending. Drip drop. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the room. The leader of the Mist Village rebel army, Terumi Mei, had just walked out of the bathroom, wearing a loose robe that revealed her tired face. It seems that the situation in Konoha is more urgent than I thought. 3 years later, Terumi Mei had become more mature, especially in politics. She was no longer the novice she once was. The wisdom in her one visible eye was evident. Uchiha Yoru, seeing this scene, smiled and spread his hands, saying, "Perhaps we can talk, or even cooperate." Now that Mist Village has been infighting for so long, the major nations have noticed. Mist Village is now at the end of its tether. Continuing this internal strife might even risk losing the position of one of the 5 great ninja villages. So, either we negotiate and end this internal conflict, or it ends. Hearing Uchiha Yoru's analysis, a dangerous smile appeared on Terumi Mei's face. She played with her fingers and said, "Under my command, all the bloodline ninja of Mist Village have gathered. With all our strength, we might have a chance to take down Mist Village in one battle. In Mist Village, I have the advantage. As for you, it seems Konoha has recalled Jiraiya and Tsunade. The Uchiha clan does not have the upper hand." As a leader, Terumi Mei was not one to be easily baited. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, "That's why I think the two of us could cooperate. For example, I could help you take down Mist Village." Uchiha Yoru spoke with sincerity and a smile, and upon hearing this, Terumi Mei smiled, walking forward and playfully touching the man's chin, reading, "Your ambition is too great. Why not establish a rebel army like me, and then we can join forces?" Konoha was established by the Uchiha. Do you think the Uchiha need to become so-called rebels? Uchiha Yoru said with a meaningful smile. Mist Village has already gathered many elites. The counterattack of the 4th Mizukage has already begun. It's time for your long battle to come to an end. After all, other major nations only want to weaken Mist Village, not completely bring you down. After all, a completely collapsed Mist Village will lead to a reshuffling of powers, and even become the fuse for a great ninja war. So, it's time for the internal conflict in Mist Village to cool down, or perhaps ending it would be a good plan. As Uchiha Yoru analyzed the current situation, Terumi Mei came quietly beside him, playfully tapping her fingers on his skin. "We are all bloodline ninjas here, and your Sharingan is also a bloodline, and what you are doing is so dangerous. Should we have a child in advance, in case the Uchiha clan disappears from Konoha one day?" Terumi Mei, with her soulful eye, stared intently at him, making Uchiha Yoru shake his head helplessly. "You are thinking too much, what we are talking about now is our cooperation." Exactly, a child is also the foundation of cooperation. After all, without a foundation, how can I trust you? Looking at Terumi Mei in front of him, especially after she became more mature and bold, Uchiha Yoru shook his head helplessly. "I suspect you are coveting my bloodline." Faced with this topic, Terumi Mei not only did not hide it but nodded openly and laughed. "Correct, your bloodline, and mine, whoever inherits it will be the best. How about it, you and I work together, first take the Mist Ninja and then Konoha, joining hands to become the strongest in the ninja world." Terumi Mei, with ambitious eyes, knew the ambition of the man in front of her, so she naturally wanted to tie herself to the same boat early, and most importantly, they were both bloodline ninja. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru felt like he was lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet, full of speechlessness, as Terumi Mei always brought up bloodlines. "Mei, if you go on like this, you're playing with fire." Sensing something, Uchiha Yoru frowned, while Terumi Mei's eyes showed a mocking smile. "Okay, since you want to talk about cooperation, let's have a good talk." Saying this, Terumi Mei stared directly into Uchiha Yoru's eyes and said straightforwardly, "I am in the mist, you are in Konoha. I am not Tsunade, if you turn your back on me, who will I turn to? So, what I need is sincerity. You show your sincerity, and I will show mine." In this way, the two negotiated closer cooperation in the house. Konoha. In the meeting room of the Hokage office building, the Konoha F4 gathered. During this meeting, even the usually calm Koharu Yudin frowned and said in a serious tone, "Hiruzen, how do you plan to proceed this time? Remember, Jiraiya and Tsunade's return has already raised alarms. What exactly is your plan, Hiruzen?" Homura Mitokado also showed a grave expression. "Indeed, Hiruzen, if we openly confront now, Konoha will be plunged into war, and even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Faced with these two cautious individuals, Shimura Danzo was more sinister, sneering, "Sarutobi, just give the order. Once we activate the barrier, the Anbu and Root can work together. With Tsunade and Jiraiya's help, we can annihilate the Uchiha clan." "Shut up!" Hiruzen, who had been listening calmly, was enraged by Danzo's extreme suggestion, glaring at him furiously. "Danzo! This mess is your doing. Without you, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be in this situation. Always talking about extermination, go ahead, lead the Root and do it yourself." Danzo was visibly frustrated, thinking to himself that if the Root actually had the power to replace the Hokage, they would have done so already. "Damn it!" Muttering under his breath, Hiruzen took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice towards the door, "Come in." The door creaked open, and an Anbu member wearing a mask, identified as Uchiha Itaki, entered and knelt on one knee under the watchful eyes of the Konoha F4. "Itaki, report on the current situation of the Uchiha clan and the police force's capabilities." Itaki, revealing his identity, removed his mask to display his Sharingan eyes and calmly began his detailed report. Recently, the police force is restless, believing a new Hokage should be elected. Many ninjas are criticizing the third Hokage's policies. Almost all Uchiha clan members are now blindly loyal to their clan leader, Uchiha Yoru, ready to go to war at his command. Currently, the Uchiha clan's upper and middle ninjas, along with the registered police force, are the Abarame and Hyuga branch families have already sided with the police force. Moreover, the Inyazuka clan is displeased with the Root taking their ninjas, and they too have joined the police force. After Itaka's report, Hiruzen glared at Danzo, as if to blame him for the situation. Danzo, feeling wronged, thought to himself that while he did take some of the Inyazuka's ninjas, the Sarutobi clan also benefited, yet he alone was blamed. Itaka's life, akin to a double agent, seemed fated. But unlike before, Hiruzen thought he had brainwashed Itaka with the will of fire, unaware that Itaka was also a spy placed by the Uchiha clan. It was a case of overconfidence on Hiruzen's part. Meanwhile, in a tavern in the village, a bearded and frustrated Asuma was filled with anger. Chapter 233, All for Konoha. Konoha, a tavern. What kind of village are we living in now? Poor ninjas, the poverty of the elderly and the weak, and the problem of their support. Why is the marriage rate of young ninjas getting lower and lower, and the birth rate of children is also decreasing? In the tavern, Uchiha Yoru, under the attention of everyone, faced the gaze of countless people, and questioned everyone with a tone full of inquiry. And all the listeners, after hearing such questions, fell silent one after another. These were never issues they considered, but they were also questions they needed to face. It can be seen in the original work that the marriage and childbirth rates of young people in this period are alarmingly low. For example, nearly all of Kakashi's contemporaries are single. It's known that the ninja world is a society that values early marriage and childbirth. Why does no one want to let their children be born in Konoha as it is now? Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru angrily rebuked in a passionate tone, "It's because we are falling into the abyss, but the corrupt people in our village pretend not to see it." At this point, Uchiha Yoru, suppressing the anger in his heart, looked at everyone and calmly said, "Do you know how much the housing prices are within the central area of the village now?" He slowly stretched out 5 fingers, and in front of everyone, Uchiha Yoru angrily rebuked with deep disdain, "The most prosperous phase 1 square meter costs 500,000. A full 500,000. And the reward for a B-rank mission in the ninja world is 80 to 200,000. The reward for an A-rank mission is 150,000 to 1 million. But whether it's B-rank or A-rank, these missions need a Jounin level leader. Aside from the danger of the mission, just speaking of the consumption, personnel allocation and part of the reward that the village takes. A B-rank or an A-rank mission, tell me, how many can a Jounin complete in a non-war period in a year? And after every mission, there's the need for physical recuperation, repurchasing of blades, etc. Uchiha Yoru, pointing at everyone, angrily rebuked, "A well-coordinated team of 1 special Jounin and 3 Chunin, working tirelessly throughout the year, accumulates less than 1 million in rewards. A high-level medical ninja who has reached Jounin level, for a house in the village, he has to bear a huge mortgage." At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, with high emotions, pointed at everyone and shouted angrily, "It is because of the incompetent leaders within the village, they are foolish, greedy, sitting in the village that we protect with our blood, shamelessly enjoying everything. Do you know? After the 3 wars, all the major ninja villages are intensively recovering their economies, even increasing military power, and now the military power of the Cloud Village and the Rock Village in the ninja world has surpassed that of Konoha. And the senile, greedy third Hokage, greedily sitting in the position of Hokage, they suck the nutrients of the village, turning the once unknown Sarutobi clan into the second wealthiest clan in Konoha now. Over 3 years, Uchiha Yoro gradually shifted from subtle hints to directly naming and exposing corruption. This bold behavior gradually gained acceptance, and in the tavern, countless ninjas listened with flushed faces and excitement, slamming the table. Sarutobi Asuma. First and foremost, you are a ninja of Konoha, and then the son of the third Hokage. Now tell me, is there any falsehood in what I have said? Suddenly, Uchiha Yoro pointed a finger, and instantly everyone's gaze turned to the ninja hidden in a dark corner, drinking silently. It was Sarutobi Asuma. 3 years ago, after returning from the Fire Temple, Sarutobi Asuma encountered Uchiha Yoro. Their initial hostility turned into mutual respect. In front of everyone, Sarutobi Asuma slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and looked at all the ninjas in the village, having made up his mind. Indeed, the military strength of the Cloud and Rock villages is increasing. In contrast, Konoha, in terms of military strength, is no longer the first in the ninja world. This statement, coming from the son of the third Hokage, was more powerful than any evidence, causing a stir. 3 years ago, Sarutobi Asuma, filled with prejudice against the third Hokage, encountered a series of changes before he could mature, and was hastily recalled. Upon his return, he met Uchiha Yoro, who became the center of controversy. Uchiha Yoro sneered at Sarutobi Hiruzen's tactics to turn attacky, so he decided to turn the son against him. The same treatment for the same deed. At that time, Sarutobi Asuma was in his rebellious phase. Confronted with many harsh realities, he exploded, almost standing in opposition to the third Hokage. We cannot deny the third Hokage's achievements, but his huge command errors in the 3 wars led to Konoha's damage. The third Hokage resigned, but after the Nine Tails incident, his top officials used the excuse of a temporary return to power, and that has continued to this day. Not a word about the position of the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Yoro looked at everyone and finally pointed at Sarutobi Asuma, shouting excitedly, "We can no longer indulge in the dream of being the first ninja village. The 3 wars nearly brought us down. How many years has it been, have we forgotten? Now, we need a new Hokage. A young and strong one with vision and courage to grind the enemy's bones to dust. He has arrived. He lives in our era. He will lead Konoha to victory again. We need unity. A strong and unified Konoha to dominate the ninja world again. Victory will be ours." With Uchiha Yoro's impassioned oath, the tavern's atmosphere surged, as simple ninjas shouted excitedly. Sarutobi Asuma, his face flushed with excitement, shouted, "Jiraiya and Tsunade are back. Uchiha Yoro, you are not the only choice." Watching Sarutobi Asuma approach angrily, as if opposing him, Uchiha Yoro did not get angry but opened his arms with a smile. Of course. Jiraiya and Tsunade are also candidates. Konoha needs fresh blood, not dependent on young people fighting to death at the front while a group of old, greedy people occupy high positions, always talking about the village. I, Uchiha Yoro, propose that the village needs a 5th Hokage. Not the old, corrupt high officials of the Hokage. With 3 years of guidance, everyone's suppressed emotions finally found an outlet, roaring wildly. Their outlet for frustration was the new Hokage. As Uchiha Yoro repeatedly exposed the corruption of the village, the older generation held high positions, and even the better jobs in the village were monopolized by the clans of these elders, filling them with anger. Overthrowing them was unthinkable, but the return of the third Hokage was supposed to be temporary. Now, under Uchiha Yoro's leadership, they found a new direction. Electing the 5th Hokage. Asuma looked at Uchiha Yoro, the most important person in the crowd, with deep jealousy and envy in his eyes. He also deeply despised the current corruption but didn't want to see his opponent become the new Hokage. So, from the beginning, Asuma's goal was clear, to elect the 5th Hokage from among Jiraiya and Tsunade. He would never choose Uchiha Yoro. In the fervent tavern, as Uchiha Yoro's speech stirred emotions, some people in the crowd became agitated. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma inadvertently saw someone, causing his pupils to shrink. "What are you trying to do?" Asuma suddenly grabbed the wrist of Ebisu, who was wearing small sunglasses. Ebisu's face showed fanaticism, but his eyes were incredibly calm as he looked at Asuma. "Sorry, Lord Asuma, for the mission." Though Ebisu didn't say much, his lip movements shocked Asuma. The next moment, under Asuma's horrified gaze, Ebisu formed hand seals and uttered the final word. "Explode." Boom. A sudden explosion in the tavern set it ablaze, throwing the already agitated crowd into chaos. Uchiha Yoru, on the podium, smiled at this scene. Finally, they arrived, having waited so long. "Put out the fire. Order the police to maintain order. Don't panic, someone is deliberately causing chaos, everyone stay calm. Ninjas are highly efficient. Even if someone intentionally caused chaos, they wouldn't disrupt but instead calmly maintained order." The chaos was quickly contained, but seeing the arrested, everyone showed anger. The arrested Ebisu, though disheveled, shouted at Uchiha Yoru, "Madman! You slander an elder who devoted his life to the village. Evil Uchiha, the events of the Nine Tails Night are not yet cleared, disgusting." Along with Ebisu, Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki were arrested. After their capture, they publicly denounced the injustice. "Take them to jail." The head of the arriving police, Kurane Ui, efficiently led the team and took the three instigators away. The ordinary disturbance ended there, but Uchiha Yoru then faced Asuma. After facing each other, Asuma took a deep breath and said firmly, "Release them." "Release them?" As an elite ninja of the village, you should know the meaning of rules. Uchiha Yoru, visibly upset, left abruptly, while Asuma felt something was amiss. The determined look in the eyes of the three arrested gave him a bad premonition. "Damn it!" Asuma cursed loudly and hurriedly left the tavern. He now needed to go back and ask the old man what exactly needed to be changed. "Yoru." Kurane Ui appeared beside him, her eyes showing a hint of worry, but Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, raising his hand with a smile and said, "Don't worry, at least this time we know, it seems that the third Hokage is full of determination. These three people are probably just bait, a bait to put his conflict with the higher UPS of the Hokage in plain sight." When Asuma returned home in a rage, he pushed open the door to find the third Hokage with white hair writing calligraphy, just finishing the character for Nin. "Old man, what exactly do you want Ebisu and the others to do?" He burst in and angrily questioned, facing his son's loud questioning. Hiruzen calmly raised his head and lit his pipe. "Asuma, have I really disappointed you that much?" He never thought that being busy with state affairs would eventually lead to his own son doubting his intentions. Disappointed? Looking at the aged appearance of the third Hokage, Asuma sneered, "I've said it before, in your youth, you were a great ninja, but look at what you are doing now. The clans occupy high positions, and which of the so-called higher UPS isn't making things convenient for their own clan? Let's not talk about that, why do you still insist on clinging to the position of Hokage? It's been so many years. Do you know what people say when I go out on missions? All the ninjas are talking, saying that you are clinging to power, unwilling to give up the position of Hokage, holding the title temporarily, and won't step down until death." Asuma loudly rebuked, not just outsiders, even he could see that his father had no intention of handing over the powers of Hokage. Faced with his son's reprimand, Hiruzen sighed sadly, his cloudy eyes filled with melancholy, but when he thought of his perseverance, his eyes turned firm again. "Asuma, you don't understand. Konoha is everything to me, and the Uchiha clan will only bring disaster to the village. As a ninja of Konoha, you shouldn't let the ambitions of the Uchiha succeed." The Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails. "I can't hand Konoha over to an ambitious Uchiha," Hiruzen said firmly. Now in his eyes, he couldn't leave a mess for the next generation. He had to eliminate or at least suppress the Uchiha clan as a hidden danger before that. Then what about Ebisu, Izumo Kamizuki and Katetsu Hagane, those three? Asuma Sarutobi stared at his father, not believing that just the three of them would create chaos and confront Uchiha Yoru. Faced with his son's questioning, Hiruzen was silent for a long while, then after exhaling a puff of smoke, he said indifferently, "Asuma, you really aren't suited for politics. To achieve great things, sacrifice is an inevitable means. You." Shocked at his father's words, Asuma seemed to have guessed something, then angrily wanted to rebuke, but what he met were a pair of cold and murky eyes. "All of this is for the village. I cannot hand over a chaotic village to the next generation." At this moment, Hiruzen became more paranoid and stubborn, staring at his son. He would not allow even a stain on his political career. This time he called Jiraiya and Tsunade back to the village, naturally preparing for the 5th Hokage, but he couldn't leave a memory of a mess he left behind to the world. He is the 3rd Hokage, a great ninja. He must once again push the evil Uchiha back into the corner and put a more satisfactory end to his political career. Chapter 234, Jonin Meeting. Police Department. Head, this afternoon, the people we arrested from the tavern, Izumo Kamizuki and Katetsuo Hagane, committed suicide. Ebisu is temporarily out of danger due to timely rescue. Just as Uchiha Yoru returned to his office, he heard this report and his expression became serious. The news of the suicide of the 3 recently arrested individuals had already spread throughout the police department. Do we need to block this news? The reporting ninja showed a probing expression, which made Uchiha Yoru's mouth twitch. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "No need, let the news spread." It was clear that today's situation was a trap set for him. Since the people had committed suicide, blocking the news would play into others' hands. Director Yoru, did I hear that the criminals arrested today committed suicide? Yoru. Then, one after another, team leaders from various divisions came into the office, showing concern, but Uchiha Yoru looked at them calmly. If you all can see that there is a problem, do you think I don't know? Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru sneered, since someone has made a move, we will strike back. Katetsuo Hagane, Izumo Kamizuki and Ebisu, as ninja of the leaf, caused chaos in the tavern, a public place, even detonating exploding tags, and were thus considered extremely unstable. After being brought back to the police department, their behavior was abnormal, and they even attempted suicide. The police department now suspects that the 3 were bribed by an enemy country's spy ninja, hence their dangerous behavior. Now that they have been arrested, the police department fears exposure, leading to their suicide. Ebisu attempted suicide but failed, and the 3rd Hokage's Anbu is now ordered to intervene in the investigation. Hand over Ebisu to the Anbu for a joint investigation with the police department. Uchiha Yoru said coldly. Although he knew this was manipulated, he labeled these people as traitors, warning other ninjas not to be easily used as pawns, or they might get crushed. And who would dare to keep Ebisu? No matter the reason, today's actions in the tavern can't be faked. As for the police department's torture behind the scenes, what about it? Now Uchiha Yoru was ready to condemn them outright, regardless of their reasons. The suspicion of collusion and treason by the police department was enough. Meanwhile, sensational news spread through the village that evening. 3 civilian ninja of the leaf were driven to death at the police department, with 1 barely saved. However, the police department then posted a notice, exposing the 3 and sealing their families' homes, arresting them all on suspicion of collusion and treason. The domineering actions of the police department indeed caused much discussion, but most people just watched coldly in the face of power. But this time was different, the matter escalated, and instead of calming down after the police department's intervention, it seemed to intensify. The next day, the situation worsened, with rumors spreading in the village about the police department's domineering and dictatorial law enforcement. Police department. Yoru, there's a parade happening in the village. Kakashi Hatake reported with a serious expression about the situation in the village, while Uchiha Yoru, sitting at the desk, seemed indifferent, as if he had heard nothing. Izumo Kamizuki and Katetsuo Hagane's family and relatives pleaded at the Hokage building, saying that the police department arbitrarily killed a fellow villager ninja. Uchiha Yoru still looked calmly at the tense situation, and finally, Kakashi Hatake silently left. On the 3rd day, the situation worsened, and the wave of discontent against the police department's law enforcement grew bigger, with many ninja families starting to protest in the streets. On the 4th day, after Uchiha Yoru personally issued a decree, all the disturbances in Konoha vanished, and the street protests disappeared. The families of Katetsuo Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki are to be expelled from Konoha. Those innocently protesting against the police department, seen as not adhering to the rules established by the founders of Konoha, can apply to leave Konoha and change nationality. After the tough and domineering police order was issued, the patrolling ninja of the police department were all mobilized. In short, are you dissatisfied? Need something? The entire Konoha was founded by the Uchiha clan, what do you count for? Uchiha Yoru made the situation clear, telling everyone that Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha, and the rules were set by them. Those who disagree can leave. Katetsuo Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, 2 ordinary ninja families, became the victims of this incident. The police department. Brother Yoru, Ebisu falsely accused the police department of abusing private punishments, saying they tortured Katetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki to death. Today, Ebisu directly knelt in front of the Hokage building to appeal to the Hokage. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage was furious and is now preparing to convene a meeting of the Jounin. Uchiha Shisui rushed to report, and Uchiha Yoru, who was arranging a plant in the office, smiled after hearing this. I was wondering how these three useless ones caused such a commotion. It seems the third Hokage is really serious this time. If you don't act, you don't act. But when you do, it's like thunder. Brother Yoru. Seeing Uchiha Yoru still calm, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but feel anxious. But Uchiha Yoru just smiled easily and said, the first rule of the ninja, be calm. No matter where you are or what you encounter, staying calm is the first rule. Gently placing the plant aside, Uchiha Yoru looked at the shadow of the Hokage rock in the distance, his smile gradually stiffening. Finally. The chance I've been waiting for so long is here. If the third Hokage doesn't make a move, I don't know how to proceed, especially since this time we've gathered so many people. Brother Yoru, people from the Anbu are outside. Uchiha Shisui also saw Anbu through the window. Anyone hindering the police department from performing their duties, capture them all, resistors will be killed on the spot. Facing the third Hokage's action, Uchiha Yoru was also prepared, whispering to Shisui, change requires sacrifice, and now we need to minimize the sacrifice. Hearing the instructions, Uchiha Shisui nodded firmly, Brother Yoru, I understand. But is Itaki really okay? At the last moment, Uchiha Shisui hesitated, Brother Yoru, you entrusted the key part to Itaki, I'm worried. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Yoru gently shook his head, his eyes showing an unprecedented determination, I firmly believe that no one wants to see the village continue to decay. I firmly believe that my will is correct. The office door slowly opened, and outside the door stood a group of solemn-looking police department ninjas. They all looked over as if a war would start at his command. Director Yoru. Lord Yoru. As the voices echoed, Uchiha Yoru calmly adjusted his attire, looked at everyone, and boldly proclaimed, Our will prevail. Will prevail. Will prevail. A thunderous roar erupted from the police department, and Uchiha Yoru calmly issued a series of orders. The police department operates normally, all Jounin attend the village high-level meeting. Yes. At noon, under the bright sunlight, dots flickered on the rooftops within the village, all heading towards the Hokage's office building. The Jounin meeting is a meeting that is held in the village only in case of major events or decisions. The last Jounin meeting was held after the Nine Tails incident. Jounin hurriedly arrived one after another, many sensing an unusual atmosphere, especially after it was announced that the Sunin, Jiraiya and Tsunade, would attend this meeting, attracting the attention of countless people. In the conference room of the Hokage's office building, sitting on the chairs were the Leafs F4, the third Hokage, Homura Midokado, Shimura Danzo, and Kohara Udaten. The large conference room was packed with Jounin from the village, all standing without any whispering. Jounin in front, special Jounin all at the back. However, everyone's eyes were on the two figures at the front, the white-haired, robust Jiraiya, and the regal, snow-white-dressed Tsunade. Why hasn't Uchiha arrived yet? At this moment, a Jounin under the Sarutobi clan complained, trying to please. Naturally, he did this to curry favor, otherwise, why keep him around? Once someone spoke, others began to discuss, and the quiet conference room became filled with murmurs. However, the Leafs F4 sitting at the front seemed to almost see nothing. However, suddenly a cold snort sounded, and the conference room instantly quieted down. All eyes turned to see the noble Tsunade looking disdainfully at everyone, as if saying they were a bunch of clowns. Tsunade. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head, holding his forehead. Tsunade's temperament had become even more unrestrained than before, making him wonder what would become of the village in the future. Tsunade's capricious behavior naturally caught the eye of the Konoha F4. Among them, Kohara Udaten and Homura Midokado showed their dissatisfaction. However, Tsunade ignored them, her eyes filled with disdain. Shizuan, go get a chair. In the Hokage conference room, apart from the Konoha high-level F4, there were no seats left for others. Yet, at Tsunade's request, Shizuan awkwardly went ahead to bring a chair. This scene made some want to speak out, but they dared not. Even Jiraiya chose to turn a blind eye, pretending to have seen nothing. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly frown, but he ultimately remained silent. Considering Tsunade's status, such actions weren't too out of line. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps were heard outside the door, drawing everyone's attention towards it. Creak. The door was pushed open, and it was the Genma squad who entered, followed by a dense crowd. The sight was startling, with many feeling a chill run down their spines. A uniformed group of jonin appeared, composed of Uchiha, a Barame, Hyuga branch family, and countless civilian ninjas. With the crowd parting like the sea, Uchiha Yoru walked at the forefront, his footsteps resounding like a beat on everyone's hearts as they slowly entered the jonin conference room. Even Jiraiya was taken aback by this visual impact and shook his head in resignation, murmuring, This is so Uchiha. It was a grand entrance fitting for the proud Uchiha clan. As the crowd filled the jonin conference room, a strange scene unfolded. They formed a group, with many exchanging looks and others observing cautiously. Within 3 years, this kid has come this far, even stronger than Orochimaru. Jiraiya couldn't help but remark quietly to Tsunade. She scoffed disdainfully. A clan of their stature had its protocols, but this kid was indeed impressive, even troublesome for the elders. In just 3 years, he had rallied so many, and in another 3, he might have most of Konoha in his grasp. Uchiha Yoru. Your police force is accused of causing chaos in the village and intimidating fellow ninjas. The third Hokage has convened a jonin meeting for your public trial, to restore peace to Konoha. A member of the Sarutobi clan openly showed their displeasure, angrily pointing at Yoru. However, Uchiha Yoru, just entering the room, merely smirked, spreading his arms and looking at the third Hokage with a smile. It seems the Sarutobi clan is no longer content being Konoha's second family. The so-called high-level meeting caught everyone by surprise. No one expected the third Hokage to make his move so quickly. Likewise, the smile on Uchiha Yoru's face made it clear, urging to not bother with trivial matters and to discuss the main issue directly. This action caught the attention of many neutral jonins, as anyone who could reach this stage was not a fool, and they clearly understood where the conflict between the two sides lay. Therefore, Uchiha Yoru's straightforward and open approach in stating his purpose was more easily accepted by others, unlike those who hid their intentions and appeared inferior. Unconventional tactics. Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the proud young man before him, frowned slightly but then showed a faint smile and gestured with his hand. Since almost everyone is here, let's discuss the main issue. Today, I have convened this jonin meeting for 2 reasons. The first matter is regarding the impact of the police force's development on the village in recent years. The second matter is that I am getting old, and I intend to propose the selection of the 5th Hokage. You, Uchiha Yoru, play your cards unconventionally, so I will also get straight to the point and dive into the main topic. Sarutobi Hiruzen's biggest dissatisfaction over the years, apart from politics, was mainly about holding on to his position. His sudden initiative to step down now took many by surprise. At the same time, the dissatisfaction in many people's hearts began to dissipate. In everyone's eyes, with the third Hokage stepping down and a new Hokage taking over, the village might change. People's dissatisfaction can sometimes be extremely harsh, but at other times, it can be very generous. At this moment, as everyone looked at the third Hokage's white hair and age spots, many remembered the old man's contributions to the village. In this confrontation, Uchiha Yoru's face remained calm, showing no emotion, but inside he sneered, thinking the old man's tactics were slick. If he didn't know the original story and the plans the old man had in place, he might have been at a disadvantage today. The outcome is yet to be determined, our game has just begun. Do you really think that by throwing out the selection of the 5th Hokage, you can divert attention from your political failures? Ridiculous. Chapter 235, Confrontation in the Meeting. In the meeting room of the Hokage office building in Konoha. During the jonin meeting, as the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed 2 issues, Shimura Danzo from the Konoha F4 directly let out a cold laugh. First of all, the matter concerning the police force. Recently, there have been instances of excessive enforcement by the police force, posing a significant threat to the village's stability. Is this the same police force established by the second Hokage? Looking at everyone, Shimura Danzo's sinister gaze finally rested on Uchiha Yoru, speaking coldly, the police force established by the second Hokage for the village's stability, what has it become now? Let's not mention the abuse of power by the police force for now. Just consider these incidents that pose a great security risk to the village. First, the police force is using its authority to secretly purchase various military supplies. What are they planning? Second, the police force is secretly in contact with Orochimaru, conducting private transactions. Third, the police force is secretly receiving supplies from the Cloud and Stone villages. Shimura Danzo hit the nail on the head with these three issues, drawing everyone's attention to Uchiha Yoru. Facing everyone's gaze, Uchiha Yoru remained calm, instead staring directly at the third Hokage. Uchiha Yoru, do you have any objections to these three matters? Confronted with Shimura Danzo's stern questioning, Uchiha Yoru just scoffed disdainfully, who do you think you are? Looking around at the F4 seated in their positions, Uchiha Yoru directly mocked the third Hokage, three old fools relying on their age. They were just advisors established by the third Hokage during his time, when his reputation and ability were insufficient. Since when did advisors become indispensable to the Hokage? With one statement, he highlighted the issue of status, belittling the third Hokage's ascension to power due to his lack of reputation and ability, hence the establishment of advisors to stabilize his authority. At the same time, it also implied that these advisors were merely a product of the third Hokage's regime, suggesting that future Hokages might not need them. Uchiha Yoru's blunt words immediately caused Shimura Danzo, Homura Mito Kato, and Kohara Udaten to change their expressions drastically, all trying to suppress their anger. Although what he said was not wrong, over the years, they had become accustomed to their status and were indispensable to the third Hokage. Especially Shimura Danzo, who was now squinting his eyes, feeling a surge of killing intent. Uchiha Yoru, indeed ambitious, was trying to undermine them. Facing Uchiha Yoru's piercing gaze, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly, as the head of the police force and the leader of the Uchiha clan, when I first took office, I indeed lacked ability, which is why I needed everyone's united support for today's Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, candid as ever, acknowledged what Uchiha Yoru had said, making the three of them look even more uncomfortable. Although this was a simple acknowledgement, it also implied that they were products of the third Hokage's regime, meaning that the future fifth Hokage had the right not to use them. Old fox, Uchiha Yoru cursed internally but remained calm. So, the third Hokage who resigned after 3 wars, are you questioning me now with your temporary authority as Hokage? Or is today's Jonin meeting nothing but a trial? Uchiha Yoru's arrogant gaze swept over everyone, and those who met his eyes couldn't look him straight in the eye, showing his significant influence over the past 3 years. Uchiha Yoru, this is a Jonin meeting, and it's also the answer all the shinobi of Konoha want to know. Just then, the distinguished Tsunade turned her head, looking at Uchiha Yoru calmly, finally speaking in a firm voice, this is also a question you need to answer before you can become the 5th Hokage. After the Sunin spoke out, a sense of stability emerged among the people in the Jonin council room, as countless eyes turned to watch. Uchiha Yoru's mouth slowly curled into a smile, displaying a confident demeanor. Konoha was founded by our ancestors, naturally. Here, apart from you, Lady Tsunade, no one is qualified to discuss trial with the Uchiha, not even the acting Hokage. The proud and unrestrained Uchiha Yoru looked down on everyone, but regarded Tsunade as an equal, blatantly indicating to all that Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha, and they were not to be underestimated. Firstly, why is the police force secretly purchasing various military supplies using their authority? What are they planning? Uchiha Yoru surveyed the room and scoffed, this question is ridiculous. I can tell you now that whether it's the Uchiha or the police force, purchasing military supplies has always been done openly and legitimately. The reason is simple. It's because of the village's corrupt regime at the top, relentlessly using the Anbu en route to conduct surveillance. The Uchiha and the police force are merely protecting themselves. Secondly, the police force is secretly in contact with Orochimaru, conducting private transactions. Uchiha Yoru's gaze fixed on Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, I want to ask, since when does Konoha prohibit ninjas from contacting those who have been expelled? Or is it that the village is preparing to declare Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin, a rogue ninja? His loud questioning caused a stir among everyone, especially Jiraiya, who snorted coldly, his expression turning sour. Would the higher UPS of Konoha dare to label Orochimaru a rogue ninja at this time? Even if they dared, it wouldn't be considered a mistake in the past. Watching everyone, Uchiha Yoru's face showed mockery. As for the last point, it's even more laughable. The police force secretly receiving supplies from the Cloud and Stone villages. Are those villages fools? Would they just give us supplies for free? Elder Danzo, you should have called it a trade. However, I remember in these so-called trades, the Inoshikacho clans, among others, have always been involved. Only in these past 3 years, due to the Uchiha and the police force's superior resources, have they gradually become the primary goods in these trade agreements. Uchiha Yoru quickly refuted the 3 accusations raised by Danzo, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, calmly exhaled a puff of smoke. Uchiha Yoru, over these 3 years, you've incited the ninja to defame and rebel against the village regime, while also contacting other countries. No matter how noble your reasons, as merely the head of the police force, even as the Uchiha clan head, it's not enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, experienced and astute, pointed out the issue of status, counterattacking as if to say, since you always talk about status, I will too. All your actions point to you being a traitor, causing chaos in the village. The calm voice of the 3rd Hokage echoed in the room, but Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath and showed a confident smile. Before the regime of the 3rd Hokage, Konoha's dominance in the ninja world was unshakable, and its ninjas enjoyed the richest and most superior environment. But now, Uchiha Yoru slowly stood up, staring directly at the 3rd Hokage, calmly saying, if a thief takes your money, and you take it back, is that stealing? With a calm voice echoing, the moment it was heard in the conference room, numerous ninjas were stunned. Then, as if they had a sudden realization, many of them showed excitement. Uchiha Yoru directly bypassed everyone, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. I want to ask Lady Tsunade, do you remember the former Konoha? Ever since our Konoha started frequently acting for the so-called Will of Fire, and for the village with an inadequate leadership layer, these people claim it's all for Konoha. For the Will of Fire. They ended the war. But what about Konoha now? High real estate prices in the central area, even a Jainin today, to buy his own house in the center of the village, he needs to pay off the mortgage all his life, during which he can't sacrifice, get seriously injured, or even rest. During the era of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, both led Konoha to become the dominant force in the ninja world. They were the deserving Hokages. The initial intention of creating Konoha by Senju and Uchiha was so that children don't have to go to the battlefield. But what about the Third War? Children under 10 went to the battlefield one after another, while a group of old men comfortably sat in the village, reaping the benefits, gloriously claiming it's all for Konoha. Uchiha Yoru didn't give the 3rd Hokage any face, blatantly pulling off the veil of shame in front of everyone, and looked at the so-called Konoha higher ups with a sneer, stating the facts. For a time, many Jainin in the conference room secretly sweated, so arrogant. Such unbridled face-tearing, had Uchiha prepared for everything. Facing Uchiha Yoru's extremely sarcastic words, even Jiraiya's face looked unpleasant. After all, the bitter victory of the Third War was an undeniable fact, thus the 3rd Hokage's resignation was enough to explain everything. I just want to take back everything that was stolen. The once so-called Sarutobi clan was just a trivial small family, what about now? The second most powerful family in Konoha, but I dare say, give it another 10 years, and the Sarutobi clan will replace it as the first. Just then, Danz angrily slammed the table, but the 3rd Hokage next to him calmly raised his hand to stop his old friend's impulse. Facing everyone's doubtful looks, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his grip on his pipe involuntarily tightened, but he still suppressed his anger. This was almost blatantly exposing the scars, even revealing the government he ruled for decades. Uchiha Yoru. Stop making trouble without reason, the mistakes of the Third War, Hiruzen has already resigned for them, this was known to all ninjas of Konoha back then. At this moment, Homura Mitokato, suppressing his anger, solemnly brought up the past, and everyone suddenly remembered, yes, the 3rd Hokage had already resigned because of this. Then on the night of the 9 Tails, after the 4th Hokage sacrificed himself, Hiruzen reluctantly came out of retirement. Facing Homura Mitokato's explanation, Uchiha Yoru showed a smile and nodded, exactly, since the 3rd Hokage took over again, under the pretext of temporarily restoring power, you old men, unwilling to lose power, have been reluctant to let go of it these years. 5th Hokage. Speaking of this, Uchiha Yoru sneered even more, looking at everyone and shouted loudly, if not for Uchiha Yoru, who knows how long it would have been before the 5th Hokage was selected. Cough, cough. Just then, the cough of the 3rd Hokage sounded, attracting everyone's attention, and Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly looked at everyone, gently removing his pipe. Ladies and gentlemen, I have never shirked responsibility for the losses of the Third War during my years in office. As for not selecting the 5th Hokage after the 9 Tails, indeed, I had personal motives. Instantly, there was a commotion, and countless people looked at the 3rd Hokage, many of them secretly surprised. It seemed that today, both parties were going to have a falling out. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked calmly at Uchiha Yoru, speaking hoarsely, regarding the various injustices suffered by the Uchiha. I do not want to find any excuses. My selfishness is simply not wanting to leave a mess for future generations. One is the culprit of the Nine Tails disturbance, which the Anbu have been investigating. I don't want to leave such a mess for the younger generation. The second reason is the influence of the police force on the village in the past 3 years. With a meaningful look, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be giving a final warning, as if to say, the suspicion of the Nine Tails disturbance alone is enough to explain everything about Uchiha's archery. The influence of the police force on the village. Faced with this question, Uchiha Yoru sneered and proudly said, the police force doesn't dare to arrogantly claim to have protected the village. All this is just their duty. But to talk about influence, there are some. Facing the families of ninjas who died or were maimed on the front lines, the Uchiha clan and others established new accommodations outside their territory. They don't have to bear high rents, and even jobs suitable for these families have been arranged around the police force. Perhaps not dignified, stalls, carving, construction, etc., these jobs can't make them live a wealthy life, but the police force can only do its best to ensure these people don't have problems with food and clothing. For orphaned families, the police force heavily subsidizes orphanages and also provides a series of support measures for helping the descendants of meritorious ninjas find employment. Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru said with a mocking laugh, who among you dares to say there won't be accidents? Accidents and tomorrow are unknown to anyone, and what the police force has done, I really don't know how bad it could be for the village. Is it because the actions of the police force have affected the interests of some people? He said, his eyes pointedly looking at the third Hokage and his people.
Thanks for listening.